Dreamworms. The Advent of Dreamtech. A post-apocalyptic first contact epic by Isaac Petrov. Performed by Corinne Davis. As a listener of an Isaac Petrov audiobook, you can download the companion ebook for free at isaacpetrov.com/audio. That's isaacpetrov.com/audio. Episode 1, 2399, First Contact. Chapter 1, A Seminar in the DreamNet. Jimena watches with morbid fascination as Atahualpa, in a gesture of foolish arrogance that would turn history on its head, leaves his 80,000-strong army on a plateau nearby and enters his city, his empire, his demise. The Inca's retinue marches slowly and full of confidence through the narrow streets. The city has been emptied by the war, but the Inca's escort, a few thousand of his most loyal courtiers, all dressed in the finest garments, walk along with the sure arrogance of power. Some carry fine discs of pure gold on their heads. Others, adorned in cloths of patterned colors, sing songs of praise. And in the middle of it all, the Saipa Inca himself, Atahualpa, godly power incarnate, surrounded by silver and fine feathers, and carried in a ceremonial litter by 80 of his most loyal servants. But crucially, nobody carries weapons. Why? Jimena asks herself. What were you thinking, Atahualpa? You knew there were less than 200 of those exotic bearded foreigners you've heard were roaming your lands, didn't you? And they sent word they were keen to join your glory, didn't they? Were you that curious? Were you really that sure that they would cower to your godly splendor? The retinue arrives at the open city square and stops. Nobody moves. The singing fades. A lone Christian friar exits a nearby stone building and approaches the litter, carrying a cross and a thick book, his breath visible in the fresh winter afternoon. Jimena squints, trying to remember his denomination. A Dominican? The man reaches the litter and begins a heated exchange with Atahualpa, hard to hear from a distance, and impossible to follow, even by those nearby because of the lack of interpreters. The friar is shouting the language of the conquistadors at Atahualpa, which Jimena's ancestors would understand, but sadly, she doesn't. The book finally reaches the Emperor's hands, who stares at it like it were a fistful of live worms, and drops it dismissively. There's a long silence, like destiny holding her breath. Jimena's eyes widen with anticipation. The friar gives out a sudden shout of outrage, and the ambushing warriors begin to pour into the open square from within the surrounding buildings and alleys. Impregnable in armor and helmets of dirty steel, lean swords in their hands, and soulless greed in their eyes. It is a terrifying view. Some ride imposing war horses, creatures of hell from the looks of their petrified victims. They charge, outnumbered 1 to 40. And the slaughter begins. Horror and yells of desperation echo against the small buildings as the lives of myriads of unarmed nobles and slaves are slashed with industrial efficiency, a machine mowing the elite of an empire. And it takes time to kill. Jimena thinks, as she watches the dread of sure death reflected in thousands of eyes around her. Cannons are hastily pulled out of the stone building, together with a detachment of gunpowder-spitting arquebuses, and join the killing frenzy with explosive devotion. Jimena almost looks away. Almost. But her professional pride keeps her mind focused and her eyes disciplined. The smell of blood, gunpowder, and feces fills the air. She wonders how the doomed victims are experiencing the sudden shattering of everything they knew sure in their primitive world. The unfathomable chaos, the mythic beasts, the deadly shooting, the smoke, the violence against their god emperor. Some are surely going mad. A mercy, perhaps. As the armored warriors reach the fringes of the Inca's litter, his 80 chosen carriers, all dressed in the same fine gowns of the deepest blue, hold their stands with stoic fatalism, faith and loyalty written across their faces. They will carry their god all the way to the underworld, Jimena thinks. The foreign swords hack arms and hands with relentless zeal, eager to make the litter stumble and fall. They want the Inca. They need him alive to conquer everything they wished for. The power, the oh so sweet gold. Jimena stares in wonder as the last surviving maimed carriers, eyes beaming with fanatical determination, use their last breaths on earth to sustain the litter upright. With their severed limbs and stumps, the Inca staggers on the tilting platform, his face contracted in disbelief and terror. "Ah, here you are." The sudden voice of Jimena's grandfather makes her jump. "What are you watching?" Jimena makes a quick gesture with a finger, and the gory scene around her comes to a sudden, digital halt. Even the stench vanishes. A date and time briefly blink at the lower right corner. 20th of December, 2515, 1655. She removes her visor glasses. "Abuelo!" She smiles at him. "You scared me." Jimena's grandfather is quite unlike her. Where she is short, he is tall. Where she has the classic complexion of her Mapuche heritage, dark skin, black hair, broad face, his skin is lighter, his nose larger, hinting at Hansatian ancestry. Her hair runs down in 2 long braids each side of her face. His is non-existent. She is pretty. He is not. "Sorry, Carino. Are you working on your PhD?" "Kind of." Her heart is still leaping as she chuckles in delight. "You cannot imagine what I found." Enrique sits on the bench next to Jimena, across the glass panels of their home's cozy winter garden. "Tell me, but be quick." "It's the new access to the Lundev archives. It's... Whoa! I can access all their historical documents, abuelo. Everything! So easy to do research with this wealth of material. So, it's almost cheating." She cannot repress a giggle of joy. "I will complete my PhD in half your time. Mark my words." Enrique smiles cynically. "Don't get your hopes up. I bet the Townsend University staff has no clue that their global program students have this sort of unrestricted access. Wait till they find out." "Why would they care? This is an opportunity for everybody at the university. Wait till I show them." Enrique scoffs and looks at the visor glasses. "What were you watching?" "Atahualpa and Pizarro in Cajamarca. Amazing! I found the sensorial dramatization by Professor Miyagi. Kenji Miyagi? Enrique raises his eyebrows. The Miyagi. Jimena nods. Unpublished, purely academic. Spectacular, too. But it looks a bit, Yes? I don't know. Jimena wets her lips. It's hard to find the right word. Imaginative? Imaginative, huh? A strange way to describe the work of the greatest historian alive. I know, she admits with a shrug. But it looked more like a fantasy than history. It glorified the barbarians. They seemed more civilized than the conquerors. Can you believe it? Enrique nods sadly at her. Reminds me of some old papers an old lady brought to me when we moved to Entre Lagos. We were the first historian family ever in the colony. I had little time to study them before they were taken out of my reach. His eyes glide along the pines on the garden outside the glass panels. Fantastic they were. He nods slowly to himself. Here, look. Jimena passes her visor glasses to him, but he catches her hand. No, Jimena. That's all very nice, but there is no time. It is almost 5. What? A surge of adrenaline makes her stand. Oh, Goa, I lost track of time. Go, you can't be late to enrollment. This is your one moment, Carino. The global program and the collaboration with the most prestigious university in the world. And Kenji Miyagi, no less, is the opportunity of a lifetime. His eyes sparkle with pride. You are our legacy, mi vida. You'll make the finest historian our family, no, the whole Andean Imperium has ever seen. Jimena is about to run, but hesitates. Abuelo, you are the finest historian. Don't. Enrique shakes his head and gently pushes her into motion. You are just 27. God's mercy. You still don't know how much you don't know. I hope you learn that from Miyagi, and then more that you can teach me. Now quick! Run before your future shuts! Jimena leaps away and into the living room. As she runs across the open space, she doesn't have time to wonder where everyone is. At this time of the early afternoon, at least one of her parents, or possibly her brother and Ramiro, his lover, would be hanging around, lying on the sofa, Sensonet visors on their heads, watching the world, listening to music, gaming with strangers, usual life. But there is a tension in the air, subliminal, that melts with her haste and leverages her already considerable anxiety. Jimena's eyes flinch over to the digital hour on the glass window as she exits the living room. 16:57. Oh, Goa, oh, Goa, oh, Goa. 3 minutes. 3 minutes to make it to the new auditorium recently created for the global program. 3 minutes to meet the world-famous Professor Kenji Miyagi. That is, if she makes it in time. Oh, Goa, she won't make it. She reaches the staircase and runs up in leaps of 2, a sweat breaking on her forehead. Why did I get distracted like that, Goa's mercy? It's always been her problem, losing herself in her obsessions. She shudders at the thought of missing the chance of a lifetime. If Abuelo had not come for her, the global program could really pull her historian career out of the imperial level, where she and her family has always lingered, and onto the international stage. she has the unique chance to put the name of the Apulan family on the lips of academia worldwide. She can't afford to arrive late. Jimena trips on the last step and falls flat on the upper hallway. God damn it! She stands, ignoring the pain, and runs. Her room is at the end of the corridor. Her door, which she painted pink when she was a little girl, is half open. She pushes it and throws herself in. Her family, bar abuelo, is there, staring at her with love and hope. Abuela, Mama, Papa, and her stupid brother Antonio. Well, he's not that stupid. He's actually okay. They are all standing around her woosark, expectant. What? Jimena cannot finish her sentence before Mama embraces her fiercely. We are so proud of you, she says, tears in her eyes. She resembles both Abuelo and Antonio, with her tall, sharp, Hans-Asian features. But hurry, cariño, Papa says. He and Abuela, on the other hand, are, like Jimena, pure pre-Columbian indigenous beauty in different shades of wrinkling. Papa raises his finger at the clock on the woosark's side table. 16:58. No time! Damn! Jimena escapes her mother's arms. Sorry, Mama, I really need to. We're leaving you alone, Papa says hastily, beginning to push the rest of the family out of the bedroom. Just tell us one thing. Papa, please! She feels a surge of impatience turning into rage, which she immediately suppresses. It's just her family being her family. What is it? Sorry, but we need to, how long will you be asleep? Jimena stares at the clock, eyes wide with stress, so it's hard to focus. It's a long-format seminar, several uninterrupted dream days long, but for those awake, just 10 hours. So, until about 3 a.m., you'll be sleeping. No, Papa says. I'll be awake. He looks at the others as they leave the room. And I suspect I'll not be alone. Sweet dreams, he whispers with a wink and shuts the door. Finally! She hastily takes off her robes and lies on the copper-like shiny surface of the woosark. The metallic-looking material immediately reshapes to fit her body, engulfing her in a familiar wave of release and comfort. Her body relaxes in an instant. She cannot avoid a last peek at the bedside table. The time on the clock changes. 16:59. Jimena shuts her eyes and takes a deep breath, trying to rein in a sudden surge of nerves, and speaks the mental command. Woosark, activate. A frenzy of vegetation erupts from the bottom of the sarcophagus. A myriad of ivy-looking tendrils crawl up its walls like worms escaping an earthquake and cover her body in warmth and darkness. Jimena takes another, deeper breath to exhale the last figments of stress. State REM phase duration. A deep female voice speaks inside her mind. 10 wake hours, Jimena replies in her thoughts. The tendrils around her body tighten with comforting familiarity. She can almost feel the dream juice rubbing against her skin, running through her bloodstream, penetrating her brain, releasing her from reality. The woosark is truly a wonder of alien technology, the dream of every dreamer. The University of Townsend, is the most important center of knowledge of the Goa's Imperia of the Americas. And the day Jimena was accepted as a student of history was the happiest in her life. A huge honor. The first of the Apollon family ever to attend the University of the capital of the Gia. But today, any lingering happiness is rashly consumed by an overwhelming anxiety. She runs desperately through the busy halls of the University of Townsend. Not the real brick-and-mortar one, of course. That one is several thousand miles north, in the midst of the North American landmass. She doubts the real campus is in much use anymore, except for some fringe operations, like those invaluable historical archives she would give her right arm to be granted access to. The real University of Townsend is not really real. It is a permascape construct in the DreamNet, as most human institutions are in the 26th century. A dream, if you like, inside an inconceivably larger dream shared by all humanity. Jimena dodges student after student, their dream avatars robed in the obligatory white and blue colors of the university. Her own academic robes, identical to those of her fellow students, flap behind her in haste in an accurate rendition of reality. Sometimes the permascape seems more real than the wake. Sometimes. When Jimena reaches the main hall, an open court surrounded by balustrades and columns several floors high, she jumps into the air and flies straight to the 4th floor, the history department. It is not permitted to fly in the main building, but honestly, today she just doesn't care. The main department hallway is empty. The only thing visible is a gate made of intricate iron with Gothic motifs. And this gate was not here yesterday. A signpost placed nearby reads, "Access restricted to global program participants." And behind it, a second, more prominent sign flashes angrily in mid-air. "Warning! You are leaving the Goa's Imperia of the Americas." Jimena's heart leaps. The gate is closed. A lone university steward guards the entrance. He is not a real person, of course, but just a character designed by some Dreamtech engineer, and yet more realistic than even the latest AI prototypes that Botswana spits out for the space habitats. But then, human-like dream characters are only natural, aren't they? After all, everything in the permascape is being rendered by the melding of millions of human minds. "Can't pass," the steward says, raising his eyes at her with a very convincing, bored expression. He even appears to be chewing gum. "I'm in the global program," she says, and points a hasty finger at the first signpost. "Jimena Apollon. You can check." "Sorry, ma'am." The steward taps an old-fashioned watch on his left wrist. "Seminars started." "No!" She shakes off a wave of desperation. "It can't have." The steward gives her a sideways smirk and keeps chewing in silence. "No!" She walks past him, up to the gate, and begins pounding on it. "No! No! No!" The steward ignores her. "Please! Please!" Jimena pounds the gate with both hands. She turns to the steward, who shakes his head and scoffs. "Please," she whispers, desperation filling her like seawater in the lungs of a drowning sailor. She stops pounding and falls on her knees. It's over. Jimena is not the type to cry. The Apulen are a tough lot. But here, on her knees at the edge of her shattered future, she feels entitled to shed a few dream tears. What will she tell Papa and Mama? That she was late to her destiny? How long until she can look Abuelo in the eyes again? The gate moves, almost imperceptibly, pushed from the other side without noise, until a sudden stream of natural light shines along the widening slit. It's opening! Jimena jumps to her feet, takes the opening crevice with her hands, and pulls with all her strength. God's mercy, will they allow me in? Thank you, dear, a woman's voice says, tinted with strain. A sweet, elegant voice, the cleanest, purest Hansatian accent she has ever heard. This gate is so heavy. You G-a-lot sure have a developed sense of the dramatic. As the gap increases, Jimena turns to the woman, her eyes widening with wonder. A Neanderthal woman? An honest-to-Goa Neanderthal, brow ridge and all, right in front of her. She blinks in a futile effort to avoid gaping at her narrow forehead. Neanderthals are supposed to be a bit brutish, dim even. But this smiling, broad-faced woman in her 50s radiates sophistication. Short brown hair, neatly pulled back, her avatar dressed with the elegant casualness Jimena has only seen in Hansatian sensorials. Why so surprised? Of course you would expect Nubarian Neanderthals in Hansatia, and most definitely in the Lundev, right by the portal. The Neanderthal woman's smile widens, too gracious to let Jimena's obvious reaction affect her affability. Jimena Apulen, I presume? She extends her right hand in greeting. The missing student? Jimena nods. I'm so terribly sorry for being late. She stares at the hand in confusion and shakes it with an involuntary notch of aversion. It's not that she's racist. Of course not. She enjoys Nubarian adventure sensorials as much as the next guy. Neanderthals are so passionate and full of drama. But in academia? Not everybody can. So delighted to finally meet you, the woman says like she means it. My name is Anka Senefereber Anka Senaten, but you can call me Ank. She laughs with the ease of a person who has just told a joke for the first time, which, obviously, she hasn't. Nice to meet you, Elder Ank. Just Ank, please. I'm not going. Of course you're not. Nubarians are pagans, and too stubborn to convert, from what she's heard. But pagan or not, she is her only hope. I'm really sorry, Ank. I beg you to accept my apologies for my late arrival. I'm with the global program. I hope I can still attend Professor Miyagi's seminar. Kenji certainly hopes you do. He personally suggested your name when drafting the list of candidates to attend this first edition of the global program. A tsunami of relief distends Jimena's features into a wide-eyed smile. My name? Why? Ank smiles non-committally and puts a finger on her chest. Part of it is because of your research on the effects of raw power in post-Columbian America. They are, how did he put it? Intriguing. Ank takes Jimena by the arm and pulls her through the gap while speaking. And it's not easy to intrigue him. Trust me, I should know. Jimena, baffled at the torrent of gratitude she can't avoid feeling for this Neanderthal, walks through the gate and has to squint from the sudden brightness of what looks like a sunny grass meadow on a beautiful, mild spring morning. Jimena knows it's all a dream, but the permascape air feels invigoratingly fresh and real. Her accumulated stress seems to evaporate with every breath. The gate shuts behind them, standing ugly and out of place in the middle of the meadow, like a lone Gothic monument. Kenji is about to arrive, Ank says, pointing at the regular door that stands in midair next to the Gia monstrosity. So take an empty seat. They begin to walk towards a stone amphitheater exquisitely carved into the hills of the meadow. He is a bit of a showman, you will see, Ank says with a chuckle. Very punctual at arriving fashionably late. Jimena stops and gapes at the amphitheater below her. It is small and intimate, a hemicycle of concentric stone steps of elegant simplicity, leading down to the central stone-paved stage. Breathtaking. The structure wouldn't be out of place in the Athens of Pericles, which is probably the intention. It even looks old and smoothed by centuries of exposure. Pretty, isn't it? Ank says, pride filling her voice. My own design. I hope you get the intellectual, vibe? Jimena cannot reply, frozen at the sight of the students filling the benches up to the brim. There must be over 100 of them. Those sitting closer to her are easily recognizable as Townsend students, her own people, wearing the familiar white-blue robes with somber patience. The other students, though, more than half by the looks of it, whoa! They're wearing the weirdest avatars she's ever seen. Each different from their neighbor, a chaotic mesh of excited chatter and electrified anticipation. Most avatars she doesn't recognize, probably cultural references to obscure Hansatian sensorials she's never heard of. There are a few more classic-themed avatars she can at least identify. There is Batman. Over there, a don't panic green smiling globe. That one is definitely Michael Jackson. And there sits, Abraham Lincoln, no less. The Lundev students are a very colorful lot indeed. And she now notices almost half of them are Neanderthal, including Lincoln. There aren't any empty places, Jimena says, browsing the busy place. But it's fine. I can sit on the stairs. No need, dear. There's one place per student. I made sure of it. She puts her hands around her mouth and shouts with a voice that would make Jimena's favorite fishmonger proud. Your attention, please! Raise your hand if there is an empty spot beside you. A sudden silence sinks in the amphitheater as everybody turns and stares at Jimena. She can almost feel their combined gaze as physical pressure on her skin and purses her lips involuntarily. That's what you get for being late? A lone hand raises up. Oh no, it's the goddamn Neanderthal Lincoln. Jimena desperately scans the neat rows of white and blue robes, but no Townsend hands volunteer. Go, dear. Ank gently pushes her towards Lincoln. Enjoy Kenji's seminar, and welcome to the Global Program. Chapter 2. The Lure of Truth. The heavy cheering and clapping begins as soon as the Lundev door opens, and Professor Miyagi walks down the central stairs of the amphitheater. Everybody is up on their feet, yelling approval. A standing ovation? In a classroom? Before the teacher says a single word. Jimena has never experienced that before, and to her own surprise, she is an enthusiastic participant. Next to an exultant Neanderthal Abraham Lincoln, and embedded in the colorful section of Lundev students, she jumps and cheers like she belongs. To be fair, the Gia section is no less engaged. Miyagi is universal. When he reaches the stage, he turns and slowly draws his gaze across the cheering crowd of packed students, while nodding with a confident smile. Ank approaches him and, in a swift move, attaches a small device to his shirt. The way she does it, the casual gesture, the swift exchange of glances. They're together, Jimena realizes with unsettled amusement. She has never seen a mixed couple before. Thank you. Whoa, thanks for the noise. Miyagi's voice comes loud and clear from a set of loudspeakers installed around the perimeter of the amphitheater. Jimena is always in awe at how a dream permascape mimics the laws of physics to such fidelity as to allow electronics to work. Well, well, it is not every day that a humble historian is received like a pop star, he says. Jimena smiles. She knows that Professor Miyagi is being modest. He is the expert. Yes, capital letters. On post-collapse history and an ultra-popular and very photogenic scientific disseminator. A constant face on the Sensonet channels as guest contributor, he is also the writer and producer of the most famous historical sensorial of all times, Fahi's Legacy. Rowan Prize winner of 2504 for the best drama. Not bad for what was just supposed to be a documentary. The man is a genius. Autographs at the end of the seminar, he says with a chuckle. When I began teaching, I never thought I would have to say that to start a lesson. The students laugh again and clap loudly, and keep clapping. Whoa, people! Professor Miyagi casually pulls back his long white hair and smiles, seemingly enjoying the attention of his captive audience. Enough of that nonsense, or it will go straight to my head. Oh, see what you've done? Too late. Now I know I'm awesome. This time, the waves of laughter and heavy clapping take even longer to fade away. Thank you, Miyagi says, and with the way his smile softens, Jimena knows he means it. Thanks for that. Love it. Love you people. Love this auditorium. A classic age amphitheater, no less. Incredible. And the small size, designed to bring us all together, Townsend and Lundev. Just perfect. Can you feel the energy of curiosity? The urge for sharing? The craving for knowledge? For truth? Amazing work. He points at Aang. Please make some noise for the finest Shadow Walker engineer academia has ever produced. Anka Senefereber. Jimena cheers at the top of her lungs, as does everybody else in the packed auditorium. It takes a while for the noise to fade, but Aang's ferocious blush takes a lot longer. Love it! Miyagi visibly enjoys the noisy attention. Love it, people, but let's chill, all right? He gestures to the students to sit. We have work to do. As the cheering begins to fade, Jimena feels an electrifying excitement. Professor Kenji Miyagi. Her family is going to want details. How's he dressed? Like Aang designed his dream suit, elegant, and yet with a pointed academic vibe. Jimena even thinks those words in Aang's oh-so-perfect Hans-Asian accent. How does he look? Eastern Asian descent, obviously. Youthful in his mid-50s. Plentiful white hair, capped at his shoulders. Welcome to the first edition of the Global Program. I hope the first of many, because the Global Program lies close to my heart. Jimena smiles with anticipation. The Global Program. Miyagi's concept child to use academic collaboration to warm the Cold War that has split the world for 100 years and counting. Since the Dream Wars, the Jia and Hans-Asia have been rival regimes. Jimena's native Goa's Imperia of the Americas is the largest in population and expands the inhabitable latitudes of the North and South American continents. Hans-Asia, while not so populated, is enormous and, Jimena must admit, more technologically advanced. It stretches along the northern half of Eurasia, from the Hansa to China, plus a sizable part of Nuberia across the portal to top it up. A true monster. And its scientific and cultural heart is, of course, Miyagi's alma mater, the one and only University of Lunterran Devis, or Lundev for short. The Earth is getting smaller. Too small for petty differences, I'm sure you all agree. Miyagi's voice is light-hearted and practiced. The clean Hans-Asian accent, not unlike Aang's. Jimena read somewhere that a century ago, Townsend's Montana English was the peak of refinement. But, like most things, that changed after the devastations of the Dream Wars. It is high time we talk more. So I say, let's start the conversation with the least controversial of topics, science. And since this program is my initiative, of course we'll begin with the sexiest science of them all, history. A fresh round of spontaneous clapping and whistling, Jimena's included, drowns the hemicycle and Miyagi's words for a few moments. As the noise fades, Aang approaches Miyagi and whispers something in his ear. Sorry, people, Miyagi says. But first, the admin. Where is the... He turns to Aang, who swiftly produces a sheet of paper from thin air and hands it to him. Ah, All right. He inspects the paper. Health comes first. We are in for a long format session. You are all aware, right? With so many of us in such a small permascape, time dilation is off the charts, which is great, because I plan to keep you trapped in my seminar for several dream days. We are going to revisit the entire history of the Reformation and the Dream Wars in one go, and in great detail. It's going to take a while, people. Jimena has done long formats before. No big deal. She actually enjoys the immersion of dream binging for days without end. No hunger, no tiredness, pure engagement. And this seminar promises to be epic. A detailed insight into the events that precipitated the end of the largest empire Earth has ever seen. Bring it on. And you know what that means, right? Miyagi continues. After the seminar, you must all hold strict dream rest for at least a wake week. Got that? No excuses. No exception. Any porn you need, keep it strictly digital. He raises his voice at the sudden barrage of laughs. I'm serious, people. No sneaking in the dream net for a week, all right? Let your brains recover. He raises his eyes at the benches, to unanimous nodding. Good. Next. Censor Smith sends his apologies. He will miss the early part of the seminar. Okay, what else? He looks up again. You all had your dream pills, or are using woosarks, yes? We don't want people waking spontaneously and missing dream hours of seminar because it took them a few minutes to go back to sleep. More nodding and hums of assent. Good. And the last. He cringes slightly as he reads, and then turns to the Lundev section with an apologetic expression. Yes, sorry, people. No creative avatars allowed. Dress code is strict civilian. Silence hangs in the air for a moment, before a tsunami of protests and whining floods the auditorium. Neanderthal Lincoln, next to Jimena, is standing, and like many others around her, booing and muttering very ugly words of disapproval. It takes some time of Miyagi patiently appeasing them with reassuring gestures until his voice can be heard again. I hear you, but this is non-negotiable. Censor Smith was very specific. Please, people, don't make this a freedom of expression thing. There are rules even in the Lundev. You cannot show up, say, naked. The threshold today is just a tad higher. So please, out of respect for our fellow Gia students. He extends his hand at them, all sitting in astonished silence in their neat white and blue robes, just like Jimena. Miyagi folds his arms across his chest and stares on as the Lundev students grudgingly comply. It is a sight to behold, all those weird and flamboyant characters shrinking. That's how it feels, into regular, almost boring-looking students her age, dressed in regular Hans Asian-style civilian clothes. Next to her, Neanderthal Lincoln is unceremoniously unlincolned into a redhead Neanderthal man in his 20s, with a mean frown in his narrow brow and a bollocks on his lips. Thank you for your understanding, Miyagi says with a slight bow of his head. Now, cheer up. He raises his voice with practiced confidence. And shake off those long faces. You are in for a treat, people. The best lecture of your lives is about to begin. Yes, finally. Jimena tries to keep her legs from shaking with anticipation. She totally believes the man. This is going to be the most important seminar of her life. She feels it in her bones. History, Miyagi begins in a solemn voice, is a tough science. He sighs theatrically, as if he were confessing his deepest sin. A true bitch, trust me. Truth is elusive. Convenient lies always loom on the surface. So tempting. He stops and stares into the eyes of his enthralled audience with an unusually stern expression. You are here not only to learn what happened 100 years ago. No, people, that's not really that important. You can always look it up. Much more important, if I succeed, is to give you the mental tools to dig out the truth from under the heavy layers of historical bullshit. Some students chuckle. Jimena doesn't. His words resonate deep in her, like an old melody she cannot remember. To dig out the truth. I'm dead serious, he says. A tough science requires tougher scientists. The aim of this seminar, my aim, is to make you think tough. So, I expect you people, he slides a finger across the auditorium, to do much of the talking. I want to hear your thoughts. Take part in the analysis and come together with conclusions and historical theories that, like any other science, approximates us to the objective truth. The objective truth. Miyagi's smile returns. So woohoo. He playfully wags his fingers. This semester, we are diving deep into events that happened just a century ago, early 25th century. Life then differed greatly from now. Why? He looks expectantly at the young faces. A shy hand rises from among the Gia section. It's Cody. Please, why was it different? He points at Cody, frowns, and then turns to Ank. The name thingy, please. Ank smiles and nods. Done, she says, without moving a muscle. Miyagi points his finger at Cody again, and large, friendly letters appear floating over his head. Cody O'Higgin. There, Cody, please. Why was life so different? A mere century ago. I mean, think about it. It's not that long ago. There are still people around that lived through those events. The ink of history is not quite dry yet. So, what was so crucially different back then? Well, sir, 100 years ago, we were on the verge of extinction. Please, class, don't call me sir, all right? Just professor, or simply Kenji. And yes, humanity went almost belly up. But that doesn't really answer the question. Why was it different from today? How do you know we will not soon go extinct ourselves? Cody falls silent, considering. Well, there are no obvious threats now. Back then there was the damn pandemic, the ritual deaths, the brief lives. now all is different. Better. We have a larger population, technology. The redhead Neanderthal next to Jimena, the former Abraham Lincoln, raises a hand. Professor Miyagi points at him with a nod. A name appears over his head.
Mark, please, your opinion.
Well, Mark turns to Cody, who is still standing at the opposite side of the amphitheater, not too far away considering its size.
I don't agree that population and technology are by themselves a guarantee against calamity. Not according to history. Take, say, the peak of the Golden Age at the end of the 21st century. The human population was like 20 times larger than today's. Technology was also more advanced back then, even if we are catching up. They had colonies on Mars, and on the moon and some asteroids. And what? In just a few decades, humanity lost all that and collapsed to numbers not seen since, Good point, Mark, Miyagi says. We barely made it through both collapses. By the mid-22nd century, humanity was a pathetic shadow of its former self. Anything to say in reply, Cody?
Yes. That's all true. But I think the damn pandemic made all the difference. Cause unknown. Impossible to cure. Nobody could escape it, not even with strict isolation. The first collapse of the Golden Age had obvious causes. Environmental destruction, geopolitical tensions, technological disruption, and so on. All human-made. With time and common sense, all curable. But not them. Again, good point, Miyagi says with a curt nod. The Dem pandemic triggered the second collapse when we were still licking the wounds from the first, and left us crawling through the mud for centuries. But even then, they were as equally sure that they had everything under control as we are today. They built a rural utopia in environmental equilibrium spanning the inhabitable latitudes of the world. They had a stable society based on go as gift, the first truly global empire in history. Quite the achievement, I would say. It might seem strange to us now, but most people lived happy lives back then. Tragically short, true. At your age, he points his fingers at the young faces. Most of you would be reaching your last years of, yes, a fulfilled life of family and community. This was just 100 years ago. Just 100 years. Think about that for a moment, people. He pauses to let that sink in. But as sure of their destiny as they might have been, they were equally ignorant. Just a bad turn away from kicking the bucket. And then, just as the 24th century is counting its last days, something very unexpected happened in a remote colony. Far away from the centers of power, something that empowered a woman, a teenage girl, really, to turn her narrow, rural world on its head. Etta Fandola! Jimena's eagerness surfaces as a hawkish smile on her face. Etta Fandola, Yuf Etta, is Jimena's undisputed historical hero. Jimena can't wait to dive into the nitty-gritty details of her life work. The jury is still out on the merits of her legacy, Miyagi says. But nobody can deny the extraordinary role that history reserved to Etta Fandola
From Lun Terran.
Jimena frowns lightly in puzzlement. Why the doubt on her achievements? She is the inspiration of every young girl on Earth. And probably on New Baria too, isn't she?
We believe we are doing fine now, don't we? He continues. Imagine that some brilliant new Edda Fandola appears today. Right here, perhaps one of you.
He points a finger at his captivated audience.
And imagine that she discovers something new, unknown to the rest of us. Something that makes her realize how hopelessly doomed we humans really are.
An uneasy silence extends across the auditorium.
It would be tough to convince your fellow citizens, don't you think? Especially if doing so involved a radical transformation of our way of life.
He paces the stage slowly, the echo of his steps the only sound in the wide hemicycle.
Now imagine that happens in a fanatically religious society, where most people spend just 5 years in school before joining their family business at the age of 10. Think about it, people. Life was so short that a 10-year-old was considered a fully functioning adult back then. Edda Fandola herself, aged 16 in 2399, was already an experienced and reputable schoolteacher. And a mother, too.
No wonder, Jimena thinks. If everybody dies at 27, they had to get busy pretty quickly.
Try to put her existence into context,
Miyagi continues.
Think about the limited time to educate and to specialize on any trade. The world in 2399 was a sea, no, an ocean of ignorance. The average person was clueless about where they came from and where they were headed. And it is in such a world that this 16-year-old girl leapt out of nowhere and kicked history squarely in the balls. What were the chances? Not many, I would say. And not only because, as everybody knows, history is a female.
Many students laugh as Miyagi takes a few idle steps, his hands behind his back, a smile on his lips. Even Jimena has to chuckle at the horrendous joke.
I want you to ponder how improbable Edda's impact on history really was. We are going to dive into interesting times indeed. But that's not all.
Miyagi begins to raise his voice with expert modulation.
I've also got you covered with an extinction event asteroid, first contact with an alien species, and even human radio signals from outer space.
A roar of enthusiasm erupts, Jimena's included.
Koa, this is going to be so good. I like what I hear,
Miyagi says, nodding at the red-faced students.
All right, let's get the show rolling. Literally, because I have a little surprise for you today.
Miyagi's smile widens.
To make this seminar more interesting, I'll make use of some scenes from a new documentary I'm working on about the time.
A renewed burst of enthusiastic claps and cheers drowns his words. Jimena is jumping on her feet and clapping her hands into stumps. She has to stop herself from hugging Mark, who is yelling his lungs out next to her. Jimena knows that Professor Miyagi is, of course, referring to the rise and fall of the youth. Rumors about his new sensorial are all over the media, Another historical masterpiece by Kenji Miyagi.
Thank you! Yes, you've guessed it. Prepare to literally immerse yourselves in the world as it was in the zenith of Goa's Imperia. Please!
He raises a hand.
I must insist on your discretion outside these walls. This is still very much a work in progress, merely a draft. I'm just bringing these scenes into this seminar in the faint hope of saving some of you from certain boredom.
Chapter 3. Faith and Dem.
Dem.
Professor Miyagi seems to enjoy the focused attention of his 100-odd students.
The Dem pandemic. The final obsession of the powerful nation-states and scientists of the Golden Age, all investigating compulsively, even as society kept crumbling around them in the early 22nd century.
He takes a few silent steps on stage, hands on his back. The seminar begins, Jimena thinks as excitement creeps up her guts.
They all ultimately failed,
he says somberly.
And billions died. Forward 200 years, and history crashes against a 16-year-old schoolteacher who is convinced she finally figured it out. She is the one that shall crack open Dem for all to see. Is she a one-in-a-millennia genius? Or is that the natural arrogance of youth?
Jimena leans back at the words. They ring harsh, almost heretical.
Prepare to meet the true Edda Fandala people. Not the myth, mind you. We do history in this.
He waves his hand around the structure.
Auditorium, not religion.
It almost feels to Jimena as if he were directing his words at her fellow Gia students, the way he glimpses in their general direction. But no, he was just pulling his hair off his face.
If you must only learn one thing in this seminar...
Miyagi speaks slower and with greater emphasis.
Let it be this, people. Edda was only human, nothing more, living her regular colonial life at the edge of the Hanseatic Imperium 100 years ago. She was, like we all are, yes, me included, I grudgingly confess, just a limited and flawed Mensa of her time.
Jimena scoffs and recites to herself. A bullet is just a piece of metal until it kills an emperor.
Very poetic.
The redhead Neanderthal sitting to her right is smiling at her with appreciation. Jimena blushes at the unsolicited attention and keeps her eyes firmly locked on the stage below.
And yet,
Miyagi continues,
there was undeniably something extraordinary about this girl. What she brought upon the world is not the product of the common man. She had the walking talent of a goddess,
the Neanderthal next to Jimena whispers. She involuntarily turns her head to him and meets his large blue eyes. His prominent Neanderthal brow ridge enhances the intensity of his gaze to an almost hypnotic level. His white smile broadens.
Name's Mark,
he says, extending his hand. Jimena blushes intensely. She is not used to masculine attention, and most definitely not Neanderthal. Luckily, her manners go on autopilot, and she shakes his hand blandly. First time she touches a Neanderthal, she thinks with apprehension. No, second. There was also Ankh before. The global program is churning surprises faster than her provincial mind can cope with. Didn't catch your name. Mark's eyes pierce hers. Jimena. Jimena. Mark pronounces slowly, like he is savoring it. Beautiful name. And exotic. She cannot blush further. Her dark skin is hopefully hiding it, but she doubts it. Dream permascapes are treasonous that way. She mutters something resembling a non-committal word of thanks and hastily turns her eyes back to Professor Miyagi. He is pacing in silence along the rim of the stage, leisurely, squinting at the sun that bathes the amphitheater. Jimena can even feel its balmy warmth on her face. Miyagi approaches Ankh, who is sitting with her stunning female elegance, next to a Wudai machine in the shape of a small, round table. From her bench, Jimena can see the actual Wudai in the device. Green tendrils of ivy-like vegetation slowly withering around, and inside copper-colored metallic components. Wudai are, at their core, highly psychically reactive creatures, not quite plants nor animals, but something else entirely. The true wonder at the heart of the Dreamtech revolution. Is Bob ready? Miyagi asks, pointing at the machine. Ankh nods. Jimena knows that the machine is just the dream avatar of a real machine, with real Wudai running in some gore-forsaken data center in the wake. Great. Then let's watch Edda in action, shall we? Determined to solve once and for all the largest mystery humankind has ever faced. Okay then. Miyagi turns slowly to the Wudai machine, almost hesitantly. Bob, can you, turn on? Acknowledged. The machine, Bob, replies with a distinctively artificial female voice that Jimena hears directly inside her mind. Do state archive. He speaks slower and louder. Yes, please grab the latest draft of Rise and Fall of the Youth. Acknowledged. Do state index of reproduction. Index of... Miyagi turns to Ankh with a frown of frustration. What? Let me, Ankh says with a firm shake of her head. Bob, load tag 6th of December, 2399. Acknowledged. Do state perimeter of rendition. Ankh speaks like she is taking notes on a recorder. Expand rendition to permascape global prog dot history dep dot loondev dot edu. Bob vibrates for a few moments. Detected 120 mines in 1 million cubic feet of permascape. Do confirm. Confirmed, Ankh says. Render from index 0, camera tag Edda at Joyous Day House, Loon Terran. Acknowledged. Rendition begins at index 0. As the machine speaks, The spring sun and blue sky over the amphitheater vanish in an instant, surrounding the dumbfounded students in humid darkness. Many gasp at the sudden drop of temperature, and Jimena shrinks into herself with an involuntary shudder. "Oh, sorry. Let me," Ang says, and she must do something in the darkness because the cold detaches at once from Jimena's mind. Oh, the relief. The cool winter air is still there around her, thick and humid on her senses, but not uncomfortable now, like her skin is watching instead of feeling. Other students sigh as well. "Bob, increase natural light," Ang says. "0.1 lux." "Acknowledged." Jimena's eyes, still trying to adapt to the darkness, are grateful for the extra radiance. The contour of the students sitting nearby appear like ghosts. She turns to see Mark's white smile as he stares intently at something above the stage of the amphitheater. She follows his gaze. Yes, there. She can see it as well. A house floating in the air. An elongated one-story house, surrounded by a carefully tended garden. Flowers and lawn barely hinted at in the winter night. It is raining, too, and as Jimena engages her senses, she begins to feel the drops of freezing water on her head and arms in full immersive experience, blissfully detached from her mind. The ultra-realistic impact of dream sensorials never fails to amaze her. And the quality of this one is wow. She knows she is sitting on the amphitheater bench. She can see Mark's comforting shape beside her, and yet she feels like she is right there in that garden, silently approaching the back of the house, sneaking behind a bush and getting her sandaled feet wet on the soaked grass. Her mind reacts to that. She's not wearing sandals. "Meet Etta Fandola, people." Miyagi's voice unexpectedly rises from under the floating scene. And it's as if his voice reveals the perspective Jimena was becoming lost in. Her mind snaps back into place as she realizes that it is not herself who is tiptoeing in the darkness along the geometric reliefs carved across the house walls. Dream sensos engage you like that. Psych links, they are called. They make you lose yourself in the characters, make you live the dream drama as if they were your own. Jimena is not a frequent consumer of commercial dream sensos, so she must make a conscious effort to see with her own eyes what her mind is psych-linked to. A teenage girl wearing a dark tunic that makes her virtually invisible. Her dark skin and short, wild hair melt seamlessly with the night. She moves with determination towards a window covered with exquisite stained glass motifs. The girl smashes the glass with a rock and stays put, looking around for a few seconds, until silence returns. "Don't worry," Miyagi says. "Etta's accomplice is faking a wound to distract and lure the guard away. Etta has a few minutes for herself." As the psych link strengthens, Jimena feels a surge of adrenaline and a simple thought. Hurry! That isn't her own. The girl, Etta, climbs through the ruined window. It's dark, and there is an unpleasant smell in the air, like too many perspiring people without ventilation. She fetches a bulky, metallic flashlight from within her tunic's folds. It feels heavy in her hand as she turns it on and slides the weak light beam across the room, a mix between a laboratory and a morgue. "I'm in." The thought flashes through Jimena's mind as intimately as a lover's whisper. She lets the stream of thoughts drown her own. She is finally in the forbidden back room of the Joyous Day house. The proof has to be here, somewhere. Goa, she has but a minute, perhaps two if Aline is really convincing with her bogus injury. But better hurry. Aline's such a terrible liar. Etta waves the beam of light across the 4 bed-sized platforms that take up the better part of the room, the light reflecting off their shiny metallic surface. They look like dissecting platforms, Jimena thinks, a thought of her own. As Etta inspects the last platform, the light beam reveals a body. A breathing body. A naked man in his mid-20s, eyes open, silent. Jimena jumps from fright. Etta doesn't. She just stares at the man for a long moment, waiting for a reaction that never comes. "Hello?" she finally says. The words rumble in the silence. No reaction. She approaches the man, who keeps staring at the ceiling like she wasn't there. Then she recognizes him. "Elder Meerman! Are you okay?" Etta waves a hand across his line of sight. No reaction. "This is Etta. Your evening school youth 2 years ago?" Nothing. Etta inspects the platform, which seems inhumanely cold under the exposed body. There are traces of feces around his buttocks. Somebody is taking care of him, but not thoroughly enough. Etta waves the beam of light at his green eyes. The irises dutifully contract. "What have they done to you?" Etta gulps and gathers her thoughts. She was there, like most in the colony, to bid Elder Meerman farewell in his joyous day. That was, 10 days ago? 2 weeks max? And he was the happiest and liveliest man in the party. Look at you now. Jimena can feel Etta's pity and anger rising up her own guts. There's only one explanation, Etta thinks. Poison. So simple. She knew it all along, and by Goa, she is going to uncover the truth. Dem is not a disease. Dem doesn't really exist. Never did. Just a myth. Drilled down for generations by questers and the rest of the hierarchy of Oz head. Just a lie to keep people compliant. Yes, good old hunger for power. It is so simple, isn't it? Administer dumb-making poison to every adult when reaching 27 years of age. Adorn with an involved ritual, the joyous day, to give it a shell of religious legitimacy. And the result? A compliant population, forever young and, crucially, too ignorant to ask the hard questions. Well, she sure as damn is going to ask them. But she needs evidence. She needs... Who's there? Etta and Jimena jump at the sudden shout. There's a man behind the only door to the room. The guard. Fuck, Aline. Too early.
I know you're there,
the guard says. His steps are closing in.
Don't move.
Quick, she needs proof, or it will all be for nothing. Goer's mercy. Where would they keep the... She frantically turns the beam of light towards the other platforms. Nothing. They are empty. The guard pushes the door, but it doesn't budge. Thank Goa. It's locked. The guard begins to fumble with a set of keys. No time. Etta turns her flashlight to the white laboratory cupboards lining the walls. Are those? She runs toward the nearest shelves, where a neat line of transparent vials holds some sort of thick-looking liquid. The door blasts open. The guard stands there, panting, dumbfounded, staring at her flashlight not 15 feet away. No, no, no! She must have the evidence!
Freeze! Who are you?
With a swift, almost instinctive move, Etta aims the beam of light squarely at the guard's eyes.
What?
He flinches his head away. It's just an instant. That's all she needs. Etta reaches to the shelf, precise and quick like a reflex. Before her conscious mind even realizes it, she is pulling a vial into the inner folds of her tunic.
You've Etta?
The guard stares at her, gobsmacked.
Is that you?
Man campuis. Etta meets his gaze, matter-of-factly. Now I see why you never have time to finish your homework. The floating dream senso scene changes abruptly. Right there, floating above the students, Etta is sitting, elbows on knees, inside a small windowless cell. The cell is almost empty, except for the bed she is sitting on, a toilet in the corner, and a dim electrical bulb hanging from the ceiling. She is wearing the same dark tunic, gaze lost in some point on the wall.
This is a few hours afterwards, in the morning,
Miyagi says, unnecessarily, since Himena knows it already, as the psych link to Etta is still active. She can feel her boredom and her impatience.
Etta has been put in jail, of course.
Miyagi's voice rises from where Himena knows he is standing on the amphitheater stage, but she cannot see him in the darkness beneath the floating scene.
But she is not your average drunkard, is she? You've Etta. Yuf is a title of respect for female schoolteachers in the broader region, is quite popular in her native colony of Loon Terran, or perhaps controversial is a more appropriate word. And accounts of her little adventure have already spread like fire. Egg, could you please move the POV outside of the jail cells? Just for a second.
Himena can only imagine Ankh down there, waving her hands at Bob, or whispering at it, or whatever Dreamtech engineers do to manipulate dream sensorials. The scene shifts abruptly as the camera moves through the walls, causing Himena to squint at the sudden brightness of the rising sun. She hears the excited chatter of dozens of voices before her as her eyes adapt to the light. Gathered on a red-bricked esplanade around the building, there must be 100 people, maybe more, most in their teen years. They wear long, thick tunics, some plain, some colorful, some wildly patterned. A few dozen bicycles have been left carelessly lying nearby. A horse pulling a cart, loaded with sacks and crates brimming with potatoes, trots across the background, the driver staring at the crowd with blatant curiosity. There is a lone guard by the wooden door to the cells, laughing and chatting animatedly with some of the crowd, probably grateful for the interruption of his usual tedium.
Popular,
Miyagi says.
You people get the idea. Back to the cell, please, Ank. And forward to Willem's visit.
The scene shifts back to Etta in her cell as the door opens to a thin man in his mid-20s. He gasps as his brown eyes behind thin glasses lock on her. He dashes forward and inspects her anxiously. "Hey, Dad," Etta says with a monotonous voice, and turns her head to the wall like she doesn't care. But she does. Oh, Goa, you bet she does. Jimena almost gasps as she feels the surge of love splatter like an explosion in her guts, filling her with a warmth that she's not sure she's ever felt for any member of her own cozy family. "So you've heard, yeah?" Etta asks, glacially.
I have,
he says with a grave tone as he pushes his thin glasses up his nose. He nods at the guard behind him, who softly shuts the door and leaves them alone. They could not be more physically different. To Etta's sharp African beauty, Willem's pale northern softness. To Etta's black short curls, Willem's brown long hair. To Etta's natural elegance, Willem's intellectual shabbiness. But Jimena knows that they are not so different after all. At least, not inside, where it counts. Willem holds his daughter's gaze for a long while. In silence. Until she finally sinks her head. "I had a good reason." "As usual," he sighs. "And as usual, the family reputation takes a hit." Etta scoffs. "There are more important things than our reputation. Your life, for example." "Here we go again." Willem folds his arms. She turns towards him, eyes pleading. "Don't let them kill you, Dad. It's all a farce." Willem sighs again. He looks like a man that has been doing lots of sighing lately. "Listen, Marjeline will be here any moment. She's dispersing that little fan club of yours outside." "What fan club?" "Doesn't matter. I promised her your deepest regret and your best behavior, so play your part. I don't want her to hear any of this nonsense. You hear me? Or you'll be in serious, serious trouble." "But she's with them, Dad. She's Oz head through and through." "She's much more than that, and I'm sorry you cannot see that. Just..." He draws a deep breath. "Etta, please. If you can't respect my guidance as your elder, could you at least respect my wishes as your father?" "But you know I'm right." Etta stands and steps closer to Willem. "Dan is not real. You know it too." Willem presses his lips, walks to Etta, and places a kiss on her cheek. "It doesn't matter what I believe, girl." His voice has softened. "The show must go on. You, Bram, and especially little Hans,
You're the show now, and all this.
He waves an exasperated hand at the cell walls.
Is only making things harder for you when I leave.
So you still want to uphold your joyous day, yeah?
I must, girl.
He smiles at her, a pinch of sadness in his eyes.
What else can I do? And you will as well, when you reach my age. For Han's sake, and for your future grandchildren's.
She meets his stern look silently. Please, Dad. I know I haven't always been the easiest daughter, but... She has to stop to keep tears from surfacing. A muted noise behind the door, approaching steps, resonates up her spine, making her sharply aware of the urgency. That bitch will be here any second now. The surge of adrenaline dispels her emotions and leaves only purpose. The only thing that matters. The reason Goa put her in this world. Her life work. And her father is key. Etta throws herself forward and puts the vial into her father's hand. I found this in the Joyous Day house, next to the body of Elder Meerman. He was still alive, Dad, but empty, soulless. Willem's eyes widen. Dem? Same as you now. He didn't have a trace of Dem before his Joyous Day. Whatever that was, it wasn't Dem. The answer is in that flask. Willem frowns and inspects the vial.
How did you hide this? Didn't they search you?
Etta blinks. I asked for the toilet. You need more details? She turns her head towards the door. Steps are clearly approaching now. They are right outside. She stands on tiptoe and whispers in Willem's ear with the most compelling urgency she can muster. Dad, hide it. Analyze it in secret. Somebody you trust. The door opens, and a woman steps in. Jimena recognizes her immediately. Marjolaine Mathis. A few years younger than her usual historical image, when she was still the colonial quester of Lune Terran. Jimena tries to repress the sudden pinch of revulsion, and it's not only from Etta's psych link. It's been 100 years since the Dream Wars, but its scars still run deep, especially in the Goa's Imperia of the Americas. Look at her, Jimena thinks. 21 years of age, and already so full of herself. With those intricate blonde braids and that pretentious cuesta robe. Neanderthal Mark whistles his appreciation at the small, exuberant shape under the thin fabric. Jimena's eyes flinch at him. Men, they're all the same, whichever the world. Will, Marjolaine smiles at Willem. Etta? Her smile freezes, and she takes a step closer, inspecting her from top to bottom. You've been a naughty, naughty girl.
A repentant girl,
Willem says, putting his hands in his pockets and smiling awkwardly.
I'm sure we can.
You mind waiting outside? Marjolaine's large blue eyes drill into his. It will be just a minute.
Of course.
He turns to his daughter, a warning in his eyes, and leaves. Marjolaine turns to Etta, who stares defiantly back at her, lips pressed hard. I'm disappointed, Etta. You're making things unnecessarily hard on your father. In his last weeks on this plane, he needs peace and family. She hesitates the briefest of moments. And love. Etta chuckles. Oh, I'm sure you are more than willing to ease his pains. Marjolaine's expression tightens. Your father paused his relationship with me, if that is what you're implying. Again? Etta scoffs. Let's see how long this time. You were part of the reason. A pity I'm not the whole reason. Marjolaine closes her eyes and rubs her right temple slowly. Is this how it's going to be? She opens them and meets Etta's poisonous gaze. What have I ever done to you? Is it because of me and your father? I don't care who wants to fuck my father, Etta says with exaggerated scorn. But who wants to kill him? That I do care about, yeah? Marjolaine frowns her thin, blonde eyebrows, her blue eyes locked on Etta's. This is very confusing, Etta. Are you implying that I want to kill your father? Yes, same as Elder Meerman. You poisoned him. You're poisoning all of us, and in 2 months, it's my dad's turn. Marjolaine's eyes widen, her expression honestly baffled. She opens her mouth as if to speak, but says nothing. Oh, Etta, Jimena thinks, feeling her rage. I hear you, but perhaps you should be a bit more subtle? I've seen what Oz Head has done to Elder Meerman, Etta says. I'll tell everybody. Elder Meerman has dem, Etta. Marjolaine speaks softly, as if Etta were a little kid. End phase. He is already in Goa's embrace. What you've seen is just his mortal carcass. The incineration is planned for tomorrow. He had no dem. We all saw him during his joyous day. He was alive and happy. What I saw in the joyous day house? Etta shudders visibly. Dem. That's what you saw. What a coincidence, yeah? Nobody's seen Dem for generations, but when a person enters the Joyous Day house, they get infected. Etta clicks her fingers. Like that. It's not a coincidence. Marjolaine's voice is soft and patient. She's once more the quester, explaining Oz's faith, the faith of Goa, to a recalcitrant child. We are all infected with Dem, Etta, from the day we are born. But the human mind is marvelous. Goa's most prodigious creation in the universe. Our brain can resist the constant pressure of Dem for a whole quarter of a century. It used to be more, much more, they say. There are chronicles of people that turned 100. But as the second collapse sped up, Dem got increasingly vicious and killed ever earlier. Until, you know your scriptures, Etta, Kaya Fahi and her revelation of Goa's gift. Were it not for our first pontifex, we would not be here today. Nobody would. Don't give me the sermon, Quester! Etta's scorn is filled with poison. I know the propaganda. I teach it, remember? The whole lot.
How Fai founded the oh-so-holy Imperia of Goa that saved the last humans from barbarism and extinction? What does that have to do with, "It's not propaganda, Edda"? It's the truth. It's history. And it has everything to do with Elder Meerman. In the Joyous Day house, we perform sacred rites and treatments that have been perfected for centuries. My Joyous Day specialists assisted Elder Meerman to let go of his soul in peace, without suffering, with dignity. That's my office's last blessing. Her lips curve into a faint smile. The head of Goa is not evil, Edda. We take care of all our children. There's just no alternative to the rites of the Joyous Day, other than the agony of Elder Meerman and his family, as his mind vanishes relentlessly for weeks until nothing remains. I know it sounds complicated, and it sure as damn is, but let that be the concern of Ozhead, not yours.
Yeah. How convenient. How fucking convenient. Edda's sarcasm removes Marjolaine's smile like a slap. To keep us all ignorant and harmless, making sure we die before we can pose a threat to Ozhead's power, yeah? Not a single tyrant in history has ever come with such an exquisite tool of control. She scoffs. No need to repress your people if you kill them early enough. Brilliant! And yet, the Joyous Day comes a far second place in the perfect tyrant's toolbox. Marjolaine takes a deep breath. I know I'm going to regret it, but please, enlighten me, Edda. What's the first? Mind control, of course. Or in other words, religion. Jimena gasps in emotional confusion. So far, Edda's rough feelings against Marjolaine resonate with her. But now, the sudden dissonance takes her by surprise. And it's not pleasant. On one hand, she is feeling Edda's anger as her own, even as it boils into righteous hate. But at the same time, she feels her own beliefs attacked, hammered even, by her words. Go as mercy, Edda. Marjolaine throws a nervous glance at the closed cell door. Never let anybody hear you say that. It's heresy. It's truth, Edda shouts. Faith and Dem are the two faces of imperial power. Enough of this lunacy, Edda! Marjolaine's voice has changed. It is cold and stern. Enough of your childish conspiracy theories. As teacher, as Yuf, you hold a public office, and you have the same sacred responsibility I have to keep harmony in Lune Terran. A teacher must teach the truth, Quester. Oh, Goa! You'll flog a dead horse until... Marjolaine shakes her head. Can't you see what you've done already? Edda folds her arms and holds her gaze in silence. Your excursion to the Joyous Day house? That was desecration, Goa's mercy. Of place, of art, and, much worse, of soul. Edda's eyes narrow. Jimena feels the fire of her rage, but Edda keeps her expression cool. Marjolaine sighs heavily. The Meermans are asking for maximum reparations and removal of your office.
Removal?
Eda's eyes widen.
No, you can't! My students!
I know what you mean to them. I just spoke with a few outside. But I also have a responsibility to them and to everybody in Lune Terran. To be honest with you, Eda, I'm not sure you deserve the public pulpit, and by allowing you to keep it, I might be harming not only your students, but also yourself. Eda blinks in silence. Jimena feels her anger dissolving in fear, paralyzing her. Marjeline continues. And it's not just your students that you're harming. Aline is in the cell next door. Why? Aline didn't. Because she's your friend. That's why. She follows you everywhere like a puppy. Same as your students. Where are you taking them, Eda? Do you even care? Eda's voice is unnaturally weak. But her thoughts and feelings flow strongly through the psych link. She's a Yuf, and teaching is her life. The life of every Fandola. Their calling. What would Dad say if, with the trust of followers, comes the responsibility of leadership? And it's a heavy burden, believe me. Please tell me you understand what I'm saying. Eda nods in silence and sinks her head. Marjeline takes a deep breath. I want to believe you. I don't know if I do, but I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. For your students. And for your father. He doesn't deserve this. Not in his last weeks. She lifts her chin and watches Eda in expectant silence, as if waiting for a word of gratitude. Eda doesn't move. Hold your temper, Eda, Jimena thinks. Very well, Marjeline continues in a formal voice. This year's karma increase to the Fandolas is hereby reassigned to the Mermans in concept of reparation. You shall spend one more night in this cell. Upon release, you shall go straight to their home and offer a sincere apology. A sincere apology, you hear me? And above all, you shall keep your outlandish theories to yourself. Eda doesn't move a muscle and keeps her eyes locked on her sandals. But her outrage burns deep into Jimena's guts. Chapter 4. The Ices of Austerlitz.
So, what have we got?
Miyagi paces the stage, hands still placed on his back. It remains dark in the amphitheater, but Egg has conjured a full moon and dashing Milky Way across the starry sky, enough to bathe the professor and Jimena's fellow students in a creamy gleam.
A rebellious teenager, a worried father about to be ritually dispatched, a pissed-off quester. There's still something missing, isn't there? Something with more, historical weight?
Mark turns to Jimena and whispers with an ominous voice. Aliens. Jimena chuckles, and Mark, clearly pleased with himself, returns his gaze to the floating dream senso scene over Miyagi's head, where Eda, still in the cell, sleeps soundly on her side, head over hands.
Same date,
Miyagi continues, pointing at Eda.
6th of December, 2399. Close to midnight. Etta Fandola enjoys her last hours of penitence in Luntaran's arrest cells. But he pauses for effect. She's not alone.
Jimena's eyes scan the cell methodically. It is dark, but it's a small, empty space. She's alone, she mutters.
Aliens,
Mark says, smiling radiantly at her. Where? Jimena doesn't stop her scrutiny of the scene.
in the second wake.
Jimena turns to him. How do you know? Mark's oh-so-blue eyes seem to glimmer in the moonlight. Before he can reply, Miyagi says,
Egg, please alter phase to the second wake.
The static scene with Etta in the cell changes abruptly, and yet nothing has changed. Etta still sleeps. The door, the toilet, all in place. But the light... Jimena's jaw drops at the sudden sharpness of her visual senses, like she was blind before without knowing. As a simple user of the DreamNet, Jimena has never seen the second wake, the traverse, as it is colloquially known, with her own eyes, but she is of course familiar with its traits and recognizes it instantly. Everything, every object, radiates its essence vividly. Jimena intellectually knows there are no shadows in the traverse, but now, in full immersion, she can finally grasp in awe what a true shadowless world really means. Even something as unspectacular as an arrest cell. Every surface glimmers its intricate secrets in gray-like radiance. Every wrinkle, every imperfection. No spot remains invisible. And Etta, oh, how her body radiates life. A dazzling blue aura glows over her skin and scintillates intensely, in high contrast with the gray vividness around her. Jimena knows that Etta's blue sparkling reflects her inner world. She is dreaming intensely, and it shows. And, as Miyagi promised, she is not alone. And, as Mark promised, it's aliens. A tall, elongated figure, vaguely humanoid, is standing next to Etta. Its skin, white and hairless, almost of silky quality, emanates an intense red glow that glints even more wildly than Etta's blue halo. Jimena cannot see the front of the head as it is leaning over Etta, obviously inspecting her closely, but the back is as featureless as the rest of the body. No clothes nor ornaments, no hair, just the thin trunk and 4 long, boneless limbs resembling 2 arms and 2 legs, none of which touch the floor. That's Rue, Mark whispers. Finally. He is smiling, eyes locked on the alien. Jimena frowns at him. You mean Yog, right? Mark gives her a strange side glance.
Where do you get your history from? First contact is near,
Miyagi says before Jimena can reply.
But it is not happening tonight. You'll have to be patient. These are just the preliminaries. People,
he waves a hand at the creature.
Meet Rue.
Rue? Never heard the name. Jimena thinks as she shoots an annoyed glance at Mark's smug smile.
Rue is looking for candidates for first contact,
Miyagi continues.
worthy candidates, for there is a plan for them. She has already selected a few dozen humans and is almost ready to execute her plan. But there's still time for one or two more. And Edda's recent activity in the Joyous Day house has caught her attention. She is wondering, isn't she, about Edda? Can you imagine her thoughts?
He turns to his captivated audience.
Anybody?
Several hands shoot up in the air, including Mark's.
Yes.
Miyagi points at a Loondev student close to Jimena, who is wearing retro glasses. His full name appears in bright, bold letters over his head.
Chow, what is Rue thinking?
What about, is this human motivated?
Motivation. Essential. Yes.
Miyagi nods.
To do what?
Rebellion, I guess, Chow says.
Uh-huh.
Miyagi nods again.
Rue is indeed looking for rebellious humans. But, let's face it, half the teens in every place and age fit that description. There's something special she believes to have found in Edda. Anybody want to,
Miyagi points his finger almost directly at Jimena.
Mark.
Mark stands.
Rue is looking for raw potential, for talent. Not many people have that. Look at Edda's halo. It's spectacular.
Edda's halo? Jimena squints at the fierce blue refulgence around her sleeping shape. What about it?
Ha!
Miyagi claps once and points a finger back at Mark.
You are a walker in the shadow, aren't you?
Mark bows.
At your service. Wow.
Miyagi laughs.
What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be, I don't know, earning tons of karma in the dream net?
Mark chuckles.
There's more to life than karma, Professor.
He seems to enjoy the undivided attention of the auditorium.
There's also girls,
he says with a wink at Jimena, who blushes instantly.
And history. Oh, so true,
Miyagi says, students laughing.
Now, Mark, what do you think? How can Rue figure out if Edda is first contact material? By testing her, of course. Of course,
Miyagi says.
Let's watch.
Mark sits and smiles widely at Jimena, very satisfied with himself, as Miyagi gives Aang a curt nod. Rue begins to move, gently. She leans closer to Edda, ever closer, until their halos, red and blue, touch. Jimena leans back with a gasp as the scene seems to explode across the auditorium, shattering into pieces as if made of colored glass, and then rejoining into a fresh scene. Colors are a notch more intense, and textures are off somehow. Edda is there, much younger, appearing to be around 8 years old. She is sneaking into a large room with a big glass window that looks over the backyard and the vegetable garden of the Fandola's house. It is a warm summer day, and the glass windows are open. Fresh air and sunlight are streaming in, flooding the room, and Miyagi's students' grateful lungs. A large square table close to the window is covered with dozens of miniature soldiers, lovingly painted in historically accurate Napoleonic-era uniforms. Two armies face each other on a beautiful model battlefield. Farms, hills, woods, towns, rivers, lakes, valleys, all painstakingly recreated. A younger-looking Willem stands by the table and stares at the armies in quiet reflection.
What are you doing?
Etta shouts from behind him. Willem jumps.
Huh! You scared me, girl.
He takes her in a wild embrace.
Let me down!
She giggles.
What is this?
She reaches towards a tiny soldier.
Whoa, don't touch that. This is war.
He looks at her with open eyes, as if trying to impress her.
Looks like toys to me. These tiny dolls are ugly.
Willem laughs.
You caught me, girl. The truth is, it's a game. In a few minutes, your mom will be home from work, and we're going to spend the night fighting this, war. You are going to play the whole night? Dad, that is not fair. You never let me. You are a Hippocrates. Hypocrite? Yes, I guess you're right. You know what? Tomorrow is Sunday. Let me talk to your mom, and if she agrees, you and Bram can stay and watch the game. Would you like that? Yes! I don't think Bram will like this, though. It's for adults, and he's such a baby. But I want to learn the game. I want to play with you and beat you, like at chess last week.
Willem laughs, seemingly pleased.
This is not chess. It is a battle simulation and very realistic with many rules. Look at this.
He lifts a thick book, also placed on the table.
Would you like to read them?
Etta frowns at the rule book.
Tell you what, you read it, and you can play with your mom against me. I'm sure she'll be grateful for the help. Would you like that? Yes,
she says, radiant. The scene pauses and begins to rotate slowly over the amphitheater in full visual glory. Young Willem glows with frozen happiness at young Etta as she enthusiastically raises her fists.
Do you notice the texture of the scene?
Professor Miyagi asks, as he proudly points with a finger, showing that, indeed, the entire atmosphere is not quite right. It is thicker, not fully static, as if immersed in an invisible liquid. It appears real, but not complete. The light is strangely unnatural, the colors perhaps too vivid.
What do you think the dream senso is telling us? A dream?
Chow says. I think so as well, a female student says. Laura is the name that appears over her head as Miyagi points at her. At first, I thought it was a flashback or a memory, but it has a dreamy quality to it. Jimena and other students nod at her words.
Yes, thanks.
He smiles, satisfied.
This was a tough problem. When producing this dream sensorial, my team had to get very creative to convey a convincing dreamscape to the audience. You know, a dream inside a dream. In my opinion, they nailed it. But I wasn't 100%. Now I am. Thank you.
Miyagi gives Ankh a nod, and the scene shifts again. The room is the same, but later in the night, the garden outside already covered in darkness, glass windows closed to evening mosquitoes. Inside the room, 2 dim electrical lamps illuminate the table and the surrounding faces, immersed in the imaginary, unfolding battle. Willem is on one side of the table, staring at the miniatures and not looking too happy. Opposing him are Edda and an intense black woman. Annika. The name comes to Jimena through the psych link, as if a memory of her own. She is Edda's mother, and her biological mother too, from the looks of her, older by a few years than her brother Willem. Edda's biological father was an unknown dowry merchant, she remembered reading somewhere. Jimena's own family is Goan, of course. In the Gia, everybody's is, no exceptions. It's Goa's gift, after all. Even in Hansasia and Botswana, most families are also still Goan, supposedly. But she has heard that there is an increasing tolerance, and even acceptance, of the barbaric practice of the sexual families of old. Surely a result of the pagan cultural influence of Nuberia, spreading like cancer across the old world. Jimena gives Mark an involuntary side glance. This Neanderthal, sitting right there next to her, has been pulled out of the vagina of a woman that had carried him inside her guts for 9 excruciating months. Worse, his father had impregnated his mother. Ugh, the thought is... She cringes and can't repress a shudder of disgust running up her spine. Goans have sex, of course, plenty. But just for fun, or to bond with lovers, for those lucky to have time for that. And always outside the family, Goa's mercy. She doesn't get it. There's no upside to the sexual family. They are brittle, short-lived, and, inevitably, a bitter source of loneliness and alienation, especially to the eldest. Compare that with the naturality and certainty of Willem and Annika's fraternal relationship. Watching them play together over the war miniatures, Jimena projects her own relationship to her brother Juan. Unbreakable, unshakable, forever in the same household, from birth to death. So is the bond that lies at the core of every Goan family. Siblings to each other, they are parents to the next generation, and grandparents to the next after that, and so it goes on. Indestructible, the immortal Goan family. Jimena turns her attention to Edda and takes in her exultance. The family evening, the belonging, the intense love for her parents, the imminent victory in the game. Yes, but there is also a pinch of sadness hiding in plain sight. Something powerful and ominous. Yes, Jimena realizes, observing Annika closely. Burrowed shallow, right below the fragile surface of happiness, there is darkness and rage, injustice and death. Our gambit has worked, Annika says, eyes wide with delight and disbelief. You are a genius, baby. And you, my dear brother, for the first time ever, she puts a finger on Willem's chest, are toast. Etta giggles and claps.
We got him, Mom!
She excitedly points at one of the miniature sats.
Maneuver this battalion up this ridge into Napoleon's ass.
Napoleon's rear, baby. Anika laughs. Yes, sure. Let's do that. We are taking Napoleon himself down. Ha! Down goes the tyrant. A tyrant? Etta pronounces the word carefully, as if for the first time.
Is he a baddie, Mom?
She meets her mother's gaze with large, open eyes. You tell me, girl. A defender of the civil rights for the people, but to spread those revolutionary ideas, he first conquered and oppressed those same people. Etta twists the tip of one of her long braids.
Napoleon was, hypocrite. Did I say it right?
You did, baby Etta! You absorb knowledge like Dad's troops absorb casualties. Beginner's luck. Willem scratches the back of his head. Or you are indeed a genius, girl. He winks at Etta. Your mother's never beaten me before, and I'm playing the French, who historically won Austerlitz. But you're Russians. He points over at one side of the table. And Austrians, he points over at the other side, are everywhere. Well done. But... What? Anika asks. There's no way you can turn the tables. She actually looks worried and scans the battlefield. What are you hiding this time, you sneaky bastard? Nothing. Willem laughs. Except that your General Kutuzov down here by the lake, he points with the finger, is in real trouble now.
Let's save Kutuzov, Mom,
Etta says.
Our victory will be complete.
She touches the miniature rider, wearing a Russian general uniform and leading a cavalry battalion, with sudden affection. Jimena feels it too, like the figure were Abuelo.
But look, Mom. He is surrounded by an army of retreating French troops.
You can kiss your dear Kutuzov goodbye, dear sister, Willem says with exaggerated glee. I may have lost the battle, but I'm sure as dem taking Kutuzov down with me. And then something snaps. What was that? Jimena thinks, as she and all the students next to her sit bolt upright in sudden attention. Jimena exchanges a silent glance with Mark and then squints intensely at the floating scene. She has felt something strange, a sort of vibration, something out of place. Look at her face, Mark whispers in her ear. And then she sees it. Anika's maternal sweetness is gone, her face distended like she were dead. And her eyes? Jimena gasps. The iris and pupils are absent. Anika stares now with blank, almost radiant white eyes. But such is the nature of dreams, that changes happen unnoticed to the dreamer. Etta seems too absorbed by the tough situation of Kutuzov's battalion on the battlefield. French enemy troops on their west, on their north, and on the east, and a lake on their south. He can still escape, Mom, Etta says, and puts a finger on the table. Sachin Lake is frozen. The scene begins to slide slowly, approaching Etta from behind while she is bent over the drama unfolding on the table. The scene camera passes over her head and begins to glide down onto the battlefield from far above. Now it looks almost like a satellite view. The camera does not stop, like it is falling ever closer to the ground. Jimena dives with the camera down into the cold, fresh air at the edge of Sachin Lake, first feeling the vertigo of the fall, then the smell of the winter fields of old Moravia. The shore is teeming with Napoleonic-era cavalry soldiers in chaotic disarray. They look tired, their blue and white uniforms dirty. Only a handful of them are still wearing the high military hat of the Russian dragoons. The horses seem spent, sweating despite the cold. And leading them all, the man himself, General Kutuzov, sitting still on his horse, studying the desperate situation with cold-blooded calmness. The French are closing in from all sides, bloodthirsty. Contact is a minute away. Kutuzov gives the order.
Over the lake! Spread out to spare the ice! Slow walk!
The soldiers immediately abandon their chaotic stance and get into a wide formation behind the general. The horses move in unison, carefully stepping over the ice. And the ice holds. The disciplined soldiers motion their horses deeper over the frozen lake, the staccato of their hooves echoing across the auditorium. The scene zooms in closer to the center of the formation, where 3 soldiers ride side by side. The general in the center, a captain on his right, and a lieutenant on his left. Jimena leans forward as she recognizes their faces. General Kutuzov is actually Willem. The captain is Etta, her 16-year-old self once again, somehow sized to fit the uniform of a gallant Russian officer. And the lieutenant. Jimena leans forward with fascination. The lieutenant is the expressionless, white-eyed Anika. They are approaching the center of the lake. In the background, the French have reached the shores. General, the enemy does deploy cannons, Anika says in a strange voice, still feminine, but flat, devoid of Anika's warm intensity.
Trot!
Willem orders without hesitation. The deafening hammering of hooves against ice grows louder as the horses thump forward. The pressure on the ice creates some cracks, but it is a thick, pre-industrial winter ice. It holds. Etta looks back. Jimena feels her anxiety, her fear of death, in her own guts. Behind them, far away on the shore, the cannons begin spitting smoke. It takes a few instants for the thunder-like blast to reach her ears, and a few more instants for the cannonballs to rain around them with deadly precision. The ice breaks mercilessly under the hooves of their right flank. Many men and horses disappear silently under the ice in an instant.
Gallop, Etta!
Willem says with uncharacteristic passion. He is no longer a general, but a father.
Straight to the shore! Anika, take her!
Etta obeys with the instinctive discipline of a soldier. She kicks her horse forward, galloping hard over the cracking ice, while Anika keeps up without visible effort, almost like her horse is floating over the vanishing ice. As they escape forward, Willem maneuvers the remaining dragoons into a hard turn, aiming deeper into the heart of the lake, obviously a distraction. Etta and Anika finally reach the safety of the other side of the lake. Etta stops the exhausted horse and turns around to discover in horror that Willem is not following right behind her, but is still deep on the surface of the lake.
Dad!
She dismounts and runs to the edge of the lake, fear transforming into terror. Terror of loss. Terror of being left behind. Alone. A fate worse than death, Jimena realizes with surprise. Anika, silent as a ghost, stands on her right. With no discernible emotion on her face, she stares at the far shore with her eerie white eyes. She raises her right arm and points at the French troops. "Do look, redeemed Fandola," she says. "The cannons are aiming at your father." Etta exhales loudly, tears of fear and frustration running down her cheeks. She seems unable to speak. "Do remain calm," Anika says with her strange, leveled voice. "Do detach your emotions. You are dreaming."
What?
Etta gapes at Anika with confusion and desperation. "You are dreaming, redeemed Fandola. Do trust me. I am here to assist you." Etta gives Anika a long gaze, as if just aware of her presence.
Who are you?
"That is of no relevance at the moment." Anika points at the galloping dragoons. "Your father is about to die. Do focus your will on what matters." Etta glances back at the drama unfolding on the frozen lake.
What can I possibly do?
Her voice trembles. "Do remain calm."
What?
She glares at her mother thing.
Dad is up there, and you expect me to—
Her words are cut short by another barrage from the French cannons. The violence of gunpowder rumbles louder than ever as the cannonballs fly towards Willem and his hapless dragoons with ballistic, death-bringing inevitability. "Do detach your emotions, redeemed Fandola. Do trust me. Do detach your fear and focus your will on the cannonballs. Do reach out with your senses and feel them." Etta's eyes flinch over the lake, where the cannonballs stand out with sudden vividness, and possibly made visible from that distance in a way that only dreams allow. They move with slow elegance, still rising through the freezing air. Etta blinks and her eyes widen with sudden realization.
I'm dreaming,
she says. "Very good," Anika says. "You do control the pace. The cannonballs do slow. This is your dream. You can save your father, redeemed Fandola."
But how?
Etta asks, voice drenched in anxiety as the cannonballs keep falling, slowly but inexorably. Willem's cavalry stops their gallop as they realize the futility of their situation. They raise their eyes to meet death head on, with the dignity of warriors of any era. All except Willem, who turns instead to look straight into the desperate eyes of Edda, a sad smile on his face. Edda gasps in horror, powerless. You do not will those cannonballs to reach the ice, Anika's slow and patient voice says, trying to slip through Edda's panic. You do not will the ice to break. You do not will the horses to fall into the lake. You do not will your father to die. Edda gives Anika a desperate look of confusion. But what can I do? I'm too weak. Go as mercy. I'm just a stupid girl in a deadly world. I can't change shit. Do accumulate power, redeemed Fandola. Power to force change. Power to save lives. Power to bend the world to your will. Would you like to wield power that matters? Yes! Oh, Goa, yes! What would you sacrifice for such power, redeemed Fandola? What would you renounce? Everything! Tears of desperation and dread run down her cheeks. My life! Every fucking thing! Do prove it. This is your dream, redeemed Fandola. It is yours to do as you desire. Do bend it to your will. Edda squints, trying to grasp the full meaning of Anika's words. Jimena feels her confusion, her hope, and the raw thirst of her desire. But with the unstoppable pacing of nightmares, the cannonballs complete their arc of death and rain right through the doomed dragoons, disintegrating the ice under their hooves. The crack sound is so loud that it echoes against the auditorium walls. What do you will? Anika insists. Edda is paralyzed with terror. The brave soldiers do not even have time to scream as the icy waters swallow their horses whole. Willem is the last standing, his horse already sliding. What do you will, redeemed Fandola? Do detach your mind of emotion and claim power over your dream. Edda closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. Willem's horse frantically tries to maintain equilibrium on the floating ice as Willem pulls the reins left and right with the skill of a lifelong rider. He does not look scared. He knows he is doomed. Edda opens her eyes and looks sharply at her father as his horse begins to fall. Fear slips and disappears. Anxiety vanishes. Her gaze is void of passion, even as her father dives to his death. Do force your will. Willem's horse extends its wings and flies. The entire scene slowly fades into darkness, a dream that ends. Reality is built on top of dreams. The enigmatic voice of Anika slips through, even as the last light disappears.
Do control your dreams, and you shall control your reality.
Etta sits drowsily on the arrest cell bed and rubs her neck. Jimena can see something fresh in her expression that was not there before, as if the dream had set something free that was lurking inside her. As Etta gathers her thoughts, Jimena and her fellow students lean forward and observe her with absorbed fascination, as if a dynamic drama was unfolding in the cell. Because it does, right under Etta's skin. Oh, what a gift, the Psych Link. Perhaps the greatest achievement of Dreamtech. It takes the breathtaking immersion of the dream sensorial deep into the shores of another mind. An incredible feat of engineering when you really think about it. Thoughts, memories, even emotions, exquisitely crafted by a Dreamtech engineer, Ank, most likely in this case, flow into your brain as if they were your own. And Miyagi's innovation is to apply this technology to historic dream sensos. Whoa, it feels like time travel to Jimena. Better. Jimena smiles at Etta's feelings. The fulfillment, the clarity, the sense of power, the thirst. She feels like she could stop the world spinning if she puts her mind to it. Powerful thoughts that attract doubts like porridge attracts flies. But they'll throw me out of school. My students need me. I need them. But only if they catch me. But our family reputation, Dad and Bram don't deserve. Oh, little Hans, my love, you don't deserve to grow in a family without a name, without karma. But we will be together. Hans needs his grandfather, perhaps more than I do. But what if I can't convince Dad? But if I do, I won't be left parentless, alone in the world. Jimena feels it now, unmistakable, growing in the background with every exchange. The raw defiance, the determination, the will. But what if I can't? What if I don't have the strength? But I do. But what can I do? But does it matter? Anything! Etta stands and stares at an indistinct point on the wall, like there was something, somebody, right there, staring back. She smiles and whispers, I will save you. Chapter 5. The Joyous Day of Rosamond Spies.
So you see, people, in December 2399, Etta Fandola was just a young woman, desperate to save her father.
Professor Miyagi says as he paces the stage, sunlight on his face.
She wants him to renounce his joyous day. And we know how she plans to convince him. By dropping a bombshell that, if true,
he pauses for effect,
would destroy the entire society.
Jimena absorbs his every word with the same rapt attention as every other student in the auditorium. The professor surely has a sense of drama. she thinks, but then it hits her. The vial. He's talking about that vial that Etta sneaked out. Professor Miyagi continues.
As an educated colonist and teacher, she knows some history, and she believes that the actual force behind the Joyous Day ritual is some good old tyrannical repression. Is the Goa's imperial government, the head of Goa, really poisoning every colonist upon reaching 27 years of age?
He chuckles loudly.
Etta is convinced. What better way to retain power than keeping your people in the eternal happy ignorance of youth?
He walks towards Egg, who is sitting on the front bench next to Bob, the Woodeye machine, and says to the auditorium,
I think you'll find the next sequence instructive. It is context at its best, so please pay attention. We will have a little Q&A right after.
He gives Aang a nod. The amphitheater, Miyagi, Aang, the students, fades out as a resplendent morning scene materializes over the stage and expands upwards and outwards over their heads and across the whole auditorium. Jimena is still in awe at the vivid realism of the dream senso immersion. Magnificent. It draws her in and engulfs all her senses. The scene is static, frozen in time. A pastoral setting. A field of carefully tended grass surrounded by oak trees. It must be winter, since no leaves populate their branches. The sun lies low, throwing long shadows. It's not an empty scene, quite the contrary. It is teeming with people, none older than, indeed, 27. They are dressed in fine, bright-colored tunics, ornate belts on some waists. The older men and women wear colorful, large hats made of dry branches, leaves, and flowers. These young people seem to be celebrating something. With wide smiles and beaming eyes, many are frozen in mid-dance.
Check that out, people,
Miyagi says, barely visible at the edge of the stage.
The colony of Loon Terran on the 10th of December, 2399.
He turns and points at the happy dancers.
Any guess as to what we are seeing?
Many hands shoot up.
Yes, Chow.
It totally looks like a Joyous Day celebration, right out of Fahi's Legacy.
Spot on. Let's watch. I forgot to say, but you'll notice that I removed the dramatic effects, symphonic music, camera shifts, and all that. That will be all good and fine for the final production. But for us historians, only the naked facts, right? I want you to feel that you're there, mingling with...
He gestures at the dancers.
Our happy ancestors.
With another nod to Aang, the scene comes to life. The dream senso immediately floods Jimena's senses with a distinct feel of the fresh winter air, her nostrils filling with the smell of wet grass and wooden stoves. Hundreds of young women and men dance and chatter happily on the grass field. Pop music from the Golden Age erupts from two large loudspeakers, discreetly installed inside the only building at the edge of the field. The Joyous Day house, Jimena recognizes. The same house Etta assaulted a few days ago. Same walls carved with geometric reliefs. And in the daylight, from a distance, Jimena can now appreciate the roof is made of intricately braided tree branches. A woman dressed in white, the only person in the celebration who is not wearing colorful robes, is the undisputed center of attention. She is pretty, the youth of 27 years of life tinting her white cheeks. Her long black hair and eyes contrast beautifully with her dress. When she approaches any group of people, they stop dancing and greet her warmly, exchange some words, and conclude with deep, honest hugs before she moves on to the next group. The scene view begins to slide sideways across a myriad of laughs and dances until it stops at the edge of the gathering, where a girl glimpses nervously at every new arrival. She is obviously waiting for somebody, and she looks very upset. Aline Spies. Jimena recognizes her immediately. The fallen angel. Oh, so young still. 16. The same age as Etta. She looks splendid in that yellow and orange robe. What is that, silk? That wraps her feminine shape. Jimena squints as she studies Aline's face. It's as if she had just seen her somewhere else. That white skin and long black hair. Oh, she looks just like the younger sister of the woman in white. And is pretty, except that her face shows traces of tears. Oh, Jimena gasps in understanding. That woman is Aline's mother. This is her joyous day. Wow. Mark beside her is staring at Aline with a look close to reverence. Spies, Marai. He says the words like he is praying. Aline shifts from one foot to another, scanning the colony path impatiently, when she sees a tall black girl with short, curly hair approaching slowly. Aline exhales a breath of relief, or is it distress, and runs toward her. Fucking mercy, Etta! Aline says, wide-eyed and voice drenched in distress. Where in Goa's name were you? Etta's eyes are wet and red, and her colorful tunic is worn carelessly, wrinkled in places. Even her intricate broad belt sits too loose above her hips. She says nothing. She just meets Aline's eyes, lips pressed together, and drops her chin. No! Aline covers her mouth with a hand and begins to cry. No. Etta embraces Aline as tears well up in her own eyes. So they stay in solitary silence for a long while, oblivious to the party behind them. The psych link seems to kick in as Jimena begins to feel Etta's sorrow and pity. Poor Aline, comes the thought, followed by a, God damn you, Dad! Her rage comes out of nowhere, spilling over the sadness like ocean surf over beach sand, wiping everything in its path. She's angry. No, she is furious. At her father, of course. He is going to do it, doesn't matter what she says. How can he be so stubborn? But mainly, she is angry at herself. For failing. It was all for nothing. She feels so powerless, so alone. Congratulations, woman Spies. An imposing woman, mid-20s, dressed in the finest robe Jimena has ever seen, approaches from the field. It's colony elder Van Clay, Jimena gathers from the psych link.
Oh, are you all right, dear?
Aline takes a step back and wipes her tears with the back of her hand. Yes. Sorry, Calder Van Clay. She tries to smile. Thank you.
Are you sure nothing is upsetting you?
You look... No, it's nothing. Just the emotions, you know. Aline forces a smile. Such an eventful day. So happy. Colony Elder Van Clay smiles radiantly at her.
And we are so delighted for you.
A great day for the Speece family. For those that left us, and for those that remain. Yes, thank you so much, Calder Van Clay. If you'll excuse us, there's something. Aline takes Etta by the elbow and pushes her off the path on a discreet route towards the party. So what was in that bottle? Aline asks, voice still wavering. Etta snorts. According to Isabella, just some sleeping herbs. Sleeping herbs? Like for insomnia? Stronger, way stronger. A powerful sedative, but not lethal, apparently. Isabella knew what it was because Oz Eye orders it in her pharmacy regularly. They even have a name for it. Joyous Day Infusion. Can we trust her? Isabella Zegers, I mean. Etta sighs and nods. Unfortunately, she's telling the truth. She's going to be my dowry sister, Aline. Yeah, she's solid. My dad gave the vial to her straight away. She was the obvious choice. Oh, Goa, that means that I fucked up, Aline. I took the wrong flask, the sedative, and left the poison on the counter. Pure sin! What am I going to tell my mom? Aline's voice increases in tone and pitch, close to tears. How can I convince her with no evidence? I'm so sorry, sister, but you have to try. What else? Look, there she is. Etta points to the resplendent woman in white, surrounded by the crowd of well-wishers. Talk to her. Fuck, Etta! Aline says, her voice barely under control. This is so much harder than I thought. Etta takes her friend's hands into her own. No shit. Etta looks into her eyes. I don't know how you feel. Honest to Goa, I don't want to know. But in 2 months, I most certainly will, she says sourly. Get a hold of yourself. This is it. What you don't say today remains unsaid. Yes. Aline takes a deep breath. I know. And about this monstrosity, this ritual. Etta gestures at the dancing crowd, disgusted. We are moving to Plan B, sister. I can guarantee you, nobody will ever forget your mom's joyous day. About that, I've been thinking, Aline says in a weakened voice. What? You promised! I know, but it's hard enough as it is. I don't want Mom's joyous day to be, I don't know. She shrugs. Desecrated. Well, it's not up to you anyway. Etta says, defiance rising in her voice.
You cannot stop me!
Aline's rosy cheeks lose some color.
No way, Etta. You can't do this without my consent.
Etta regards her in silence. Sure I can, her eyes seem to say.
Etta, I forbid it.
Aline drops her head.
I'm sorry. But you promised!
Etta purses her lips, but only for an instant before her tongue lashes.
This is bigger than us. It's bigger than your mom's go-a-damn joyous day.
The fury is followed by instant regret, and then by pride, and then by fury again. Oh, it is so exhilarating for Jimena to ride Etta's emotional roller coaster. Aline steps back as if physically assaulted. She shakes her head slowly and points a finger at Etta's face, serious and cold as a marble statue.
Don't you dare! I forbid it! You do this? You're dead to me.
Etta holds her gaze for a few seconds before lowering her eyes. Oh, her fury is still there, all right. Jimena feels it burning inside. But fear of loss, fear of being left alone, that is unbearable.
Fine,
Etta whispers.
But promise me something.
She looks up at Aline.
What?
Talk your mom out of this.
I won't be able to.
Aline shakes her long hair and clenches her jaw.
I know her. What else can we do?
Etta's voice is sharper now.
Begging is our only power, sister. Go talk to your mom.
Aline turns and looks at the beaming white figure with hesitant eyes. Etta gives her a gentle push. You got this.
Aline, come here, my love.
The woman takes her daughter in her arms and kisses both her cheeks.
I wasn't expecting you until after the prayers. Quester Mathis hasn't even arrived yet. Sorry, Mom. I just wanted to talk to you in private, without, the rest of the family.
We will have plenty of time to talk when you join me in Goa's embrace in 11 years. She laughs, happy.
Please don't make jokes, Mom.
Oh, come on, love. Cheer up. Can you please excuse us? She asks the surrounding group. Of course, Roz, a tall woman says, smiling. But don't forget to say goodbye to us next. It's our turn. Rosamond takes her daughter aside.
You look pretty today, Aline.
Rosamond gently pulls back a strand of hair from her daughter's face. A smile would make you look even more beautiful, love. What's in your heart?
Please, Mom. Please. I beg you.
Aline looks up at her mom.
Call this off.
Rosamond's eyes look concerned, but her smile widens. Oh, what a scandal! What would our guests say?
It isn't funny. Please.
Tears begin to well up in Aline's eyes. My love, I know that you have doubts, but I don't. See? She opens her arms, radiating happiness. It will all be fine. Trust me. You will have to assume more responsibility at home, but you are more than ready, she says proudly. Mom, please. I've never seen anybody with them. You haven't either. Rosamond's smile mixes with a sudden hint of sadness. Just because you haven't seen something, it doesn't mean it's not a thing, love. She takes Aline's hands. I knew somebody that has seen it. You never had the chance to meet my mother, Saskia. You were too small. I loved her so much. I hope you love me half as much. Mom, I love you. You know that. My mother is waiting for me. And I know in my heart that she is eager to see me, as I will be to see you in 11 years. She beams. I remember her joyous day as vividly as if it had been last week. It was wonderful. It was right here as well, but it was spring, sunny and fragrant. She takes a long look at her daughter. I want you to remember mine with the same love and hope. Rosamond's eyes seem to shift away as she remembers. Right after the prayers, during the evocation, only the family was gathered around Mom. She was recalling the events of her life that she chose to share with us, blessing them in Goa's eyes. She paused, looking deep into Aline's eyes. She shared a sad memory, but beautiful in a way. Mom described the suffering of her family when her father lost his mind, day after agonizing day. Damn is a terrible, terrible thing. I don't want that for any of you, my love. Aline opens her mouth to say something, but Rosamond puts a finger on her lips. The first days are barely noticeable. She continues her tale. But as the weeks passed by, he forgot everything. Absolutely everything. First, it was his profession. He was an engineer, obviously, so he had to stop working soon after. Then, it was the community. He forgot names and faces. Then, his closest friends. She pauses, her smile fading, eyes far away. One day, he forgot his own name. His own name. Everything was gone. That was his last day. He was mercifully taken to the Joyous Day house. But you know what your Grandma Saskia's most precious evocation was? What? A tear runs down Aline's cheek. When her father was being taken away after the final farewells, he turned back one last time and smiled fondly at her. Daughter, he said. Saskia. And then he left forever. The scene freezes with Aline and Rosamond holding hands. The entranced students look down to the stage of the auditorium, where Professor Miyagi is smiling up at them.
Nice touch, don't you think? You may wipe your tears away now.
Jimena laughs softly and actually rubs her eyes. Even Mark, beside her, passes a finger across his cheek.
You may think that is some cheap drama dreamed up for the final dream senso, but no. Everything you see here, it really happened. That conversation between Aline and Rosamond, it did really happen. It was all documented by Spice Marai herself. many years later.
Some students raise their hands.
Hold on a sec,
Miyagi says.
Before opening the Q&A, I want to show you another exchange that happened a couple of hours later. It is relevant for our analysis.
He whispers something at Ang, who in turn gives Bob a sidelong glance. In an instant, Aline and her mother disappear, and a new scene takes their place. It is Etta again, walking away from the grass field. More people in the background are leaving as well. Her pace is quick on the paved street that links the Joyous Day house with the rest of the colony. A greeting that comes her way from a passing horse and cart goes unanswered. She also ignores each of the returning space guests that cycle past her with a raised hand. With a scowl that threatens to turn the next saluting passerby into ashes, she reaches the outermost houses of the colony, red-bricked, double-story, some with sizable vegetable gardens, unchanged for countless generations.
Etta, wait for me!
Etta's frown deepens, but she slows down a notch.
I hate you, Dad,
she says without turning. Not true, Jimena feels. But she's mad. Willem reaches Etta, slightly out of breath, his right hand clumsily nudging a pair of thin glasses in place. I love you too, girl, he says with the smile of a tantrum-hardened parent. Do I perceive a hint of anger?
Very observant. Leave me alone.
Please, Etta. You must learn to accept the world as it is. You cannot change it. She abruptly stops and turns.
I don't want to change the world. I just want you to stay in it.
I know. Willem's resigned smile broadens. Nothing would make me happier as well. They walk again, slower now, side by side. I admit, I feel strange, Willem says. Rosamond's Joyous Day was... He searches for the right word. Disturbing. I'm happy, Etta. I love my family. He caresses her hair. I even love my students. He laughs. I love my life. And I admit, I'm not ready to leave it.
Then don't.
But what do you expect me to do? Even if there had been poison in that bottle, what could I? He swallows and softens his voice. Do you know what would happen to our family standing if I cancel my Joyous Day? He speaks almost in a whisper. Our prestige would be in shatters.
I don't care. We don't care.
You must. Willem stops and puts his hand on her shoulder. Bram and you will soon be the Fandala elders. You must never forget our standing in the colony. Your lives, little Han's life, all your futures will soon be in your hands, Etta. They walk on in silence. Jimena feels Etta's anxiety, the pressure, the fear. He's dead serious. He never calls her by her name. And what for? Willem continues. A few more months? A year at the most. Dem will inevitably catch me.
But Dem is just a lie.
Etta!
You know I'm right, Dad. Have you actually seen anybody with Dem?
No, but come on, girl. You are smarter than that.
Nowadays, everybody strictly observes the joyous day when they turn 27. Dem never has a chance to take hold.
But think about it. Who's really benefiting from all this death?
Hush!
Willem looks nervously around and remains silent for a few seconds.
Let's walk home,
he finally says. They get moving.
I also have my doubts,
he whispers. Then why?
But,
Willem interrupts.
That doesn't change the fact that our family will suffer if I do not attend Oz call.
I don't give a damn about our reputation, Eddie yells at him. Let's take the family somewhere else if we need to. Another colony on the frontier.
What good would that do? Joyous day is joyous day. And I'm turning 27 here and in the frontier. There's no escaping it. Besides, there have been worse regimes in history than Oz Imperia, if you really think about it.
You are not possibly defending.
Why not? If you leave your emotions aside and try to be objective, you will realize there's much we have to thank Goa for.
Like what?
Well, we've got Oz Gift and Oz Compacts for starters. And nobody lacks shelter nor sustenance. That's an incredible achievement for any post-collapse society. What else? We're reasonably free to have families and stability, meaningful work that matters, and even enough free time to... whatever.
Wonderful regime, yeah. With just a few tiny caveats. Like inequality, the arbitrary distribution of karma, the lies and propaganda, Ozhead's absolute power. Am I forgetting something? She taps her chin. Ah, yeah. The fucking killing us all. Go's mercy, Dad. I don't want you to die in 2 months. She is close to tears. Remember when, in Mom's joyous day?
Enough!
His shout freezes Etta in place.
I will not hear any more of this. You will respect my decision. I expect to have some peace in my last weeks of life.
Any trace of tenderness in his voice is now gone. She stares at him for a few seconds, her mouth ajar. I hate you, she finally says. You don't have the right to leave us. She begins to weep sourly and runs away. Etta is in her room, sitting on the desk by the window, tending the potted cactus with a cotton gauze. No blooms. Her thoughts flow unimpeded to Jimena as she inspects the hard, spiny surface of the plant. She'll ask Isabella for some nitrates. Maybe that would help. Dad made a good catch when he proposed her for a dowry bond, she admits. The Zegers are a good family. Etta's attention is caught by Willem passing by on the sidewalk with a baby stroll chair. She can barely see Han's light brown hair from the distance. She follows them with her eyes until they move out of sight. Etta sighs. Why can't Dad see how important he is to them? She's not ready to manage the family alone. Okay, yes, a poor excuse. She can sure as damn manage anything on her own. And she's not alone. Bram might be her little brother, but he can hold his own as well as anyone. Etta sighs again, puts the gauze in the desk drawer, and moves the pot into the daylight. She smiles sadly to herself. What a pitiful thing she has become. So psychologically dependent on her father. Yes, so what? Friends and lovers come and go, but fathers? They only go, don't they? She scoffs and tries to repress the pinch of self-pity behind her eyes. Fathers and mothers, they only go. She remembers Mom, so solid, so powerful, so warm. Then she remembers her look that day, the last time she saw her. It's just a flash, more a sensation than an image, but it is enough to... Jimena's own stomach seems to contract at the sudden pain. Goa, it has been 2 years already, and is still so vivid. So... No, Etta shakes her head, trying to dispel the memory. She can't afford to lose herself in that rabbit hole again. Dad is so naive. For her, he plays the role of the brave elder. Family first and all that. But he's not as strong as he thinks. And surely not as much as her mother was. Goa's mercy. He even admitted to having doubts. Mom never showed any doubts, and yet... The familiar bite of fear crawls up her spine. And this time, it's not her usual fear of being left alone and parentless. This time, she's terrified that Dad will not make it. At the end, it is only dignity that you take to Oz embrace, and Etta fears that Dad will not be strong enough. Mom wasn't. Etta takes a deep breath and blinks her eyes clear of threatening tears. Dad needs to see that his life is too valuable to sacrifice in the altar of Ozhead's power game. No regime is worth his life. She'll make him see how corrupt they really are. She'll make everybody see. Then, perhaps he'll reconsider. Yeah, but it has to be something big. No, not big. Huge. Something that resonates way beyond Luntaran, beyond the whole fucking Geldashir. Something that sows doubt and resentment. Etta knows her history. Empires have fallen for less than doubt and resentment. Chapter 6. Sex and Collapse.
Okay, wakey, people.
Miyagi chuckles at the overused permascape joke.
Q&A time. I want to hear your thoughts, especially...
He waves a finger across the section of the amphitheater where Jimena's fellow Gia students sit.
From our new friends from the New World. You people are being way too shy. Shoot.
A few hands raise, but none of them from Gia students. Miyagi ignores them and keeps his smile locked at the sea of white and blue robes. Finally, a brave hand rises slowly.
Great. Cody.
Jimena knows Cody O'Higgin well. He's in one of her classes. Smart guy, ambitious, and always a kind soul.
Please, go ahead.
Cody stands.
Thank you, Professor. Sorry if the question is a bit, superficial, but I was wondering how old Eda Fandola and Aline Spies were in the sections we just watched.
Good question, Cody. People, don't be shy about your questions, all right? There are no boring questions, nor stupid questions. It is the wildest thoughts They usually start the most fascinating discussions. Now, to your question. They were both 16, but don't be fooled by their youth. A century ago, when a person reached your age—
He drives a finger across his audience, most in their upper 20s.
They would have accomplished a basic education, learned and perfected their family profession, ordered 2 babies at Oz womb, led a family as an elder, and died.
He paces the stage in silence to let that sink in. Jimena is 27 herself. She would have been killed already if she were born 4 generations ago. Goa, how did they manage? There was no time to pursue any meaningful life project. She wonders, perhaps they were indeed happy while it lasted. Free of the worries of career and uncertainty.
A person entered adulthood at 10.
Miyagi continues.
As they reached sexual maturity. Fun fact. Did you know that at the end of the Golden Age, right before the first collapse of the 2080s, humans matured at least 2 or 3 years later than we do now? Yes, an unexpected side effect of the damn pandemic of the 22nd century was the natural selection of humans with ever earlier sexual maturity. Can anybody guess why?
Jimena scoffs. It's obvious. But nobody raises a hand.
Go ahead, Jimena, Mark says. Answer that.
Jimena shakes her head, blushing. Oh, she hates her compulsive blushing. Even in dreams, she cannot control it. Mark grabs her hand and raises it shamelessly.
Here, Professor,
he yells.
Please.
He points his finger at Jimena and reads the names that pop up over her head.
Oh, Ipulin. So happy to have you in this seminar. Loved your take on raw power in that post-Columbian paper you published. People, this is Jimena Ipulin, a sharp mind.
Jimena's cheeks are on fire. She tries to smile and fails.
I would like a word in private after the seminar, if you don't mind.
With me?
Yeah. There is something I stumbled on during my research that might interest you. But more of that later.
Miyagi turns his face to the stupefied students. Even Mark looks at Jimena like she had just turned into crystal.
This seminar is not just an academic event, people,
Miyagi says.
The global program is first and foremost an intercultural exchange.
He claps at Jimena.
Bravo! You totally embraced the spirit by sitting with the Lundev gang. You should all heed Jimena's example and mix more, people. Now, Jimena, please answer the question. Why the selective pressure for earlier sexual maturity?
Jimena clears her throat. Twice. Yes, Professor. Before that, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the truth is that I arrived late, and this was the only free spot.
Really?
Miyagi laughs, together with most of the students. Oh, Goa, Jimena thinks. Ground swallow me up.
Well,
Miyagi nods at her in appreciation.
I have to apologize, then. I didn't want to put you on the spot. Love your honesty, though. Perhaps the most important trait of a historian. Now, your take on the sexual selection.
Yes, Professor. Jimena clears her throat again.
the selective pressure began in the 2080s. As the first collapse gained traction, more than 1 billion people were killed in a single generation.
Tell us about that, Jimena. What killed them?
She raises her thumb in the air. The immediate cause was the environmental breakdown, especially in the tropics, which then... She raises her index finger as she counts on. Precipitated famines and migration waves like never seen since antiquity. That, in turn... She raises a third finger. Wrecked the global and national networks of trade. Another finger. Collapsing country after country into smaller nativist grouplets. And the cycle repeated. More famine. She keeps raising finger after finger. More xenophobic massacres, more splitting into even smaller groups. And on went the first collapse, killing millions upon millions of people.
So you're saying, Miyagi asks, that it was the higher mortality that created evolutionary pressure for earlier sexual maturity?
No, not the higher mortality, rather the earlier mortality. Miyagi smiles.
Please clarify.
Yes, Professor. It was the DEM pandemic, of course. Dementia furiosa has always been killing people, even before the first collapse. But it has always been in a relatively small scale, and only affected the most elderly. But all that changed with the high mortality of the first collapse.
How so?
The more people died in the first collapse, the higher the proportion of dementia furiosa that affected the elderly. Nobody knew why back then, but soon everybody over 80 perished from DEM, which then began spreading through those in their late 70s. And when they, in turn, were dead, DEM began to ravage those in their mid-70s, and so on it went, killing the oldest humans alive, and killing ever younger, mostly hidden from the public view behind the curtain of the horrors of the first collapse, until, at some point, there were no elderly left in the world, and DEM kept killing on and on relentlessly.
Can you give us some numbers?
Not from the top of my head. Sorry, Professor. I only know what everybody knows. That the human lifespan shrunk rapidly during the 22nd century.
I'll give you some numbers, people.
Miyagi paces the stage while speaking.
Lifespans went down from 60 years in 2100 to 45 in 2120. Can you picture what that does to a civilization? And it didn't stop there. DEM kept ravaging the oldest layers of society, decade after decade. The second collapse, indeed. Billions die as the fabric of society dissolves simultaneously worldwide. First go the nation-states, then the cities and towns, then even the timeless institutions of tribe and family begin to falter. Which brings us to one of the key human adaptations that allowed us to survive.
He turns and points at Jimena.
Which is...
Jimena clears her throat. Earlier sexual maturity. Miyagi nods and keeps his gaze locked on her.
Oh, Goa.
Yes. Just natural selection at work, Professor. Shorter lifespans create pressure on the reproductive cycle. Earlier breeders have higher chances to pass their genes to the next generation. So, after a few generations, She clears her throat again.
Perfect. Thank you, Jimena.
She sits and draws a deep breath. Well done, Mark whispers with playful tone. But you gotta work on that thing you do with your hands while— Oh, shut up, she says, and mocks a slap on his shoulder. Miyagi is pointing at a pretty South Asian Lundeaf student that is raising her hand insistently on the front bench.
Yes, Sky.
She is frowning.
Makes little sense, sorry, Professor. Even with all that dying, there were still a few million survivors.
You are right. Most of them in North America. About 50 million. Where Townsend was already spreading the gift of Goa. But there were only 50 or 60 left in the rest of the world combined.
Still, Sky spread her hands. Plenty of people to keep civilization running, I would think. That's what I don't get. Even if everybody dies young, so what? All our knowledge and technology, it doesn't disappear from one day to the next.
That,
Miyagi points at her,
is a great question. Nice, Sky. Anybody care to— Cody. Great. Happy to see our Townsend University friends more active. Keep it up. What do you have to say to Sky?
With all due respect to my esteemed fellow,
Cody says with slow, studious tone.
What good is a quantum field theory manual to a farmer that can barely read?
Oh, come on, Gia, Sky says with an exaggerated roll of the eyes. Not all remaining millions are farmers that can barely read. Jimena doesn't like her tone. Cody's kind expression remains stoically unmoved by Sky's reply. Always the attentive debater, Jimena has seen him in action before.
I'm sorry if my metaphor was too simplistic, he continues. My fault entirely. In my haste to make an obvious point, I wrongly assumed a hint would be enough.
Jimena smiles. Touché. What are you saying? Sky stands and points a finger at him. Are you calling me a—
People!
Miyagi raises his hands and tone.
Come on. Keep it civilized and respectful. Discuss away, but no name calling. Sky, sit down, please. Thank you. Cody, please, no more metaphors nor, hints. Tell us in simple, everyday words why the radically shorter lifespans destroyed the sophisticated civilizations of the Golden Age.
Apologies, Professor. Sky.
He bows at her with convincing humility.
I did not intend disrespect.
Jimena chuckles. She knows him better.
To find the truth, I believe we need to take a step back from them, the collapse, the great dying, and ask ourselves the proper questions.
I like how you think.
Miyagi is nodding at him.
Finding the right questions is a cornerstone of science. Often harder than finding the answers. So, tell us, which questions are relevant to the second collapse?
The key question, I believe, is what makes a civilization? He pauses a second. And the answer, in my humble opinion, is not knowledge nor technology, not directly. He hastily adds, as Sky seems about to say something. The answer is specialists.
Specialists?
Miyagi says, squinting eyes staring at Cody. Himena throws a glance down to the front bench, where Sky seems to scoff.
Yes, quite right,
Miyagi says.
The more complex the civilization, the more specialized we all become.
Yes, professors, doctors, engineers, scientists, botanists, analysts, merchants, financiers.
Don't forget historians,
Miyagi adds with a chuckle.
Each splitting into dozens of more concrete specializations. My best friend is a solar energy automation engineer, specialized on near-Earth habitat structures.
Yes, Professor, Cody says, his kind smile broadening. Great example. Now that we have a candidate answer, specialists, to the key question, what makes civilization? We can postulate the impact of them killing at ever younger ages. Himena is mildly jealous of Cody's ability to remain calm and well-paced. The whole auditorium is staring at him, and many, like Sky, even with suspicion, if not open disdain. He just doesn't care. Put simply, he continues through that perennial smile of his. Specialists died, one by one, together with their experience and wisdom, until all that was left were ignorant kids. Take your friend, for example, Professor. What would happen to our space habitats if specialists like him died from them without replacement? Yes, as my esteemed fellow Sky rightly points out. He extends a hand in her direction. Human knowledge persists, but, alas, only on paper and digital storage.
And what good is that knowledge?
Miyagi says.
If nobody has enough time to absorb it, right? Great answer, Cody. Thanks. Love this discussion. You began by asking how old Edda was in the sequence we observed, and ended discussing the ravages on humanity of the second collapse. Only by the outset of the 23rd century did lifespans finally stabilize at 27. And so it remained, unchanged, until the early 25th century. The fascinating times which we are studying in this seminar, when that stability came spectacularly to an end.
Chapter 7. The Reseeding Effort.
Aliens, aliens, aliens,
Miyagi says, pacing the stage with his usual self-confidence.
You either love them or love to hate them.
He laughs aloud, as if he had delivered a joke. Some students chuckle obligingly, but not Himena.
Their meddling in human affairs has gone unnoticed for way too long. But finally, first contact is imminent.
Some students around Himena actually whistle and cheer with anticipation. Himena can of course understand the historical importance of the event, but why the excitement? Even Mark is smiling sheepishly at Miyagi.
Before that, though, I want you to meet them right before first contact. Yes?
He raises a hand at the sudden roar of excitement.
I know you're eager to see our favorite alien again, huh?
Favorite? Jimena murmurs to herself. How can there be a favorite? Rue. Mark whispers in her ear. He's heard her. He's speaking about Rue. You wait and see. Jimena doesn't have time to reply before Miyagi continues.
For the first time in Dream Senso, we are actually going to dramatize events from a non-human perspective. Sensational stuff, people.
He raises both arms.
You're welcome for the privilege.
Jimena watches in confusion as the surrounding students clap fiercely. At least her fellow Gia students, on the opposite side of the amphitheater, seem as baffled as she feels.
Thank you, thank you. Obviously, we have taken some liberties, like dubbing and such, but all in all, our historical sources are solid, and I'm quite pleased with the results. Now, without further ado, Ank, if you will.
A scene materializes immediately. A flat ground, made of some sort of impossibly polished dark stone, that spans infinitely in all directions. There is nothing on the ground. No object interrupts the spotless sight to the horizon, anywhere you look. The sky is pitch black, yet a soft light irradiates in all directions. A dream, thinks Jimena. Empty and simple, but a dream nevertheless. A figure is now standing on the infinite expanse. It was not there an instant ago. Jimena has seen this creature before. In Edda's detention cell. It is not quite human. A grotesquely elongated figure, thinner and taller than any human could possibly be. No clothes, no hair, no genitals. Spotless white skin. A proportionally smaller head, no ears, no nose, just an oversized, black, humid mouth, and two fully white eyes. No iris nor pupils, whiter even than the color of its skin. The figure just stands there, idle, still. And time passes.
So, who is this?
Miyagi's powerful voice breaks the students' absorbed attention.
It has to be Rue, or Yog,
Laura says.
She's Rue,
Miyagi says.
Yog has 3 bodies, at least had them before first contact. She also features in this scene, coming up any second now.
Is this a female? Sky asks from below Jimena as her eyes scrutinize the alien body.
No,
Miyagi says.
Mares do not reproduce sexually. If you're asking why I say she instead of it when referring to a mare, it's simply an academic convention for asexual, sentient creatures. We need to somehow address them as people, not things. Why is female? Why not male?
Mark asks.
I know. Please, let's not open that can of worms. Pretty please. In any case,
Miyagi points at the mare on the scene.
Look at her thorax. Rue is not breathing. Ha! But unfortunately for us romantic historians, there is little drama to that. No zombies, no vamps. Mares just don't have lungs, which means they cannot speak like we do. They don't even have ears. When they communicate, they reverberate psychically. A special type of telepathy. very, very efficient. They don't have the problems we do with accents and sore throats.
The students laugh.
In this sensorial, you will hear the communication in High Hands Asian English. Oh!
Miyagi points at the floating scene.
Here comes Yog.
3 more mares pop into existence. They appear at roughly the same moment, side by side, facing Rue, and just as ghostly white. Rue bows her small head slightly at the 3 figures. Nobody speaks, as if waiting. A larger creature materializes next to the 4 mares. She is not even humanoid. As large as an elephant, as sticky and soft as an octopus, and as many appendages under her body as a millipede. 2 large bulbous eyes, white like those of mares, protrude from a head that is as large as the rest of her body. A head with no mouth to be seen. Her skin is white, also resembling that of mares, but thicker, and it throbs slowly, like waves of flesh. Her body is so massive, and her short appendages so delicate, that any xenobiologist would correctly guess that her habitat is underwater. And indeed, she seems to be somehow floating above the ground, as if pushed by invisible currents. The 4 mares bow to the creature.
A very human gesture,
Jimena thinks with wonder.
perhaps some type of convergent evolution on the body language of biped sentience.
The massive creature does not react.
Sense and bind, Master Gorobor.
The eerie female voice echoes crisply in the auditorium. Its source are the 3 mares standing in front of Rue, speaking as one. While she speaks, her black mouth remains shut, and her body unnaturally still.
Do name yourself and state the objective of this gathering,
Gorobor says. Her deep, female voice, oddly old, comes out of her bloated body with no obvious physical source.
Yes, Master Gorobor. I am Yog,
The 3 mares say.
dreaming from Yian, overseer of the receding effort in Oromantis. We are gathered to hear the report of Walker Rue at Devis.
I am Rue, says the mare that arrived first.
Dreaming from Devis, Walker assigned to the receding effort. I did summon this gathering to report on its progress and to request arbitration.
The protruding eyes of Gorobor study the mare carefully.
Walkaroo at Devis,
She finally says.
I know of you. One of our few human whisperers, are you not?
I am, Master.
Sense and bind, human whisperer. Do report.
Yes, Master. I began assignment under Overseer Yog a year ago. My directive? To use my discretion as human whisperer to maximize the receding impact, and so generate and maintain the long-term increase of human population.
One of Gorobor's eyes jerk at the 3 limbs of Yog.
Sensible.
Rue continues. I did spend this period studying and making a pre-selection of the most promising regions to focus my effort on. I did find promise near Diamar, and so I rebased to Devis. Master Gorobor, if you do allow. Yogg bows. Gorobor's bulbous eyes lock on her. I did raise to Walkaroo reservation on her choice of base. Human settlements in Third Wake Diamar are far from the center of human power. Devis itself is a fringe operation, too small to exercise effective, receding action. I did try to. Gorobor interrupts, her eyes jerking back to Rue. Human whisperer, what makes a region more or less promising for the receding effort, in your perception? Rue takes a few moments to reply. There are several factors. I did study in detail the social dynamics of human settlements, and there are regions where they are more prone to new ideas. Furthermore, for reasons concealed from me, there is significant variation among humans regarding their innate talent to walk. Gorobor regards Rue in silence for a few seconds before replying. I do sense the wisdom in finding humans that do change their ways with more ease. But I do fail to sense how their talent to walk is of relevance, human whisperer. Master Gorobor, Yogg says. I did raise to Walkaroo similar reservations. Not only is the walking skill of humans not relevant to the receding effort, it can become dangerous. A risk, perhaps, Rue says, but a controlled risk if we do manage it actively. And as with most risks, it offers an opportunity. It is this opportunity that I am focusing on, Master Gorobor. Humans can become our tools. We can leverage their rudimentary walking abilities to reach into their societies far more efficiently than we could ever achieve on our own. Our numbers are too few since the forced hibernation. This must be done. Yogg's three bodies make a slight step forward. I did instruct Walkaroo to abort and perform a standard persuasion campaign closer to Yian. Her words are directed at Gorobor. Regrettably, my authority has not compelled Walkaroo into compliance. To protect the receding effort from unpredictable consequences, I did rule Walkaroo unfit for service. Now it is Rue who takes a slight step forward. As of my official prerogative as Walker, I did decline Overseer Yogg's suggestion, and did request high arbitration. Thus this gathering, Master. Rue bows. Gorobor floats in thoughtful silence, the tip of her appendages moving as if caressed by invisible currents. I am intrigued, human whisperer. Do elaborate the relevance of the walking capabilities of humans to the receding effort Yes, Master. Rue bows again. I do begin my exposition with a statement. It is my conviction that unless we do succeed with the receding effort, humankind will soon become extinct. I do not agree, Yogg interrupts with a slight bow. Human civilization is solid. Their numbers are stable, and they have settlements over the still inhabitable parts of their world. Their civilization is stable now, Rue says, but precarious. As Whisperer, I did study them with more detail than most Mirai, Master. She looks at Yogg. With their artificially shortened lives, they lack the capability to adapt. A typical human has barely time to gather the knowledge required to keep going exactly as their ancestors have. Humans are essentially blind farmers. Labor specialization is a rarity. Their scientific and industrial capacity is rudimentary, and their world is wounded, out of ecological balance. One more nudge from nature, a crop's failure, an epidemic, a war, and they will be gone forever. An unlikely outcome, Yogg says. Their society is stable. With our persistent support, the reseeding effort shall succeed, as projected. Overseer Yogg has considerably more trust than I do in human civilization, or their environment, to remain stable for the whole millennium our best projections require. Alas, Overseer Yogg lacks the insight in human psyche and the nuances of human civilization that I do possess. Yogg seems about to reply, but Gorobor intervenes. No more interruptions, Overseer. Yogg lowers her 3 heads in submission. Jimena smiles at the human-like gesture. Do proceed, human whisperer. Yes, Master. My analysis suggests that, without intervention, humans shall become extinct in the next century or 2. And without humankind, our purpose on this world vanishes. We shall leave New Baria and return to space for eons, in the hope to find another suitable world, if we ever do. To avert this scenario, we must act hastily and decisively. A perturbing vision, were it accurate, Gorobor says. Do expose the nature of your intervention effort, human whisperer. Yes, Master. As already reported, I did rebase to Devis in Diamar, on the western coast of Oromantis. The Third Wake human settlements in this area are on the periphery of human civilization, which appears to make them more susceptible to new ideas. But even more relevant to my intentions, there is a noticeable concentration of vibrant human halos. I do expect natives to have an abnormally high talent for walking. Rue pauses, as if expecting an interruption. I am selecting a sample
from among the most promising humans in this area, and am selecting those that are most suggestible to my persuasion.
How do you determine their suggestibility?
Gorobor asks. My staff interviews has been selecting young specimens all over Second Wake Diamar since I to take over the operation, Master Gorobor.
Selected? How?
I did instruct my staff to pick independent-minded individuals with strong halos. Not quite emotionally mature, but old enough to have real influence in their settlement. After that, I had to take over personally over the subsequent phases. Alas, no Mirai in Diamar has my expertise. I took to observe the interactions of all human candidates and selected those that appeared less satisfied with their status quo. A task only a human whisperer can fulfill. Finally, I did test their determination to overcome their dissatisfaction.
Crafted dreams?
Himena finds Gorobor's voice strangely unsettling. Indeed, Master.
Strong halos.
Gorobor remains silent a few moments, eyes locked on Rue.
Can humans walk, human whisperer?
The potential is there, Master. Some, the highly talented, do often tread the path of light by accident, without realizing it. I do intend to initiate the selected humans into the paths. Yogg's 3 bodies move a tiny step forward. She seems hardly able to contain herself, but manages to keep a disciplined silence.
Do elaborate how walking humans can support the receding effort, human whisperer.
Yes, Master. I shall recruit humans as our agents.
Agents?
One of Gorobor's bulbous eyes turns to observe Yogg.
I can sense Overseer Yogg's anxiety. Indeed, providing humans with the power of the paths appears risky. But I do find the concept intriguing. Do elaborate, human whisperer.
Yes, Master. Each human, even their cubs, are human whisperers by their own nature. They must empathize with their peers to survive, and can be highly manipulative, more than even the best of us could ever become after centuries of training. More than even me. They possess an uncanny capacity for deception that is beyond our reach. I shall enrich the receding effort's arsenal with its most potent weapon yet. Human walkers of the mind. Walkers with the capacity to purposefully deceive. We shall then deploy such weapons immediately, forcefully, effectively, before humanity's end. A few moments of silence follow Rue's words. All the mares are facing Gorobor now.
A refreshing perspective,
The colossal alien finally says.
Risky?
She looks at Yogg.
Promising.
She looks at Rue.
And yet, perhaps not even worth considering, unless humans do show a bare minimum ability to walk the paths. How can you know they can?
Her eyes drill into Rue. I have already seen it. One of my candidates did achieve will control on her first session without practice. She was not even conscious of my true presence. Gorobor stares in silence, as if in disbelief. As I did report before, Rue continues, one of my selection criteria has been the brightness of human halos. Here in Diamar, there is an exceptional concentration. I do trust them to possess enough talent to walk the paths. Gorobor turns both eyes to Yogg.
I'm going to allow this experiment, Overseer Yogg.
Yes, Master Gorobor. She bows. Do I have your permission for a suggestion?
Do proceed.
Yes, Master Gorobor.
She bows again.
I do request additional powers over Walkeru's activities to better oversee the considerable risk.
Rue's head wobbles slightly. I fear I must protest, Master. Yogg does lack the vision to fulfill—
Overseer Yogg,
Gorobor interrupts.
do mind your tone, Walkeru.
Rue lowers her head. Yes, Master.
Overseer Yogg shall attend your instruction personally in full overseeing authority.
Gorobor turns her protuberant eyes to the three bodies.
Overseer Yogg, it shall be your duty to restrict the risks as you deem fit.
Yes, Master Gorobor.
Furthermore, I do wish only a minimum number of humans to be initiated in the path in the shadow.
But Master Gorobor, Rue says, I fear instruction in the path of light shall be insufficient. Without traversion or persuasion, their power shall be too constrained.
I do realize that, human whisperer, and yet the risk of sharing such knowledge with humans cannot be disdained. Thus, I do wish to limit the risk exposure by first assessing the reliability of this new weapon. You shall select the most promising candidates and grant access to the path in the shadow to just one or two humans, which Overseer Yogg can then keep under constant surveillance. So shall we know for certain if this weapon can be deployed safely, or else be safely disposed of.
Gorobor disappears without awaiting a reply. Rue and Yogg turn to face each other. Your hunger for control is putting our future at risk, Overseer, Rue says. We cannot afford time-wasting power gestures. Yogg raises her hands.
I do not appreciate your defiance, Walker. This? Yog's three bodies gesture with their hands' appendages. Effort of yours is distracting and dangerous. Master Gorobor shall see it soon enough. Then I shall send you to the hibernation ships. The three bodies of Yog disappear without further words. Rue remains on the infinite landscape, alone.
Chapter 8. First Contact.
The date.
Miyagi raises his arms with theatrical exaggeration.
Is the 12th of December, 2399. Yeah, baby.
Mark says next to Jimena and winks at her.
Finally.
Jimena is curious. She doesn't know much about First Contact, nor about the 3 trials of worth and soul. Her instructors skimmed over the details, and rightly so. What's the big deal? Other than the fun factor? Christopher Columbus's arrival to the West Indies and first contact with the natives would have surely been entertaining, except to the natives themselves, of course, but of little immediate consequence. History didn't begin its relentless shift until Columbus returned to Europe, and greedy or pious eyes turned to the West. That was what mattered.
I got all the juicy details neatly packed for you,
Miyagi says to the cheers of many, including some of her fellow Gia students.
There were 48 direct human witnesses, some of whom survived the Dream Wars to tell their account of the event. And here is the result. I hope you like it. Wait.
He raises a hand to stop the spontaneous claps and whistles.
Sorry, one thing you need to know before we begin. About the Dream Senso Psychlink. It's a tough bitch to produce, excuse my language. Requires a gifted Dreamtech engineer.
He extends a hand at the elegantly dressed Ankh, sitting on the front bench, who nods in acknowledgement.
To record and edit into the sensorial the thoughts and feelings recreated by very talented actors. And expensive, the goddamn divas. But hey, only the best for the rise and fall of the youth, right? Oh, sorry.
Again, he raises his hand to stop the incipient cheering.
I got sidetracked by...
He smiles and shakes his head.
What I wanted to say is that I made an exception with this scene and did not cyclink it to Edda Fandola this time, although she is one of the 48 witnesses. I decided that we need to broaden our perspective and gain more historical context, all right? Context is everything in history, remember? So I chose somebody else to cyclink you guys to. Somebody outside of Edda's immediate orbit. Ankh, please.
The auditorium darkens to black skies and an infinite flat landscape of dark, polished stone. Jimena recognizes the featureless place immediately. Just a few minutes ago, Rue and Yog were at each other's throats in just such a place. But there are no aliens now. Instead, there are people. 48 young women and men, to be exact, dressed in the robes and tunics of the Goan period. They are staring at each other with perplexed expressions, like they just arrived, and scan the surrounding nothingness with confused frowns. These are probably the humans
selected by the Meru, Jimena thinks, and wonders if 48 is a round number for the aliens. Mares have 3 appendages that function as fingers do on humans. Perhaps they count in base 6. As Jimena studies the scene floating over the amphitheater, the camera viewpoint slides closer to the group of youngsters until it finally settles near a particularly attractive teenager. He is 16 or 17, light brown skin, black curled hair. Probably North African ancestry, Jimena thinks. Rocharde. The name comes to Jimena as if by magic. The cycling, of course, she realizes. So this boy is going to be their point of view. Why? Why did Miyagi choose him specifically? Who was he? His full name fills her mind as if she were remembering her own. Rocharde Kraker. Kraker. The name does indeed ring a bell. What was his role in history? Well, she'll find out soon enough. Good that she made it to Miyagi's seminar. She definitely needs a lesson on recent history.
Rutger?
Rocharde shouts and trots towards another boy standing with baffled eyes not far away. The boy, Rutger, turns to the sound of his name. He is white, tall, and thin, and wears glasses. His long brown hair matches his eyes that soften with relief on seeing Rocharde.
Gods!
He says.
What's going on?
Jimena smiles at the sight of the 2 boys. They must be among the best dressed of all present. Both wear robes of the finest looking fabric. And the thick belt around Rutger's waist is spectacular. Other people wear much simpler tunics. Some even washed out work pants. Don't know, Mensa, Rocharde says with a shrug, and turns to look at the other people who roam around with the same expression as children on their first school day.
Edda!
What? Edda Fandola. There. Rocharde points his finger at the black girl in the distance, who is talking animatedly to Aline and 2 strongly built young men. With Spies and the Rap Boys. And Valentine Van Clay is there with her sister, see? The most I've ever seen before. Some people shout a warning and point at something in the sky. Rocharde and Rutger raise their heads. Yes, Jimena sees it as well. A pulsating light that moves against the starless night sky at incredible speed.
What?
Rutger says. Rocharde remains silent, head moving right to left as he follows the dashing sight across the firmament. Jimena feels his curiosity echo inside her, harmonizing with his sense of awe at the marvels of nature. A shooting star? Rutger asks. Shooting stars don't pulse, Rocharde says. The light stops its darting movement and stays hanging in the air, perfectly still, flashing slow pulses of white light. Whoa, Rocharde says as Jimena feels his mind instantly reassessing the evidence. Definitely not a shooting star. That thing stopping its movement like that is impossible. Infinite deceleration requires infinite power. Or that thing is massless. It's getting bigger, Rutger says, a pinch of nervousness in his voice. It's getting closer.
The talking of the surrounding people becomes louder as they realize the same. 48 heads turn towards the light as its brightness slowly dissolves into shape. It is something flat and curved, descending slowly towards them in eerie silence, lights flashing in orderly patterns around its perfectly spherical perimeter. Jimena laughs at the sight of the thing descending from the sky. Mark gives her an amused glance and chuckles as well.
It's a flying saucer,
Goddard says, wide-eyed.
an honest-to-Goa flying saucer.
He smiles and shakes his head with wonder.
Goes mercy. What a cliché.
Aliens? Rucker says, a pinch of anxiety in his voice.
Think so?
Goddard keeps his eyes locked on the object as it descends vertically on an empty spot not far away from the group.
And my karma is on little green men, if you want to bet. Either the old Sci-Fi magazines were spot on, or these menses have a developed sense of humor and know us very well.
Complete silence envelops the group as everybody stares at the saucer, floating perfectly still a few yards over the ground. 4 poles emerge from the perimeter of the floating saucer and extend uniformly until they touch the ground.
They're here,
Goddard says. He is not afraid, Jimena notes. Not the same way as Rutger or others appear to be. Goddard is fascinated, filled to the brim with curiosity. No force on earth would move him away from this place now. A door, rectangular shape and all, slides open on the side of the saucer facing them. There are only shadows beyond. Goddard takes a step forward, eyes not daring to blink.
Show yourself,
he mutters. A thin ramp slides slowly out of the bottom of the door until it touches the ground. All eyes return to the door. There's a hint of movement behind it in the shadows.
Show yourself.
His lips curve in a faint smile. An elongated white humanoid shape walks out the door onto the ramp, moving slowly and intentionally. A mare who stays there for a few moments, regarding the humans below in silence with those uncanny white eyes, and being regarded in return. Not little, Goddard whispers at Rutger.
Not green, but otherwise, it doesn't disappoint.
Greetings, Earthlings. The mare communicates without moving her black mouth. Her voice reverberates, feminine and elegant, directly inside Goddard's mind. I am an alien from outer space, and I come in peace. In peace, Rutger says, daring a smile. Other people around them murmur words of relief. You may call me Rue, the mayor says, raising an arm and awkwardly extending the 3-finger appendages in distinct angles. Live long and prosper. Rutger frowns.
Isn't that what the Klingons say on the Tuesday evening radio show?
The Vulcans, Goddard says, eyes locked on the mare.
Hush now.
We are the Mirai, the alien continues. We did settle near your world over 10,000 years ago. Since then, we have been with you every night. Here. Rue points an extremity at her own head. In your dreams. Dreams? Rutger turns to Goddard. Did it say dreams? Shh! Listen! You never knew. How could you? With your primitive senses. But we have been visiting your dreams for millennia. It is through dreams that we influence your destiny. We did guide you through the chokes of your history. We did plant the notion of farming in your ancestors' minds, of domestication of lesser beings, of writing when you were ready. You thrived. You took Earth, and then you lost it. Rue floats down along the ramp in silence, reaches the ground, and keeps moving toward the group of attentive youths. Another mare exits the flying saucer's opening and floats down with Rue's same awkward gait. And then another mare comes out, indistinguishable from the others, and another, until a row of mares, 11 in total, walk in a line and form a row behind Rue, who was stopped just a few yards away from the group. We did fail you, Rue says, and bows her head deeply for a long moment. A terrible failure, with dreadful consequences for your race. She stands tall and moves her gaze across the group. Goddard shudders as his eyes meet the aliens. We could not stop you from unbalancing your world. We did miscalculate the intensity of your predations and Earth's capacity to resist them. A grave miscalculation that triggered the most hideous suffering on your race and on ours. We did fail you. Rue bows again. Rutger turns to Goddard as if to say something, but desists at the intensity of Goddard's expression. He is absorbing every word uttered by the alien as if they were Goa's awe-self. We did hope that humankind would recuperate in time, Rue continues, as it has done countless times before. But alas, your recovery remains fragile. Your lifespans are too short, insufficient to maintain a resilient civilization, insufficient to escape the extinction sink it is falling into. Humankind cannot regain control over its own destiny as a species. And so, after millennia of subtle guidance, we Mirai are forced to reveal ourselves. Rue extends her extremities in a very human gesture, and take direct ownership over your fate. Are you invaders? A stocky man in his early 20s asks. A farmer, obviously, in view of those brown pants beneath the short working tunic. Jimena feels Goddard's innate aversion to the lowborn. He speaks matter-of-factly, without fear, out of place. Rue turns to face the man, who holds her gaze with defiant blue eyes. We are not, Elder Luke. We are shepherds. You know my name. Rue keeps her eerie white eyes fixed on the man's for a short while. Then she says, I do, Elder Luke. I do know each of you. She slides her gaze across the 48 youngsters.
I met you already, in your dreams.
Why are we here?
The stocky farmer, Elder Luke, asks.
Why us?
I do know your desires, Elder Luke. I do know the deepest needs of each and every one of you. You do burn inside from longing. Alas, you shall never be satisfied. Society resists your wishes, unmoved, merciless. You are all wounded by desperation.
Nobody interrupts her words, not even Elder Luke. Some have gasped, as if suddenly realizing they are naked. Jimena feels Goddard's inner passion as he swaps a glance with Rutger. He, for one, is not afraid of exposure, only careful. You are here, Rue continues, because your nonconformist cravings are powerful. You do want to change your world. So do we. She turns her white, lifeless eyes to the stocky man. You shall be our agents, Elder Luke. Our agents of change, if you so desire.
What if we don't?
Elder Luke asks.
Then you shall return to your world in peace and desperation. But if you stay with us, if you do yield your will to ours, we shall grant you the power to achieve your every goal.
Which power? A girl asks from behind Goddard. Jimena turns her head. It is Etta, her eyes drilling the aliens.
The ultimate power, redeemed Fandola, Rue says. The power to penetrate others' minds and to influence them decisively. The power to truly persuade. The right idea in the right mind at the right time, and you shall accomplish anything. With our rigorous guidance, your history shall fly forward, free from the shackles of tradition.
Usually, Goddard is quite the cynic. Jimena begins to get him already. And yet, somehow, he feels in his guts that Rue is speaking the truth. Jimena can feel his lust rising like the Pacific tide, thick and relentless. He wants so much to believe the alien. He needs that power. Oh, what he could accomplish. With that power, they would finally have to listen. Those narrow-minded fools. They would see as clearly as he does. They would have no choice but to mobilize all the resources of Goa's Imperia for a new space program, jumping from horses to rockets, even if half the planet starves to death. Because the alternative? The alternative is inconceivable.
And what's in it for you?
Etta asks. What do you want in exchange?
Etta?
Aline mutters and pulls from her hand as if warning her.
Your compliance, redeemed Fandola. Your obedience. We shall dictate policies, and you shall execute them to the utmost of your abilities, which are considerable. A factor you have also been selected for.
Which policies?
Elder Luke asks.
I do feel your skepticism, Rue says. But do not fear. You humans and us Mirai ultimately want the same. For humankind to flourish anew. To fill the world like you did centuries ago. And to keep it this time.
Sure,
Etta says, ignoring the insistent pulling of Aline.
But what do you want us to do for you?
I cannot give you details, redeemed Fandola. Our policies are flexible and shall adapt to your own successes. But do not fear. Our instructions shall remain compatible with your private desires. It is in our interest that you accomplish your own goals and put yourself in a position of influence. Only then you shall serve us with maximum efficacy.
So, you scratch our backs, we scratch yours?
Elder Luke asks. Indeed.
Fair enough,
He says.
I'm in.
Whoa, wait a minute, yeah?
Etta says.
What if, even with those magical powers of yours, we can't make, whatever it is we need to do?
If you do fail yourselves, then you are of no use to us. You would then be free to return to your inner despair in peace, without further obligation towards us.
It's a no-brainer.
Elder Luke shrugs and turns towards Etta.
There's no downside. No downside, yeah?
Etta squints at Rue.
Except that we might be sealing a pact with the devil.
Those words hit a nerve. The body language of 47 youngsters changes abruptly. They seem more aware of their featureless surroundings, more defensive. Expressions have tensed noticeably. Even a mind as rational as Goddard's seems touched by irrational fear. No, he thinks. That's superstition. And to be honest, what's the alternative? He's got to take every chance, even if...
I'm in,
Goddard says.
and if you're the devil, Elder Rue, I'm still willing to accept your conditions.
A murmur of voices crisscrosses the group, many of assent, some of doubt.
I'm in,
Rutger says. Others join.
I'm in.
Me too.
They must be truly desperate, Jimena thinks, if they are willing to gamble their souls. And yet, not everybody seems convinced. Not by far. About half of those present, including Etta and Aline, remain silent. A long silence of uncertainty. Mistrust written on their faces. This is a dream, Etta says, staring at the palm of her hands. She raises her eyes at Rue.
You're not real.
I am most certainly real, redeemed Fandola. Real in my world, real in your dreams. And I am really most impressed with your innate awareness. Indeed, you are dreaming. We all are. This is a permascape, a shared dream. Every Mirai you see, and every human, is real. Only the dream is not.
I want to believe you, Elder Rue,
Aline says, after swapping a glance with Etta.
And that's why I can't. Without evidence, I can only trust my hope. And hope is a lousy source of truth.
Show us your powers of influence, Etta says.
Convince us. I want to be convinced.
I did indeed expect a degree of resistance, Rue says. It is in your nature. Thus, I have arranged for a demonstration.
Rue raises an appendage finger, and the empty, infinite flat landscape, flying saucer and all, vanish as if made of smoke. Even Jimena jumps at the sudden transition. But the people remain. They are now in an enormous room, surrounded by the luxury of another age. A massive round table of the most noble of woods, surrounded by chairs that would not have been out of place in Versailles. A fire roaring on a stone hearth as high as a person, and enormous stained glass windows, paintings, and tapestries depicting pre-industrial scenes of aristocracy and rural glory.
Be welcome to the colonial palace of Fulda, Rue says. The center of power of your country. Naturally, still a permascape. But we shall bring a special guest to our dream. A human of power, unaware of our intentions. One of my walkers, Quo.
Rue extends an arm towards one of the 11 mares standing behind her, who bows in acknowledgement.
Shall operate as threadmaker.
Quo disappears.
I have personally been conditioning the subject for this demonstration in several previous sessions. Today, I shall apply maximum persuasion, enough, I do hope, to tilt the balance. I do urge you all to witness the exchange in silence. Without training, any out-of-place word might doom my persuasion efforts.
The only door to the room opens, and a woman in her 20s barges in, her expression filled with impatience, and her gait with authority. She is stretching out her robe, made of a glossy purple fabric, with harsh strokes, as if she had just put it on.
"What's so urgent?"
she says, her voice annoyed and creaky. Jimena realizes that she can feel her irritation. Frustration, rather. The psych link has been rechanneled to her, obviously. She can hear the exultations and chuckles of her fellow students as the source of the woman's irritation becomes apparent. There is an underlying, more primitive emotion at play, more powerful. Arousal. The woman is horny as hell, probably an echo of the dream she has just been pulled out from by the Mare Quo. A glimpse of a wet embrace flashes through the psych link. Jimena is hetero, and yet the woman's longing for the nude hips of her lover, her warm thighs. Whoa, it makes her own cheeks warm, and not just her cheeks. It's a goddamn powerful beast, the psych link, she must admit.
I do apologize, Consul Levinson, Rue says. It is indeed a matter of urgency.
She is standing next to the woman and has changed form, resembling a tall male human courtier, groomed hairstyle and all, although this courtier has expressionless white eyes. And yet, for whatever reason, that doesn't bother the consul. Who are these? The consul is sweeping her eyes across Goddard, Etta, and the rest of the people scattered around the luxurious room. Most of them are staring back at her with fascinated anticipation, except the few wide-eyed that don't seem to care. Nobody of concern, Consul Levinson, Rue says. Jimena feels that the woman trusts the alien advisor. She wonders how Rue earned that trust. Surely not easily. I do urge you to make an urgent decision regarding the location of the Century Festival. Come on, she says, rolling her eyes. You called for that? There's still plenty of time until New Year's Eve. I do fear that is not accurate, Consul Levinson. The end of the year, or rather, the century, is a mere fortnight away, and preparations do need to be made in haste. I shall remind the Consul that there is a great symbolic importance to the venue of— The Consul laughs acrimoniously. And that right there is the problem, Chancellor. Everyone and their dog is getting on my nerves with the Century Festival. Goa, who cares where the final countdown is broadcasted from? Yes, I know. Everybody cares. Goa be merciful. The Praetor of Renania has even sent envoys and gifts. I do appreciate the political significance of this decision. Thus, my advice to select a remote area, and so avoid the jealousy of any significant party. Yes, I see your point, but I'm not convinced. If I select a Renanian colony, the Praetor has promised to cut his Karma allotment for the next 2 years. The Imperator would appreciate that, and perhaps even the Pontifex. And since Imperator Sisek is almost 27. The train of thoughts and machinations of the Consul feels like a roller coaster to the complacent academic mind of Jimena. Then the Consul stops talking and grimaces, gripped by a sudden sense of disgust, like she was smelling a putrid corpse, but without the actual smell. Jimena must cover her mouth. Mark sits back, obviously feeling unwell. If I may offer insight, Consul Levinson, Renania is an influential and rich province already, the envy of Germania. I do fear the other provinces shall feel threatened were you to select a Renanian colony for the Century Festival. May I humbly suggest an alternative? The revolting sensation disappears as quickly as it came, and a sense of relief and peace takes its place. The Dutch province. The Dutch province! The sensation evolves into a pleasant, warm fuzziness in the Consul's innards. Could be. Peripheral, remote, and of most relevance to your political interests. Mostly harmless, especially the coastal regions. Remind me, Chancellor, what's the name of that land at the end of the Rhine? The one you mentioned last time. Geldische, Consul Levinson. An ideal choice. Geldische? Yes. Jimena's eyes open involuntarily as she feels the Consul's arousal, which was still lingering in the background of her psyche, raise with sudden intensity. The Consul wets her lips. Even Jimena feels uncomfortably conscious of Mark's masculine presence next to her. Never been there? Exactly my point, Consul Levinson. Nobody that matters to your ambitions has ever been to Geldische. But if I go with this,
Geldershire? That would disappoint everybody. Not quite, I do believe, Consul Levinson. They shall certainly complain, but they would be secretly pleased that a rival is not favoured in their stead. The balance of influence would remain intact. Geldershire. As the consul utters these words, Jimena feels her libido pushing through the roof. The consul takes a deep breath and straightens her robes. I really need to return to my chambers. Very well, Chancellor. The Century Festival shall take place in Geldashire's capital colony. What's the name again? Oosterbeek. Consul Levinson. A wise choice. No! Jimena jumps at the unexpected exclamation from the back of the room. It is Edda, walking towards the consul. Everybody else, both in the scene and the amphitheater, is staring at her wide-eyed. Forgive me my boldness, consul. Edda bows awkwardly. I know I'm out of place, but the selection of Oosterbeek would be a costly mistake. Who is this? Consul Levinson's eyes scans Edda's white garments and then turns her head towards Rue. Do excuse my impetuous underling, Consul Levinson. Redeemed Fandola is indeed speaking out of turn. Edda clears her throat. I am, the Chancellor's expert on Geldashire matters, Consul. And I'd be a poor expert if I failed to warn you. Consul Levinson studies her for a long moment. Fine. Say what you have to say. Why is selecting Geldashire such a mistake? Not Geldashire, Consul. On the contrary, I concur 200% with the Chancellor. Geldashire is the perfect place to hold the Century Festival, yeah? But Oosterbeek is to Geldashire what Renania is to Germania. Plus, it's also the residence of Geldashire's Aedile. How would the other Aediles of Germania feel? There's no need to pick favorites if you can choose an even more remote colony. I see. Consul Levinson smiles at her eyes scanning the feminine shapes under Edda's tunic. And I'm sure you have a suggestion? Lunterran, Consul. Lunterran. Lunterran is the place. Fish, steel, and beautiful sunsets. At the fringe of the fringe, Lunterran is the place nobody cares about. Lunterran. Consul Levinson nods slowly, takes a step forward, and rubs a finger on Edda's exposed neck. Sounds like a fascinating place. Her smile broadens. Care to accompany me to my chambers and tell me more about it? Edda seems momentarily at a loss, but then puts a playful hand on her hips and smiles back. Anything you desire, Consul. End of Dreamworms, Episode 1. Episode 2. Alien Master. Chapter 9. Pontifex's Day. The auditorium darkens as the next section of the Dream Senso comes up, floating vividly above and across the amphitheater. A landscape lights up from above, a roughly almond-shaped collection of 1,000 colonial houses, spacious double-story buildings, most with garden patches around them, like a jigsaw of maroon roofs mixed with vegetable green. The chaotic network
of narrow, red-bricked streets hints at the legacy of a town settled for uncountable generations.
Loon Terran,
Professor Miyagi says.
meticulously recreated as it was 100 years ago, before the Dream Wars. A sleepy colony, prospering contentedly at the margins of Oz Imperia.
From this height, a few hundred yards over the red-tiled roofs, Loon Terran appears seamlessly embedded into its natural environment. To the east, right on the edge of the colony, a large, dense forest, farmlands extending far to the north and south, the sea to the west, not farther than 15 walking minutes, with a large sandy beach and an active harbor. The afternoon is advancing. The sun sends traces of gold over the sparkling waves and the fishing boats and merchant barges that unload their catch and wares onto horse carts. The scene slides lower towards Loon Terran. Jimena squints at the movement in the streets. Yes, they are teeming with colonists. As the Dream Senso point of view approaches the ground, the air fills with animated chatter, noise, and music. And orange. Plenty of orange. Most colonists are wearing orange-tinted tunics, and those with hats, the oldest among them, have decorated them with orange-colored motifs, feathers, orange leaves, even carrots and small pumpkins. This must be a festivity, Jimena thinks.
13th of December,
Miyagi says.
Pontifex's Day. A tradition in the Dutch province. Everybody is out on the street, sharing and trading junk.
Jimena can see him pacing below the scene.
Lots of fun, apparently. And all for the glory of the Pontifex in Townsend, who brings them peace and prosperity.
Jimena feels a pinch of pride. The Goa's Imperia of the Americas are still nominally under the sovereignty of the Pontifex, a symbolic and religious role nowadays, of course. But Jimena, like most of Pontifex Fahi's subjects, still prays for her health and wise guidance every day. Like a placid pigeon, the scene lands in the middle of a busy street where people walk leisurely in small family groups. No horses nor carts on the road, not even bicycles. The public space belongs to the people today. Music hammers the air, loud and rhythmic. People laugh, children run, and everybody, absolutely everybody, dances. Decorated tables have been set up on both sides of the street, in front of each house, as if an extension of the front yards. Old, used, everyday objects, toys, pottery, books, radios, tools, clothes, anything and everything, are put on display for trading. Bright orange-themed decorations cover the tables, and strongly scented delicacies on beautiful large ceramic plates lure neighbors and fellow colonists. The spiced aroma waters Jimena's mouth. A member or two of each family stands by the tables to greet passers-by, while the rest of the family roams the colony, dancing and filling large bags with bargains. The scene closes in on a particular house on the south side of the street. It is not so busy here, towards the eastern edge of the colony. Two teenage girls, dressed in ornate orange tunics, stand by the gleaming orange table, gesticulating excitedly, one black and tall, the other white and short. Etta and Aline.
This is the Species residence on the Meal Way,
Miyagi says.
Etta lives nearby, up the street.
He points with a finger to where the crowd grows thicker.
Let's watch.
The teenage girls chat with discreet but excited voices, too enthralled in their conversation to mind the world around them.
That's not proof enough,
Aline is saying, trying to keep a calm, controlled voice, although her eyes beam with the same intensity as Etta's.
But we had the same exact dream, yeah?
Etta is pulling Aline from the sleeves.
We saw the same exact alien floating out of the same exact spaceship, go as mercy, promising the same go-a-damn powers, yeah?
A shared dream, that's all.
That's all?
Etta shakes her head and scoffs.
We shared the same fucking dream, go as mercy.
I know. But that's my point. A shared dream is, wow, rare enough. I still have problems accepting it. But aliens that are trying to save us from... She shrugs.
Whatever?
Nah, that's too much to take, sister.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, yeah?
Yes, nicely put.
Not my line. And a pile of bull. What more evidence do you need than the fact that we did share a dream, huh?
A sudden, shrill bleep makes Etta and Aline, and Jimena, jump in place.
Attention, Loon Terran!
A loud female voice echoes deafeningly off the house walls, along the street.
Stop your chores and listen.
Aline swaps a stupefied glance with Etta. Jimena pinpoints the source of the commotion on a small loudspeaker set up on the top of a power pole down the street. Another loud bleep makes Jimena cover her ears in reflex.
Attention, Loon Terran! This is your quester speaking. Attention! This is not a regular call to service. I bring news of the highest relevance to our colony.
Yes, it is Marjeline Mathis, but Jimena can hardly recognize her voice, so exultant, shaking with raw emotion.
After months of tireless requests to my superiors, my insistence has finally borne fruit. Goa be praised! Rejoice, Loon Terran! For I have just received radio notification from Falda, directly from our consul's office, that our colony has been blessed to host the official New Year's festival.
As she pauses to take air, Etta gasps, and Aline falters. She must hastily hold herself to the adorned table before meeting Etta's wide-eyed gaze.
Rejoice, Loon Terran! In 2 weeks' time, the dawn of the 25th century will be broadcast to every soul in Germania from Loon Terran. This is the most important event ever in the history of our colony.
Another pause. Etta takes Aline's hand into her own. Their wide-eyed gazes meet with the explosive force of realization.
It happened. It really happened.
Jimena feels the exhilaration like it were her own. Even her heart pumps faster. The joy, the implications are so overwhelming.
I will be heading an emergency committee to begin urgent preparations. In the meantime, I ask all of you to embrace this 1 in 1,000 years honor with gratitude for Goa's blessings. Loon Terran, we are the stewards of Goa this year. More than that, we are Oz agents on Earth this century. I ask you do whatever it takes so the Germania never forgets our name. Not in 100 years. For Loon Terran. Quester Mathis, out.
Edda and Aline, wide-eyed, begin to speak at the same time into each other's faces. But their voices are drowned by a tide of chaotic shouting and cheering along the street. Some nearby tables kick up their music, and the passers-by jump to the bass blasts, hands in the air in celebration. The scene closes in on Aline as she embraces Edda fiercely. Both are now laughing wildly.
It was you!
Aline shouts, locking her friend in a bear hug.
Go has mercy. It was you. It was, yeah?
Edda laughs louder, so overjoyed. Her thoughts meld in disarray, unable to speak, just laugh, hug, and feel. Jimena's eyes mist over.
Oh!
Aline releases Edda in shock from the sudden impact of her bottom being smacked. A teenage boy, tall and muscular, with white, tanned skin, dark blonde hair, and blue eyes, is standing right behind her.
Blessings to you, woman spiece,
he says with a wide smile.
And to you, redeemed Fandola. Happy Pontifex's Day.
Aline laughs and hugs him.
Aw, blessings, my man Ledebor.
Blessings, Pete, Edda says, laughing. What are you doing to my friend? When you're around, she turns into this melted, horny shadow of herself.
What can I say? The irresistible attraction of fishermen. No, please, no fish smell jokes.
I like fish,
Aline says, kissing him and biting his lower lip. The greeting goes on for a while until Peter finally escapes Aline's embrace, both laughing.
Some news, huh?
Peter says.
Loon Terran picked for the New Year's festival. Those aliens aren't fooling around.
He knows? Jimena thinks with surprise, but then she realizes that Edda is not surprised at all. Then she remembers. During the first contact section, as she was cycling to Goddard, she saw this boy talking with Edda and Aline in the distance. He was there too.
Did you sleep with her?
Peter asks Edda. What? Edda stops smiling.
That Ozhead woman, Consul Levinson? Did you?
Peter makes an obscene gesture with his hands.
Pete!
Aline slaps his broad shoulder.
What?
He frowns in mocking complaint.
Edda was obviously very convincing. Perhaps more than that alien. What's her name again?
Rue, Edda says. And let's just say, I did what I had to do.
That's all? No details?
Pete! Aline slaps anew. Okay. He chuckles.
Sorry, Etta. Didn't mean to. But say, why did you,
He wets his lips.
insist on bringing the festival right here to Lunterran?
Etta shrugs. It was more of an impulse. She meets his curious gaze. It sure as damn opens possibilities, yeah?
Like what?
Dunno. She shrugs again. But our colony will have the complete, undivided attention of the entire country for a few minutes.
Uh-huh.
Peter turns his face to Aline and back to Etta.
So, say, are you Mensas going to, learn that stuff the aliens are promising?
Sure, Etta says. All the way. I can use those persuasion. She wiggles her fingers. Powers of theirs to convince my dad to stop his joyous day. A slight frown crosses Aline's forehead. Are you afraid of what they will ask us to do in return? Why? I bet they know what they're doing, sister. They've helped us since, what did they say? Like 10,000 years ago? Peter nods.
We scratch their backs, they scratch ours. Fair and square. I, for one, want to stop all those Seaver factories for good. You with me, love?
Sure, Aline says and smiles thoughtfully. We could even try to end the coal trade in the Hanseatic Imperium.
Now you're talking,
Peter says, eyes beaming.
And why just in our Imperium, huh? We could clean all Oz Imperia from filth, can't we? Where's the limit?
He takes an orange-colored fluffy cookie from the table and gnaws on it.
Wow, this is good.
He chews slowly and gapes at Aline.
You did this?
She playfully slaps his shoulder again. So hard to believe? Gastronomy runs as deep in the Speece family as engineering. Unfortunately, it brings less karma.
Oh, fuck,
Peter says, his eyes squinting at something behind Aline. She turns to see a male teenager of their age approaching with a smug smile. Light brown skin, short black hair, and attractive. Jimena recognizes Rocharde instantly. He is dressed in a fine orange tunic, same as the darker-skinned toddler sitting on his shoulders, looking around at the colorful festivities with large eyes.
Oz blessings to you,
he says. Oz blessings. Oz blessings. Etta and Aline reply at the same time. Peter remains silent.
Impressive achievement yesterday, Etta. I wasn't sure that dream was, well, just a dream. But now...
Not too bad, huh? Etta says with a wink. Goddard turns his attention to Peter and gives him a long, studious glance.
I was surprised to see you and your brother there, too. I wonder what the Mirai saw in you.
Peter shrugs.
Ask them. And what are you doing here? This is a specialist district.
He walks closer to Peter.
Shouldn't you be catching some fish? Or whatever you smelly rat boys in the fishing district do?
He has taken a napkin out and waves it mockingly over his nose.
I go where I go-a-damn want, Peter says. I don't know what you see in this rat boy, Aline,
Goddard says as he hands her a folded piece of paper.
A woman with your talents should have standards.
Aline unfolds the paper and nods absent-mindedly as she gives it a superficial glance.
What's that?
Peter asks, trying to peek.
Nothing,
she mutters, folding the paper and sliding it in her pocket.
Professional secrecy.
You working with this elitist worm?
Goddard walks past Peter like he doesn't exist. No, like he doesn't matter. And leans to inspect the small shrine set up next to the table. The shrine, on top of a piece of tree trunk, is made of freshly cut, lush green branches, decorated with shiny balls of different colors. The open front reveals the inside, an orange cloth, possibly silk, with a pile of metallic, flat pieces. Not much karma left, Goddard says.
I hope the Quester is more generous this year with the engineer families. We scientists have doubled. I can put in a good word, if you like.
He turns his side smile to Peter.
You and your rat brother better catch many, many fish this year, Ledebor, because Oz Head never has much karma left for rat families.
Peter, face flushed, walks his massive body right in front of Goddard, their faces mere inches from each other. Peter, a head taller, stares with bloodshot eyes down into Goddard's amused gaze.
Goa, the smell.
Goddard covers his nose with a napkin.
Makes me almost hungry.
The toddler, sitting on Goddard's shoulders, reaches out to Peter's blonde hairs, grabbing them with a giggle.
Ouch!
Peter takes a step back, safe from the infant's curious hands.
Leave that, Garrett,
Goddard says, raising his right hand to caress the toddler.
You just had your bath.
He points at the large speakers, loud disco music merging into the street celebrations.
Goa's mercy, Spees. Stop that noise, or change the tape.
He shakes his head theatrically.
What's that? The Bee Gees?
He chuckles.
The 1970s were a lost decade.
But that's when we were exploring the moon,
Aline says in a musical, ironic tone.
You like space, don't you, Goddard?
He side smiles back at her, but says nothing.
Very true,
Etta says.
What was that story in the summer about?
Oh, yes. One of the old space colonies, apparently, still has people living on it, yeah?
Oh, yes. I remember the story,
Peter says.
The meteor colony.
Asteroid colony, hick, Goddard replies, smile frozen in place, a spark in his eyes.
And there was nothing apparent about it, he says, turning to Etta. There really is a lost colony, still alive. I heard the radio traffic myself.
Aline laughs.
There were warnings about the end of the world, right?
She points at Goddard.
What was it all about? The end of the world is nigh over,
she mocks, enjoying herself.
A meteor will destroy Earth in 100 years, over and out.
Aline and Peter laugh wholeheartedly, while Goddard stares at them, keeping the smile on his lips, but not in his eyes.
How did all that end? Aline asks between laughs.
They also sent a picture?
Goddard says, his voice barely audible over the loud music.
My contribution was the software that rendered the image.
He looks at Etta, his eyes dark and sad.
The faces, they were old. Old. One glance, and A's head declared them demon-ridden and banned all further communication.
His gaze is lost somewhere behind Etta.
Heresies, they called it. The ignorant zealots. And then they covered it up like it never happened. I couldn't believe it. They just...
He waves a hand and sighs.
No, there's no surviving colonies in the solar system, they said. All colonies were abandoned to their fate during the collapses and starved out centuries ago, they said. All lies. Dangerous, dangerous lies that damn us to extinction. Lies, huh?
Peter points a finger at the toddler.
You better get your shit together, Mensa, for your son's sake.
Okay, enough, everybody, says Etta with a loud clap. Peter, stop being such an asshole. And you, she turns to Goddard. Take your snob ass somewhere else, yeah? She steps forward and caresses the toddler tenderly, who giggles in return. What a poor example for Garrett. Goddard smiles to her and makes a bow.
As you wish, dowry sister, he says, and walks away.
Wow, says Aline. You play that idiot like a guitar. How can you have such an influence on him?
I know how,
Peter says sourly, still glaring at Goddard's back.
By walking over to Oz womb and giving away an ovum to the Craker family.
Pete! Aline turns and gives him a scandalized look. Etta laughs and shrugs. I think you're right, Pete. Goddard may not respect many things, but family, that he does.
Go as mercy, Etta,
Peter says, voice drenched in disgust.
What a catch. You're always talking about how we must be oh so alert, how those aristocrat families have our sacred rights in their sights and just want to oppress us and all that shit. And then you fucking bind to one of them.
You mean aristocratic, Pete? Etta says, an incipient frown of anger on her brow. And it was my dad who arranged the dowry bond?
How unfortunate for you. Well, at least you get to enjoy the karma.
The scene vanishes, and the spring sun and blue skies return to the amphitheater. Jimena and many of her fellow students stretch their dream limbs as they refocus their attention on the stage below.
Sorry, people, Professor Miyagi says. The Dream Senso section finishes here. I was thinking about prolonging it with Etta's spectacular slap across Peter Ledeybour's face, but it was getting way too long already.
Chuckles, polite laughs, and whines of disappointment fill the open-air auditorium. Miyagi takes a few steps, hands on his back, as if reflecting.
You know what comes to my mind when I witness the events leading to the Century Festival?
He pauses and looks gravely up to the students' expectant faces.
That they had some dubious taste in music.
All students burst out laughing.
No, seriously, people,
he says as the laughs die away.
When I watch this scene, I always wonder about Goddard. you have seen the little asshole. He lives a life of privilege. The Craker are a prestigious scientist family. And yet, the poor bastard seems to be the only one who knows that the Babby asteroid is coming, and has the education to understand what that ultimately means.
He shakes his head.
The world lives in innocent denial, and science has been silenced by dogma. Ignorance, not truth, is guiding humanity in the age of Goa. Ignorance, fanaticism, and lies. Not the most reliable guides, I would say.
The words hit Jimena like a sting. It's a strange feeling. On one side, she intellectually understands what the professor is saying, that Oz head was looking the other way when a world-ending event was literally falling over their heads. They covered it up. They buried it. History repeating itself, just like in the first collapse. Worse. Yes, the professor is telling the truth. She knows. And yet, she feels attacked inside, in her identity, by his words. The blue and white section of GIA students at the other end of the hemicycle also stirs uncomfortably. This is not history, not by far. They are still living the age of Goa, at least in the Goa's Imperia of the Americas, as vibrant as it was 100 years ago. Oz head is not just a human-made institution. It's more than that. Much more. It's also divine.
They'd never. Imagine what he might be feeling.
Miyagi's words interrupt Jimena's thoughts.
Loneliness, perhaps? He's a father, and perhaps he is relieved that his son will live a normal, fulfilled life, and his grandchildren as well, and so on for a few more generations. Does he even care, with the short lifespan of his time, what will happen to his descendants 100 years in the future? Does he even care?
He lowers his voice, as if thinking aloud.
About us.
Chapter 10. Worth and Soul. Rue paces forward, or rather, floats, an inch over the ground towards the 48 youngsters. Jimena feels Edda's inquisitive eyes scanning the elongated form and comparing it with the 11 mares standing in a neat row behind her. There are subtle differences. Yes. Some are slightly higher or thinner. Even length of arms and legs vary from one to the next. The shade of white of their skin also differs subtly. They're just animals, Jimena thinks. Same as us, with individual traits and variations. The result of evolutionary pressure in a resource-scant ecology. I do welcome you back to the staging permascape, Rue says, and waves an arm across the infinite flatness of dark stone and black skies. It is only us here, our conscious minds. Then at this point, only we do matter. What we Mirai say to you, and what you ultimately decide to do with our words. Rue turns her head to the side, and 3 mares walk forward to stand next to her. There are subtle differences among the 3, as there are among the rest, but they move as one in precise synchronization. Same gait, same speed, same balancing of the arms as they slide, same stance as they stop. Do meet Overseer Yogg, Rue says, bowing lightly to the 3 mares. She shall clarify your choices. Sense and bind, humans. The words emanate as a single feminine voice from the 3 heads. Jimena feels Etta's wonder as she realizes how alien the aliens really are. All of you are here to serve us. Not the sexiest of speech beginnings, Jimena thinks. Etta and the others seem to agree, their faces expressing a degree of unease. You shall be granted abilities that no other humans possess. That's better. You shall exert power over other humans, and so do our bidding. Ouch. It is imperative that only humans of worth are provided access to this knowledge. Walker Rue. The 3 heads turn lightly left, where Rue remains fully still. Suggests that all of you are of worth. I shall judge that. I shall assess each of you at every step to determine if you are worthy of carrying the power of a walker of the mind. A walker of the mind? Etta's excitement flows through Jimena like a hurricane through a ravine. Worthy are those with the will to exert power, Yogg continues. I shall assess who is worthy among you humans. Walker-Rue and her Devis walkers. Her bodies turn briefly to glance at the 8 mares standing behind. Shall instruct you in the 3 steps of the path of light. The path of light? Jimena feels Etta's anticipation with amusement. Everybody in the 26th century knows, of course, about the paths. To a great extent, Dreamtech defines their age. But for Etta, they are just words. Never heard before words of hope. But a master of the path of light, Yogg continues, is but an apprentice of the path in the shadow. The path in the shadow. Jimena smiles as she feels Etta's steel determination, like a drooling lioness. A sudden image of Willem crosses the psych link in a flash of love and angst. But Etta promptly gathers herself in an impressive show of discipline, and her attention snaps back to the speaking mares. The 3 steps of the path in the shadow are the true source of power over others. That is your objective, humans. To tread the path in the shadow. Your objective, and ours. Without treading the shadow, you are worthless to us, and to yourselves. Only a walker in the shadow, a true walker of the mind, can traverse the second wake, intrude into the mind of others, and hope to mold them to their will. It is my duty to ensure that only the worthy tread the paths. Her heads turn left, as if talking to Rue directly. It is a sensitive and dangerous discipline, that which Walker Rue plans to instruct you in. Thus, it is also my duty to limit the access to the powers of the Mind Walker
to a minimum of subjects.
She turns her heads to the 48 gripped youngsters.
Only the 2 most worthy humans shall be granted access to the path in the shadow. Only 2 of you shall become walkers of the mind.
2? Jimena feels Etta's flush of icy fear as her hope wavers. Only 2? She exchanges a wide-eyed glance with Aline. Behind them, Peter and others begin to complain. The mares watch in silence as the protests grow louder. Goddard, at the edge of the group, is talking agitatedly to a pale Rutger. The clamor continues for a long while as the mares look on, impervious to the human storm, until it finally calms to a fearful, expectant murmur.
Do look around, you humans, to your peers,
Yogg continues.
to observe them and assess their motivation and worth. Do ask to yourself, are they grander than yours?
Many do indeed turn their heads studiously. Not Etta. She just stares at Yogg, hands closed in fists. She feels betrayed. This is not what they promised. Power, they said. Power to fix your world. That's what they said. They never spoke of.
There are 48 of you now, but not for long. Your determination shall be put to the test after every single step Walkaroo pushes you along the path of light. If you do lack talent to walk, or talent to learn, or motivation, you shall be flushed out, back to your human life of despair, in full knowledge that you are not worthy of a last chance to make right whatever wrongs you. Do look around you again, and if your strength falters at the thought of proving yourself more worthy than your peers, do step forward and accept your fate now.
Silence falls on the staging permascape as Etta and the rest exchange glances of curiosity, even suspicion. But no one moves.
What happens if we don't pass your tests?
A tall man in his late teens asks, his voice more aggressive than curious. Etta doesn't know the man, probably from one of the other Galdashir colonies. From Ulsterbake, perhaps, judging by his arrogant stance. Nothing shall happen, Rue says, speaking for the first time since Yogg stood beside her. Which is punishment enough, Elder Cowpus. You are but barred from revealing our existence.
But you are a very big deal. The world needs to know what you're doing. I bet you can get more help if you collaborate openly with Oz Head.
You shall not reveal our existence,
Yogg says. Even if you would, Rue says. Nobody would believe you, Elder Cowpus.
I can be very persuasive. What if I try?
Then you shall be terminated,
Yogg says. Etta blinks in shock. Terminated? Nobody shall believe you, Rue repeats. I do suggest not to make a fool of yourself in the attempt.
What does, Overseer, forgot her name, mean by terminated?
Overseer Yogg, human, Yogg says. If you do attempt to reveal our existence, or the nature of this collaboration, we shall terminate your life.
Whoa! Okay.
The man raises his hands in a gesture of appeasement.
Can you do that?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
The man folds his arms across his chest.
Why are you doing all this? What do you want from us humans?
To help you flourish, Rue says, as we have for millennia.
Nice work you've done. Where were you during the collapses?
Rue takes a few seconds to reply. If mares could breathe, Jimena thinks, Rue would probably be taking a deep breath. Our power is limited, Elder Kalpis. That is why you are here. Human walkers of the mind shall remedy our handicap.
But why are you helping us?
Elder Kalpers insists.
Why really? What's in it for you if we humans flourish or die? Is it your religion? Do you even have a god? Are you angels of Goa? Why us? Why, Goa's mercy, are you here?
Yeah, Etta thinks. Jimena feels her curiosity overwhelming her apprehension. That's a fucking good question. Yogg replies immediately. Your inquisitive mind disqualifies you from worth, human. Before Elder Kalpis can reply, he disappears. Every one of the 47 remaining people stare at the empty spot in astonished silence. Rue turns her head towards the 3 Yogg mares. Elder Kalpis was a promising candidate. There is no promise in curiosity, only danger. He had a strong, traversing halo, very rare. His selection was a substantial investment of my personal time. Alas, ultimately unworthy of it. Yogg's 3 faces turn to the apprehensive audience. Humans, your way into the path in the shadow is now a spot closer. Only 45 opponents remain between you and the power of the Mind Walker. Do look at them now and ask yourself if you possess the inner strength to take the prize for yourself, or whether you would rather unburden your fate now and join Elder Kalpis in going back to your miserable human existence. Nobody speaks. They just stare at each other in silence, like they are holding their breaths. Etta glances first at the people she knows. Aline next to her, and Peter right behind them, with his brother Jansen. Etta's dowry brother, Goddard, is to her side, next to that rich friend of his, Rutger. Etta recognizes some other Luntaran faces. Man Reinder, at 11, probably the youngest present, stands timidly behind the Van Clay siblings. She can beat them all, she thinks. Probably. But the others, the majority, are an unknown. There is no apprehension in anybody's eyes as they measure each other. Only determination and defiance. Nobody speaks up. Jimena draws a deep breath, as if that could shake the electrical anticipation she is feeling. she is so happy she made it to the global program. Professor Miyagi's seminar is turning out to be more engaging than she could have ever dreamed. Huh, bad joke. Oh, she is so ready to immerse herself into the nitty-gritty historical details of the 3 trials of worth and soul, as history comes to know them.
I am pleased, Yog finally says. Now, do return to your individual dreams to await your first assessment. We shall recall each of you, one by one, to appraise your motivation. Do prepare, for I shall not be lenient in extracting your truth. By the morrow, you shall know if you are deemed worthy to even begin Walkeroo's instruction in the path of light.
Before anybody can react, all humans disappear. Only 12 mares remain in the empty vastness of the staging permascape.
I do not approve of your methods, Overseer Yog. You are not required to approve, Walkeroo. Just to acknowledge. I do fear you are not sufficiently acquainted with the art of teaching. An adequate instruction is never a competition. Direct peer confrontation stirs the mind of the apprentice towards aggression and detaches it from self-focus. Many shall fail that would otherwise succeed. Indeed, which guarantees us the 2 worthiest and most malleable humans among all your candidates. I carefully chose each human for its talent and motivation. Most would perform adequately as human walkers. This selection process of yours, this cull, amounts to an unforgivable waste of resources. We are in no position to delay our goals. Master Gorobor shall be informed. Master Gorobor made me overseer for a reason, Walkeroo. You are too attached to assess the risks in their entirety. I do fear you lost your sense of context along the way, while whispering to all your humans. Now, do call your threaders and bring the first candidate. A long session awaits, and I do expect to get to know each of your humans intimately.
Chapter 11. The Deepest Door. Etta opens the door, and her smile widens. Please, come in. She speaks like she is greeting an old friend she hasn't seen for ages. Welcome to my home. The 4 mares, Rue and Yog, walk into a spacious colonial living room. 3 sofas around a large wooden radio receiver, fire in the hearth, heavy carpet, and wide windows. A solid dream. Very realistic, Jimena thinks, as her eyes wander over the classic paintings on the walls, mostly romantic landscapes of the Golden Age. One depicts an enormous city, its crystal towers extending as far as the eye can see. Another one that catches Jimena's eyes depicts a harbor, a labyrinth of cranes and piles of containers, dwarfed by the largest vessels the world has ever seen.
You did expect us, redeemed Fandola?
Rue says as the mares walk in.
Very good. The human is aware, the three bodies of Yog ask with a single voice. No, Rue says, albeit her subconscious bubbles right under the surface of awareness. This individual's halo shines with talent, but with no training, talent is just potential. And yet, the human knows who we are and why we are here. She is indeed subconsciously prepared for our arrival. She does perceive us as a visit, a social bonding practice among humans. Meet my family, Ada says, waving a hand at the sofas, from where 3 adults and a toddler watch them in attentive silence. Jimena blinks in surprise. The living room was empty just a moment ago. That's my father and family elder, Willem, and my son, Hans. Willem, sitting with the toddler on his knees, nods politely, but says nothing. And that's my brother, Bram. Jimena looks at the young boy with curiosity. About 13, white, broad-faced, Willem's biological son, obviously. Both stare with the same sad brown eyes. Would you like to see the house? Ada asks. I can do the tour for you. And who is this woman, redeemed Vandola? Rue extends an arm at the black woman sitting on the side sofa. Tall, hair falling over her shoulders in airy curls, grave expression, and eyes that pierce the visitors with the intensity of ice shards. Jimena recognizes her instantly. She has seen her before in Eda's dreams. This is Anika, her biological mother. Who? Eda asks. The woman. Rue points again with the arm, and even wiggles the 3 appendages at the sofa. Oh. Eda's eyes flinch over at her mother with a momentary frown of confusion, but immediately turns her attention back to the visitors, smiles brightly, and says, Great! Then let's go, yeah? This way. She walks towards a dark hallway, which Jimena finds bizarrely out of place. The mares follow. How would you like to proceed, Overseer York? Rue asks. This is, after all, your assessment. You are the human whisperer, Walkaroo. Do your art to expose the human's motivating force. Very well. She turns to Eda, who is waiting patiently in the hallway's doorway. Redeemed Vandola, do kindly show us a recent memory. Sure thing. Anything particular? A core memory. Something that did touch you. Core. That touched me. She taps her cheek in thought. Something that pushed through your inner self. With violence. I know, she says cheerfully, like she just thought of what to wear for a party. This way. As Eda enters the dark hallway, she flicks a switch on the wall, but nothing happens. Oh, I'm sorry. Lights aren't working today. Happens now and then. Hope you don't mind. Do proceed, redeemed Vandola. They walk into the hallway. It is long, its end lost in the deepest darkness. The walls are packed with identical-looking doors on both sides, no space separating each from the next. Eda stops in front of one of them. I think you'll like this one.
she says, opens the door, and walks through to a field flooded by daylight. As the mares cross the threshold, Jimena immediately recognizes the setting. It was a few days back, when Etta and Willem were walking back from Aline's mom's Joyous Day celebration. They are arguing.
Go with mercy, Dad. I don't want you to die in 2 months. Remember when, on Mom's Joyous Day?
Etta, that's enough!
Willem shouts at her, red-faced. Jimena feels Etta freeze in shock at her father's unusual fury.
I will not hear any more of this. You will respect my decision. I expect to have some peace in my last weeks of life.
How dare he? How dare he?
Etta just wants him to see that there are more important things than reputation. Life, for once, go as mercy. Rage bubbles up inside her. He's so unfair, so short-sighted, so...
I hate you!
She shouts.
You don't have the right to leave us!
Uncontrolled tears well up in her eyes.
God damn it. This is not helpful,
she thinks as she runs away, fueled by pain and dread of the future. I do fail to understand, Yog says. This human dislikes her parent, and yet she wants him to stay alive. Do not let the words fool you, Overseer Yog. Human speech is as unstable as the surface of the ocean during a storm. After centuries of study, I have learned to find the truth beneath the waves. This human loves her parent with unusual intensity, even for a young female. Etta, the one that entered with the mares, observes their exchange with the distant patience of an attentive hostess. Yet, Jimena feels the pain of the fleeing Etta echoing inside her, leaving behind a dreadful sensation. And yet, Yog says, I do fail to see how something as insignificant as the affections of a cub for her parent qualifies this human as a candidate to tread the paths. It is hard to fathom, Overseer Yog, but love is a stronger emotion than self-preservation among humans. I can assure you that this candidate shall yield adequately to the imperatives of the receding effort, as long as we assist in her keeping her father alive. Yog's 3 bodies regard the sad eyes behind Willem's glasses as they follow her daughter running down the street. Intriguing, but unconvincing, Walkaroo. That the human's inner drive is but a single bond to a single individual is frail. I do require more self-focus on our human walkers. Unless there is more to this subject, we shall hasten to the next candidate. There is more to this human, Overseer Yog. She is a complex individual. It shall take more of our time, but she is worth the inspection. She brims with raw talent. Rue turns to the Edda standing by the doorway to the dark hallway. We do wish to see more, redeemed Fandola. Do lead us deeper. Deeper, she says, and the blunted pain inside her grows in intensity. Is it anxiety? Jimena doesn't know. but she can feel Etta wetting her dry lips as she slowly leads the mares back into the hallway. She paces along the row of anonymous doors towards the deeper darkness. Is it getting hotter in here? Jimena's glimpse at Mark reveals his intense attention on the scene, and the perspiration on his temples. It's funny how realistically their dream bodies react to the permascape. Anything particular? Etta stops and turns to her guests. I don't think there is much more to see. Should we return to the living room and get us all some tea with pastries? Take us deeper into yourself, redeemed Fandola, Rue commands. My dad just got this box of soft, fluffy cookies from one of his students that just made the Rhine-Baltic circuit. They are delicious. They've got this amazing, "You shall show us now," Yogg says. Yield, or be disqualified from treading the paths. Etta blinks in confusion. Something inside her understands the implications, the compulsion of the mayor's words. She turns towards the darkness and paces on, step after step, each one further tensing her pain, like someone is trying to pull her soul out of her skin. A grimace on Mark's face reminds Jimena that she is not the only one psych-linked to Etta. It is so dark now. No light at all reaches this far inside Etta's hallway, but Jimena can still see, in that weird way dreams allow you to perceive beyond the limits of your wake senses. Etta stops, throws a glimpse at one of the doors, and presses her lips together. Rue reaches out, opens the door, and, followed by Yogg, enters the same living room they just left behind at the beginning of the hallway. It is early in the morning, bright daylight streaming through the windows. A much younger Willem is sitting on one sofa, reading a book. Anika is lying on the other sofa, hands behind her head, an open book on her belly, eyes lost in thought. A soft fire glows timidly in the hearth. It is warm and cozy, safe. The feeling streams through Jimena as an 8-year-old Etta runs down the stairs and throws herself onto Willem's lap. Ouch! He laughs and embraces her. Watch out, girl. I'm softer than you think. You done with your homework yet? Almost, Dad. I have a question on civics. Another one, huh? Shoot. When Mom and you meet Oz and Brace? Anika turns her head towards her. How are you going to tell me and Bram what to do? Bram and me. Me always comes last. And don't worry about those things. They're complicated. Anika sits up and puts the book to her side. They're not complicated, Will. Don't be lazy. Well, when your mom and I, meet Oz and Brace, die, Anika says, a notch louder. When we die. Come on, Annie. Not now. So, you die when you meet Goa? Etta asks, large eyes swinging between Willem and Anika. Like a dog? We are animals, girl, Anika says, her voice softening. All animals must pass away at some point. We still have plenty of time, Willem says soothingly, forcing a smile. Don't you worry. But if you are dead, how are you going to... Etta's voice breaks, her eyes brimming with tears.
We will always be watching over you, girl,
Willem says, his voice soothing, his smile comforting.
no matter what.
Don't tell her that. Anika's voice is dead serious now. Who's watching for us, huh? Jimena feels Etta's sudden angst at her mother's unusual reaction.
That's not helpful, Annie.
And telling lies to your children is? She shakes her head. They must learn to be alone. They soon will be, and life must go on.
Come on. It's too early. We still got some good years in front of us.
I don't want to be alone, Etta says, her voice wavering with incipient fear.
You're not alone, girl,
Willem says.
Listen, no one in this family will ever be alone.
He is speaking to Etta, but looking at Anika.
We have each other. We have our parents and ancestors watching for us, and our children and descendants waiting for us.
He chuckles.
Sometimes I wish I had some more time for myself.
Oh, such beautiful horse shit, Anika says. Our ancestors are dead, and our descendants are unborn. I don't know about you, but I can only hear people that are alive, yeah? Etta begins to weep. Willem takes her with both arms against his chest, kisses her softly on the top of her head, and caresses her unruly hair. He turns his head to his sister.
Calm down, Annie, please. How long are you going to be grieving? It's been over a month, go as mercy. Martin is in a better place now. His joyous day was beautiful.
She scoffs and folds her arms. You don't know the half of it. He didn't want it, yeah? But he was a coward. He accepted it all like a lamb taken to the slaughterhouse.
If that were true, that makes him very brave.
Oh, always so logical. It's so easy to be logical, yeah? She begins to speak with a mocking tone. The heroic man that accepts his fate for the good of the many. Way to go!
You're being selfish,
Willem says.
You'd rather have your lover back for your own sake.
She stands, eyes widened in outrage. You don't believe that he is enjoying the oh-so-sweet embrace of Goa, do you? You're not that naive, are you?
Who am I to say? I'm just a teacher.
Exactly. We are teachers. She takes Etta in one hand and Willem in the other and pulls them up on their feet. Come. She leads them out of the living room, up the stairs, and into a windowless room. She turns on the light. The walls are filled to the brim with shelves of books.
It's unlocked,
Willem says when he enters the room with Etta. It's always unlocked. That's how I like it now. The kids should come here any time they like. She laughs. I'm not surprised you haven't noticed yet that I unlocked the room. You spend all your time playing with those stupid tin soldiers instead of absorbing the knowledge entrusted to us as colonial teachers.
But what if somebody breaks in and
not even you, a teacher, care enough to read them, and you think our fellow colonists would? Anika scoffs. They are either working their asses off in the fields or at sea, or too hooked to that trash radios are spitting at them every evening.
But we've sworn to keep the old books safe.
Willem's voice sounds unconvinced, like he's repeating a mantra. They're only for emergencies. If things really go south, then we have a semblance of guidance. These books are too dangerous to— Read this. Anika hands him one of the books lying on the only desk in the room. And then we can discuss what forbidding books really tells us about the society that takes that step, yeah? Oh, and when you're done, get started on this one, on myths and religions. Yeah, plural. Then we can have an actual conversation on the merits of Oz embrace, yeah? And this, on the real history of the Roman Empire, is eye-opening. Did you know their entire system was fueled by slavery? That barbarians were absorbed, not cleansed. That resisting cities and civilizations were forever wiped from the face of the earth? And this book, on Napoleon? She is pointing alternatively at the other books on the desk. Or that one on Stalin. She shakes her head as she snorts. Those will give you quite a view into the true soul of the heroes of Oz Imperia. Etta, wide-eyed, is looking at the shelves with fascination. Can I read them too, Mom? Of course you can, baby. That's the whole point. Her eyes keep scolding Willem as she speaks. These books connect us with thousands of years of human civilization. And they're just— She waves her hand around the shelves in exasperation. Gathering dust in locked rooms like this one. The knowledge inside these books, that's what really extends the reach of our ancestors into our descendants, not Oz's stupid embrace. Reading these books will transform you, baby, into a true human. The mares are back in the pitch-black hallway. Etta, sunk head and limp shoulders, stands next to them, her anxiety hanging tight in a tense, high-pitched vibrato, like a suspect awaiting the jury's verdict. Insufficient, Yog finally says, and Jimena feels Etta's tension burst inside her guts. A pronounced desire for change is indeed a valid motivator for our candidates, but I do fear that this memory only did show such ambition in the human's female parent. The candidate seemed merely curious. This was but the beginning, Overseer Yog, Rue explains. The candidate has since shown repeated active behavior in the pursuit of change. Just recently, she infiltrated an official space in a doomed attempt to shake the power of the elites. Too risky, Walkaroo. This human's motivations, love and change, are too faint. I am still unconvinced. We shall then dig deeper, Rue says, until you see what I know. No time, Walker. I shall grant this human one last inspection, since your belief is so strong. But then we shall proceed to the next candidates. Very well. She turns to Etta, whose eyes are wide with fright. Redeemed Fandola, take us to the last door. The last? She turns toward the deeper end of the hallway. Sorry, I can't. You can, Rue says, speaking uncharacteristically slowly. You can, redeemed Fandola. Do lead on. Like a zombie, she begins to drag her legs slowly down the hallway. Jimena feels raw dread filling her body, her soul, as she pushes herself forward. She walks and walks until the air tastes stale and bleak. And on she walks, passing door after door after door. Sudden images of Willem, of Anika, flash across her sight as she musters every last fiber of willpower. And then, the hallway comes to an end on a narrow wall with a single door, a black door in the darkest rim of Edda's memories. She is panting, eyes injected with horror, like she has just pulled a corpse across a field of mud, like the corpse is her own. "Do open the door," Rue says. Edda continues to pant, frozen in place like a jumper staring down the edge of a skyscraper. "Do open the door, redeemed Vandola." Which door?" she asks, her voice breaking. "Do open the door, redeemed Vandola, or you shall never walk the paths." Edda falls on her knees and weeps. The pain Jimena feels coming from her is almost physical. She wished it were. It would be more bearable. "Please open the door, redeemed Vandola," Rue says, her voice softening. "Do it for your father." "For—" She stretches out, slowly, painfully, until her fingers rest against the black door. "Dad." Edda pushes the door open. Chapter 12. The Joyous Day of Anika Vandola. The Vandola family sits on cushions around the low table in the center of the evocation room. Well, not the entire family. Little Hans wasn't around back then, 3 years ago, Jimena realizes. 13-year-old Edda has arranged the decoration all by herself. She has gone with a colorful display of fall leaves, mixed with a careful selection of fresh flowers of matching colors. Jimena can feel her pride at the resulting effect. Festive with a shade of farewell. 10-year-old Bram suggested a large, happy-faced pumpkin on each corner, but Edda refused. This is Mom's joyous day, not Halloween, go as mercy. "Come on, Annie. Tell us one more." Willem is almost 25, but he is holding his older sister's hand like he is a little boy learning to swim, afraid to let go. "Yes, Mom. Please." 10-year-old Bram smiles radiantly with the confidence of a new adult. "Tell us another story of your life before you go. Something we can tell your future grandchildren. And when I see you again in 17 years, I promise I'll tell you all about them." Anika, looking splendid in her white tunic, lets go of one of Willem's hands and puts it softly on Bram's cheek. 17 years, she says, her expression turning somber. "That is a long time, boy." "It is." Willem laughs, a loud, light-hearted type of laughter, but he doesn't get it quite right. There is a nervous undertone, a hidden anxiety in his voice. "But don't worry, Annie. I'll be there with you in no time. 3 years pass by flying. Then we can watch this lot together." Together. Anika's eyes wander to an empty point on the wall. "Yes, and in the meantime, You make sure to tell Mom and Dad how wonderful their grandchildren are, all right? And that I miss them awfully.
Yes, me too, Etta says.
And tell them Bram came out kind of all right, she adds with a chuckle. Anika, still staring at the wall, says,
It doesn't make sense.
Huh? Willem's smile twitches, but it's just an instant. She meets his glance, no trace of contentedness on her beautiful face.
Why tell anything to Mom and Dad if they're watching over us?
Yeah, maybe they... Tears well up in her eyes.
Or why do you need to tell me about our grandchildren if I'm to have a front row view over their lives?
Anika. Willem's imploring eyes pierce his sister's. She blinks a tear away and then nods and smiles to her 2 children.
I will, of course, send your love to your grandparents, girl, she tells Etta. And tell them about your wonderful brother.
Bram smiles at the words, but Etta doesn't. Jimena feels the wrongness as well. The outer door to the evocation room opens, and a smiling man, a quester in formal purple robes, enters. He is followed by 3 white-robed acolytes, 2 men and a woman. Marjolaine Mathis, Jimena immediately recognizes. Not even 20 yet, and her aspect not as carefully tended, with her blonde hair falling flat instead of finely braided. But it is her all right. The quester rubs his hands together and turns to Anika. I trust your evocations have been satisfactory, Elder Vandola. He then waves both hands at the family. They shall all be blessed in Goa's eyes. He shuts his eyes and sinks his head, murmuring some words to himself. Then he directs a fresh smile at Anika and says, Shall we proceed to Aw's embrace?
Can we get more time, Quester Menger?
Anika asks, her breathing quickening.
There's so much I need to tell my family.
And you shall, my child, but not on earth. Rejoice, Elder Vandola, for the time has come to meet the love of your Creator. He gestures invitingly at the door opposite the one they entered from. A wooden door with a large eye of Goa painted on it. Jimena knows what awaits on the other side. Etta herself will break into that room in 3 years' time.
I'm not ready.
Anika stands, sudden panic in her eyes. She takes a step back.
I can't.
Now, the quester says calmly. There's only bliss in front of you, my child. You are leaving your earthly pains behind.
No!
Anika takes another step back, and she bumps against the wall.
No!
She begins to weep in panic, staring at her brother with pleading eyes. Annie! Willem stands, eyes wide with dread. All is good. Please, believe.
I can't!
The quester throws a subtle glance at the 2 male acolytes and says, Now, nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. The 2 men walk over to her and grab both her arms. Rejoice, Vandola family, and feel Aw's impatient eagerness to embrace your elder.
No, I changed my mind!
Anika shouts.
I renounce my joyous day!
She tries to shake her arms free, but the men hold her firmly. They push her kindly but relentlessly towards the eye-marked door.
No! Leave me alone! This is just a ritual to control the masses. There's no Dem. There's no Goa. Let me go! Will!
Quester Menger. Willem takes a tentative step towards his sister and the two men, Bram and Edda beginning to sob behind him.
Mom!
Both are standing with stretched, trembling arms.
Mom! Mom!
Jimena gasps as she tries to keep herself from crying, Edda's dread and disbelief battering violently inside her. Willem hesitates, turns around and takes Bram and Edda in his arms. He begins to weep himself, while futilely attempting to calm his kids.
Don't mind her words, children,
Quester Menger says, his tone practiced and unwavering.
This is her flesh speaking, not her soul. It happens occasionally, and there's nothing to worry about. No! I renounce! I renounce!
The men open the door and push Anika firmly through.
You can't do this! Will, help!
As the door shuts, her muted shouts continue, yelling her brother's name in desperation.
It's okay. It's all right.
Willem whispers over and over to his crying children, interlaced with his own sobs. Marjeline, still standing by the entrance, is covering her mouth in dismay. Her eyes fill with tears as she watches Willem trying to console his children, while his sister calls his name from behind the door, over and over again, drenched in desperation. And Willem keeps whispering words of comfort over the shaking bodies of his children, caressing, soothing them, ignoring what for many would be an irresistible compulsion to go, well, mad. Jimena can't take her eyes off him. Such discipline, such strength of character. A man refusing to drown because his kids need him. Marjeline is staring at him like she most certainly agrees.
Mom's fine,
Willem keeps repeating between sobs.
Mom's okay.
And then, from one instant to the next, Anika screams, and Edda and the others stop crying at once and turn their heads at the sudden, eerie silence. A silence that hangs in the evocation room like a blanket, too thin to warm a soul in the dead of winter. A silence that freezes Jimena's blood with the horror of Edda's irrevocable realization. She has seen, she has heard her mother for the last time. Her mother for the last time.
Goa be praised,
Quester Menger finally says.
Rejoice, Elder Fandola, for your sister's soul is heeding Aw's call, and is now on her way to Aw's embrace. I want to see her.
Willem jumps, reaches for the door, and pulls, but it doesn't budge.
There's nothing to see but a soulless body, Elder Fandola,
the Quester says.
A carcass ripe for Dem. In 2 to 3 weeks, when her Dem-ridden body leaves us for good, I will send somebody with the ashes.
Edda and Bram run to their father and hug him anew.
You may stay as long as you need, the quester says in that annoyingly understanding tone of his. Acolyte Mathis, please remain here with the family and attend their every need. It takes a long while for the children, and for Willem himself, to sit back around the table, sobbing quietly now. In the meantime, the quester has called his 2 male acolytes from behind the eye-marked door and left in respectful silence. Marjeline stands by the entrance, head sunk like she doesn't belong there, which she obviously doesn't. Willem draws a deep breath, keeps his eyes down, and says with broken voice, "Let's go home." "Why didn't you help, Mom?" Etta says, her accusing eyes locked on her father's. Willem doesn't raise his eyes. He sighs. "There's nothing I could do." "You could—" Etta doesn't know what to say, but that doesn't stop her from trying again. "You could have—" "We're just teachers, girl." Willem's tone is subdued, infinitely tired. He finally meets her gaze. "We can't change the world." "Why not? We are teachers." "We are powerless, Etta girl. We must take what we have and make the best of it." "Knowledge is power, Dad. You are always saying it. We are teachers, and we hold knowledge. We can change the world. I will." "Knowledge is necessary, yes, but not sufficient. There's much more to power than reading books." But... "We are powerless," he says, a notch louder. He reaches out with both arms and takes Etta and Bram by the hand. "We still have each other, and it'll have to suffice." He sounds so infinitely sad, Jimena thinks. "It'll have to." "And when you're gone? What then, huh? What then?" "We still have a few years. Don't think about it now." 3 years! Just 3 fucking years! Etta! Willem throws Marjeline a glimpse. "Language." "Don't leave us." She begins to sob again. "Don't, please. I don't want to be alone." "You'll never be alone, girl." He gently wipes a tear off her cheek. "You have each other." He smiles at Bram, a very sad smile. "And your children and your grandchildren afterwards, if you don't delay the dowry bonds. You still have so much to live for." "No." Etta's sobbing intensifies. "I need Mom. I need you. You don't have the right to leave us." "There's nothing you can do. It's better to accept it." I could... Ugh. She throws her head back in exasperation. "You don't have the power, girl." "Not yet." Her eyes open with determination. With desire. Jimena feels it flooding her senses. The will, the urge, burning up her spine. "Not yet." Yog and Rue stand alone in the infinite nothingness of the staging permascape. "That has been revealing," the 3 Yog bodies say with her single female voice. "The human does thirst
for power. Indeed, she does, Rue says. Power to save her father. Thirst for love, as we did witness on her first memory. Power to shake her world. Thirst for change, as her second memory demonstrated. And now, underpinning it all, as the foundation of her being, thirst for power. Power to control her own destiny and impose her will. Indeed, Yogg says. This human has reached due worth. You are cleared to begin her instruction in the path of light. Rue bows lightly and remains silent for a few moments. She shall likely conclude it, Overseer Yogg, as one of the 2 human walkers to tread the path in the shadow. With such talent and thirst, she has the potential to attain the power she so desires. She shall prove invaluable to us.
Chapter 13. The Wake Barrier. The staging permascape is once again filled with people. And other than the black sky, that's all there is here. Humans and mares.
And that's the point of it, I guess, Jimena thinks.
I do welcome you back, human apprentices, Rue says. Etta and the other youngsters gather slowly in a rough semicircle around the 12 mares. Jimena feels Etta's deep discomfort at the memories of the events of last night. It was tough, the emotional ride, the depth of the alien inspection, such exposure, such vulnerability. She's not the only one feeling it. Aline, next to her, has also refused to talk about last night, as have Pete and his brother Jansen. Everybody looks kind of shell-shocked, but what surprises Jimena the most, by far, is that most of them have made it through. Such a motivated bunch. Apparently, there's only one missing. Etta and her friends were just talking about it. Peter, who has been chatting with the other candidates, says it is a man from Dahara, who apparently suffered cardiac arrest and had to be taken to Oz Medic. In this session, Rue continues, you shall be initiated into the first step of the path of light, which you shall conclude in morrow's session.
Just 2 nights?
Jimena whispers to Mark. He is a walker, after all. He has done the training.
Is that even possible? To learn the first step in 2 nights?
Not for me, Mark whispers back. Took me 6 months. But look. He leans closer to Jimena and points at the group of eager youngsters floating in the air in front of them. So many minds in such a limited space. There's some serious time dilation right there. Every night will feel to them like a month or more.
Like us, right here now, right?
Jimena waves a finger at the auditorium. Yep. Time dilation in dream space is directly proportional to its mind density, he says, like he is reciting Pythagoras' theorem, and inversely proportional to its rendering requirements.
Ah, okay.
Mark smiles. Let me rephrase that. You want to binge watch a month worth of zombie dream sensos in a single night? No problem.
bring many friends and pack them close together in an empty room. He chuckles. Gets boring after a few dream days. Trust me.
Right. But still,
Jimena points a finger at the floating scene where Etta and the rest are listening to something Rue is saying. Even stretching both nights to 2 entire dream months? Is that enough? You trained for 6. Mark shrugs.
Rue chose Geldashir for a reason.
Jimena frowns skeptically and returns her attention to Rue and her students. Which shall have you trialed after the 2nd session, Rue is saying. Only the 24 most proficient among you shall be cleared forward. The rest shall be discarded. Jimena feels Etta's sudden surge of apprehension. That's about half of them, purged after just 1 step. And the path of light has 3 steps, goes mercy. Etta draws a deep breath and exhales slowly, trying to blow her anxiety away. She wants to pass. She needs to pass. But is her desire stronger than the others? She looks around her. All those determined looks. They sure as damn are going to give their best. And perhaps this is not even about who wants it more. Etta couldn't lift 200 pounds over her shoulders, even if the life of her father depended on it. I do request each of you humans, Rue continues, to approach one of my walkers. She nods with her head at the 8 mares standing behind her. Each shall take a maximum of 6 apprentices. Come, Etta says, taking Aline by the hand and trotting towards one of the mares. You too, Menses! She shouts behind at Peter and Jansen. It doesn't take long until 8 groups have formed, one around each mare. Etta, Aline, the boys, and 2 nervous-looking women Etta has never seen before gather around the tallest mare of all. Sense and bind, human apprentices, the mare says. She speaks to them slowly, her female voice soft and pleasant. I am Quo, dreaming from Devis, threadmaker to Walkeroo at Devis, and your instructor. What's Devis? Etta asks.
What's a threadmaker?
Peter asks at the same time. Quo turns to Etta. Devis is where I'm sleeping and dreaming from. Then she turns to Peter. A threadmaker is a master of the 2nd step of the path in the shadow.
And what's thread making good for?
Peter asks. I do meld minds, as yours are now melded into this permascape. Dream sharing, Aline says to Peter. I think.
Where are you?
Etta asks.
Where's Devis?
Jimena notices that other groups around them are similarly grilling their mare instructors with questions. Quo raises an arm, and the other groups vanish from sight, or Goa knows. Perhaps they've all teleported somewhere else, too far away to see in this naked permascape. I am not to provide more information than that required for your instruction, Quo says. Which begins now. She lifts an arm again, and 6 beds appear in 2 neat rows of 3, each separated from the next by about 20 feet. They are all identical, like taken out of a whimsical fairy tale. tidy and cozy.
There are 3 steps to the path of light. Like my master Rue, it is my ambition to be the instructor of the first human able to walk them. The first step is named piercing. For many apprentices, the hardest of the 3, since it requires a considerable amount of raw talent. I do believe you all possess such level of talent. Your halos are strong.
What's a halo? Etta asks.
Not relevant, redeemed Vandola. You shall focus your attention to piercing.
Wow, you know all our names?
I do.
Quo gestures at the beds.
Do each take a sock?
You mean the beds, yeah? Etta asks.
Indeed I do, redeemed Vandola.
What are they for? She asks as they each approach a bed. Jimena can feel her energy, her eagerness to learn. This is what she does. This is what she is. I never had the chance to use a bed in my own lessons. She chuckles and sits on it tentatively. The mattress feels comfortable but firm, better than her own, Jimena thinks. I'm a teacher too, she says proudly. A JUF, you know.
I do.
Quo turns her white eyes to the other students.
A master piercer must learn to push through the wake barrier at will. Do lie down.
What's the wake barrier? Etta asks as she and the rest let their heads fall on the soft pillows.
The wake barrier separates each dream from the next. After each dream comes the wake. After each wake comes the dream.
They all nod.
Simple enough so far,
Jimena thinks. Probably Etta's thought, because for Jimena it sounds too tacky.
A master piercer can take her mind and her memories through the wake barrier.
Recall, Mark whispers to Jimena.
What?
In Dreamtech, it's called recall. To remember your dreams.
Oh, that's what that's about,
Jimena asks. Quo keeps explaining to her pupils the nature of the wake barrier, but Jimena finds it way too boring, especially compared to Mark's private lessons. Well, it's also the opposite, which is way harder, let me tell you that. Once you're asleep and dreaming, not easy to remember what happened before while awake.
Oh, I see. But I can, right now. I was home. Abuelo came to, well, I can remember.
Yeah, it's not the same. This is a permascape, the DreamNet. Millions of melded minds. It's... He frowns like he is trying to find the right word. Different. But in a normal dream? Whoa. He chuckles. 6 fucking months. Oh, excuse me.
It's okay,
Jimena says with a smile, and returns her attention to Quo.
A master piercer,
the mayor is saying,
so acquires the capacity to remain bound to the worlds, be it dream or wake.
Jimena doesn't understand a word.
And yet, carrying yourself through the wake barrier is but the least challenging part to master. There is also...
Diving? Mark says with a snort. Yeah, that was a tough nut to crack. diving, Quo says in her slow, patient voice. The dream dive is a mind ability that, in contrast with the coming steps of the path of light, you must initiate from the wake. It gives the dream walker the ability to dive into a dream by one's own volition. Jimena leans towards Mark. What in Goa's name is she talking about? Ignore all that fancy Dreamtech speech. Diving is to fall asleep at will and dream. Jimena gives him a smile of appreciation. You're good at this. And at some other things, if I'm given the chance. Jimena laughs out loud, attracting the curious gaze of their neighboring students. She clears her throat and returns her attention to Quo and her human apprentices. I shall teach you the necessary techniques of mind focus and relaxation, the mayor is saying, and you shall practice them continuously for our 2 allotted sessions. If your talent is adequate and your motivation strong, you may be able to accomplish your goal. May be able? Jimena hears Edda's thought and feels a rush of apprehension. Do shut your eyes and ready yourself for dreaming, Quo says. But we're in a dream already, Peter says from his bed, leaning on his elbow. Can we even fall asleep here? This is indeed a dream, Elder Ledebor. Thus, it is neither possible to fall asleep nor to dream. But this is also a permascape, a melding of minds. Thus, a malleable approximation of the wake. I shall tune and stimulate your minds at each step of the process as to simulate the challenges that a master piercer must learn to overcome. A simulation. Edda draws a deep breath. Whatever. Jimena can feel her jitters. Edda has always had problems falling asleep, and relaxing is not quite her forte, to put it mildly. Do shut your eyes and picture a door, Quo says. The class begins. Chapter 14. Fear and Hatred. A mare materializes next to the 2 rows of beds. Walker Quo, she says. Do report. It's Rue. Jimena recognizes her voice instantly. Yes, master. Quo extends her arms at the humans, all 6 seemingly sleeping face up on the beds. My human apprentices are showing unusual talent to carry their minds intact through the wake barrier. Their halos are strong. Indeed, they all accomplished a high degree of memory recollection on their first try. I do admit, I initially held doubts about whether lesser alien minds were even capable of. Do never voice such doubts in front of Overseer Yogg. I acknowledge, Master. Do proceed. Have your assigned humans shown a similar talent to dive? They have indeed, Master. So far as the simulation can determine, all except redeemed Fandola. Rue turns her white eyes at Edda. She is lying on her bed, eyes shut, expression distended. Her breathing is slow and regular. To the untrained eye, she appears sleeping. But she is not, Jimena feels. She is only trying desperately, and failing. The inner anxiety is still there, clinging to her guts, unable to let her pierce the wake, even this permascape-simulated version of it. That is regrettable, Rue says after a few moments. Even disappointing. Is this your failing as an instructor, or hers as an apprentice? My instruction has sufficed the other humans, Master. Indeed. And yet she holds such promise, considering she does possess the second most potent halo among all human candidates. Rue remains silent for a few moments, staring at Edda with her eerie white eyes. Walker Quo, she finally says. As of now, I do retake ownership over redeemed Vandola's instruction. Quo's head wobbles almost imperceptibly before she replies. I acknowledge, Master. Rue approaches Edda's bed and inspects her carefully. Edda opens an eye. Oh, Elder Rue, she says. Her eyes look pained. She is pained. Jimena can feel it. Edda is fully aware of her failure, as her comrades have all been able to sleep themselves into dreams. Hi. You did feel my presence. Impressive. What? She sits up, blinking, trying to get a grip on her emotions. And failing. Rue flicks one of her appendages and, whoa, the beds are gone. And Quo. Even the flat nothingness of the staging permascape is gone. Rue and Edda are alone inside a spacious bedroom that has appeared from nowhere and closed around them in an instant. The room is covered in the heavy shadows of night, light from the street's electric lamps barely sneaking through the curtains. Edda looks down at the bed she is sitting on and touches it. It has changed. It feels more real. Her eyes shine with wonder as they scan the room in the timid light. She smiles at the sight of a plant pot with a cactus on the desk by the window, next to a few books, one of them open in the middle, and a typewriter with a half-typed page still in the cylinder. My room, she says, as her eyes wander over to the chaotic pile of undershirts and colorful tunics scattered next to the half-open closet. It's, wow, exactly like when I went to bed. Your memory is indeed not the problem, Rue says. Her head almost touches the ceiling, and her white skin and whiter eyes fluoresce strangely in the darkness. You can indeed pierce the wake barrier without difficulty. Ugh! Edda raises her eyes at the ceiling. Jimena feels her exasperation, her rage at her own incapacity. My problem is the fucking diving thing! She sinks her head and sighs. I can't fall asleep. And I tried, Elder Rue. I tried everything that Elder Quo threw at us. And more. I've been at it for... How long have we been training already? It feels like weeks, goes Mercy. 16 dream days, to be exact. That? She waves her hand at Rue. Time-stretching thing? Whoa. Her eyes shine for an instant. That's the best. And I don't even feel bored, nor tired. Are you going to teach us how to do it? You are not capable of treading a single step in the path of light, redeemed Fandola, and yet dare to crave the path in the shadow. That urge you feel, that impatience, might very well be the cause of your failure. Etta turns her head away. She is sad and mad and frustrated. I've always been good at focusing on things, you know? She looks up at Rue's impassive blank stare and sighs. My dad had to shake me out of every book that landed on my lap. I would just... She shrugs and sinks her head anew. Lose myself in the pages, especially with stories. I would live them as if I had been teleported to a parallel universe. I don't get it, Elder Rue. I should be able to do this, yeah? Indeed you should, but you won't. I know that, she says, her voice breaking as tears begin to well in her eyes. And my dad will pay for it. Indeed, he will. She wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. You are my teacher, Elder Rue. Go as Mercy. Why don't you start doing your go-a-damn job? Tell me what I'm doing wrong, yeah? You are doing nothing wrong, redeemed Fandola. But something is doing wrong to you. Can't you speak more clearly, Go as Mercy? When I teach my students, I must speak like them. It is your fear, redeemed Fandola. Rue extends one of her appendages and points at Ada's head. You do fear, and thus you fail. I'm not afraid. You do fear failure, Rue says, and walks slowly towards the desk by the window. And you do fear failure's consequences even more. Before Etta can reply, Rue pushes the plant pot off the edge. Etta gasps as it crashes noisily on the floor, sending pieces of broken cactus across the room. No! Etta shouts. She jumps out of bed and kneels next to the broken pot, eyes wide with dismay. She grabs soil with her hands and inspects the damage. Jimena watches her reaction with a mix of pity and surprise at the intensity of Etta's feelings. There's nothing she can do to save the plant. Etta turns her glare at Rue as she stands while rubbing the earth off her hands. Jimena feels her anger. No, it's more than that. She feels like it was her own heart that was planted in the pot, broken and furious. Why? You do feel anger, Rue says. Even hatred? That's pretty accurate, Jimena thinks. Etta stays put by the window and simply glowers at Rue. Place that hate in the center of yourself. Rue stretches an appendage at Etta's belly. And let it bloom. Etta's eyes widen as she realizes that this is a lesson. Jimena feels the anger wane as hope rises from its ashes. No, redeemed Fandola. Do not let go of your hate. Rue waves an arm at her fire and, whoa, Jimena gasps at the sudden surge of rage. Do feel it burning inside you. Very good. Now. She raises both arms at once. Do stoke it up. Jimena leans back and gasps anew at the ravaging force of the emotion. It is like a fire burning her alive from the inside out. She wants to hurt Rue. She craves to tear the fucking mare to pieces. Etta's expression is distorted in an ugly grimace of murderous hatred. Let it burn deeper and wider, Rue says. Let it fill your body and hold it there. Very good. Do embrace it until you feel like only hatred flows through your veins. Very good. That shall suffice. Rue gestures at Etta's head, and the hate vanishes in a beat, leaving only exhaustion in its wake. Jimena's body jerks forward as if suddenly released from an unknown force. What a ride, she thinks. What was that? Etta asks. In order to dive from the wake, you shall cleanse your mind of emotions, redeemed Fandola. I know. Elda Quo repeated that like a parrot. Alas, fear is a primitive emotion, redeemed Fandola. Ruled by animal instinct, not by reason. Once inside of you, it lingers like a parasite. You shall not get rid of it, not directly, no matter your mental discipline. Fear is shy at first, as it slowly creeps out of your amygdala. But it gets more daring with time as it grows, until it inevitably overwhelms your brain and thus your destiny. Okay, got it. Fear equals bad. Anger, on the other hand, and its younger variant, hatred, are a marvel of evolution. Both, together with your other high-order emotions, are the pillars of your sentience, and thus can be tamed by a strong will. Etta frowns. I'm not sure I follow. The human brain is mechanically simple, unable to cope with the nuances of too many emotions at once. Thus, a potent emotion must necessarily drown a weaker one. Your fear is subdued now, is it not, redeemed Fandola? Etta's eyes widen. Oh, you're right. My anxiety is gone. I got so steamed up that... Wow! Your emotions are too erratic for an apprentice of the first step. That is your weakness. But you do possess an even more formidable strength, your power of will. You must learn to use your will to supplant insidious, primitive emotions like fear with high-order emotions like hatred or love, if you are so inclined. And yet, those higher emotions are equally harmful. They must be cleansed out of your mind to pierce the wake barrier. So then, what's the point? Unlike primitive emotions, high emotions can be tamed by a strong will. Thus,
You must use your will anew to dissolve any lingering emotion into nothingness. So shall you cleanse your mind and ready it to walk the first step of the path of light.
Right, Ada says, her anxiety creeping back into her guts. God damn it. Isn't that asking a lot from my, will thing?
Your will is disciplined, redeemed Fandola, and relentless. Do lie down on your sock and shut your eyes.
Etta nods slowly. Willpower, she is thinking. Can I do it? She lies on the bed, face up, letting her body embrace its familiar comforts. She draws a few deep breaths to relax her body and mind, like Quo taught her what feels like weeks ago, and shuts her eyes. As she does so, the room disappears from the auditorium, and a spotty blackness takes its place. Jimena and her peers are watching what Etta is watching behind her lids. The darkness of night and the onset of sleep.
I sense fear in you, redeemed Fandola.
Rue's voice comes through as if it were whispered in Jimena's own ears.
Do rid yourself of it.
Easier said than done, Etta's voice says. The blackness becomes more grainy, like an old TV plagued with interference.
I shall not assist you this time. Do as I say and succeed.
I'll try, yeah? But what if...
If you are incapable of controlling your mind, redeemed Fandola, then I have misjudged your capabilities and shall give my time to other, more promising apprentices.
Jimena feels Etta's anxiety spiking. At least give me a few days to practice whatever you teach me.
Your extensive training with Walker Quo should suffice. Now, you shall impose your will, or fail.
Pure sin! A nervous crawl twirls in her stomach and up her chest. No pressure there. Not helping.
I shall assist. Once. Do signal your readiness.
Etta draws another deep breath. Jimena feels her mental effort to bring her nerves under control.
Okay, that's better.
Jimena thinks.
Marginally better.
Bring it on, Elder Rue.
Very well. Do picture with your mind a white square.
Oh, the purification technique. Mark whispers to Jimena, eyes beaming. He seems to be enjoying himself. Perhaps Jimena is more sensitive than him to the psychlink, or more empathetic to Etta's distress. Or, more likely, Mark is just a Dreamtech geek about to have a nerdgasm. A white square. All right, Etta says. The blackness thickens across the amphitheater, and a square appears, floating over the stage. It is indeed white, but noisy. Spots come and go, and the edges wave in amorphous chaos, as they usually do in daydreams.
Very good. Do keep the square fixed in place as you focus your will on ridding yourself of your fear, redeemed Fandola. Do fill your mind with a high-order emotion.
Hatred. Jimena hears Etta's thoughts through the psychlink. or love. Flashes of images begin to project on the whitish square in quick succession, like a film on a canvas. It's people, mostly Hans as a baby, and also Willem, Anika, and yes, even Bram. Aline also features often, shared moments of happiness and sadness. A balmy warmth extends up her trunk and along her limbs, filling her up, pressing against her skin from inside. She feels like love streams out of her pores. Very good. A sharp will indeed. Now, do cleanse the square of impurities. Jimena feels Eda's mental exertion as she puts her mind into cleaning the white surface. But no matter how hard she tries, impurities of thought keep tainting it like black rain on a snowy field. No, redeemed Fandola. No will in the universe can break free from emotions. You shall first cleanse your mind of all emotion. Do rid yourself of love. Right. Eda draws a deep breath and focuses her attention into herself. She focuses her own mind into her own body, still overflowing with love. With another breath, she puts her mind at work. First on her chest, cooling it, absorbing all warmth like the vacuum of space absorbs light. Then along her limbs, up to her head, down her trunk, systematically until she feels empty. Not sad nor happy, just empty. Like a vacuum. The square is pure white, resplendently so, hanging in perfect stillness in the undiluted blackness that is Eda's mind. Edges sharp and straight, like they've been engineered by Goa herself. Jimena is in awe at Eda's capacity to focus her attention on something and then subjugate it so completely. Such purpose. Such power. A sharp will, indeed. Rue's calm female voice resonates like an impurity as it intrudes in the mathematical perfection of the scene. A perfect white square in a perfect black background. Were this not a simulated permascape, that square would be your gate to the dreamscape. Now, do open your eyes. Jimena feels almost pain as the godly white and black created by Eda's concentration is violently substituted by Eda's dark bedroom, like returning from Goa's embrace to the dirt ball that is her earth. Eda sits on her bed and smiles radiantly at Rue. Not bad, huh? Indeed not. And to prove your worth, you shall now wake up in your real world, refocus, and dive back to this same dream. What if I fall asleep, but can't join this dream? Then you shall have failed, and must return to your life of powerless frustrations. But that's not fair! That anxiety again. Jimena feels it creeping up Eda's spine. The others still have plenty of time to train with Elder Quo, yeah? Shall you fail now? Then you shall irremediably fail later. Rue gestures awkwardly around with her arms. Do embrace this dream, redeemed Fandola. Dig into it. Look and feel around you.
Know deeply where you are and what this dream represents. Digest its essence and push it into your memory, ready to be pierced by the will of your wake mind. Etta takes a deep breath and shuts her eyes in concentration. Deep concentration, Jimena feels. Then she extends her hands and opens her eyes, sharp, focused. Absorbing. This place, this dream, is now an extension of her consciousness. You are indeed ready now, redeemed Vandola. I do hope to see you again. Do wake and dive back. Now. The scene changes visibly, although Jimena still sees Etta's room from the same angle. But it feels more natural, somehow more real. The dreamy quality, so nicely crafted by Miyagi's production team into the dream senso, is now gone. Etta, a moment ago sitting on her bed, is now waking up from under the sheets. She sits, breathing slowly. Then stands up and walks to the window, opening the curtains. The night is still long ahead, the street silent. Etta caresses with a timid finger the intact cactus plant on the table. She draws a deep breath, closes the curtains tightly, and returns to bed. Facing the ceiling, blankets up to her chin, she closes her eyes. Let's fucking dive, she mutters as her breathing slows. The scene seems to vibrate ever so slightly with every breath she takes, back and forth like a slow beating heart. Its dreaming texture gently returning. And then Rue is there, in the room, back turned to her, looking at the empty bed. Boo! Etta says, waving her hands. Rue turns to face her, calm and smooth. You did scare me. Etta waves a fist in the air. I made it! First try, baby! Rue studies the room as if trying to find something out of place. And? Etta asks, smiling with expectation. I am a most talented instructor, she finally says. Now you shall go back to your world's wake, the three Yog bodies say with a single voice, and return to this permascape with utmost haste. The almost 4 dozen humans standing in grouplets on the infinite emptiness of the staging permascape exchange nervous glances. The earliest 24 piercers among you shall be allowed access to the second step in the path of light. The rest shall be discarded. Jimena feels how Etta is already trying to gather her emotions, trying to calm down. Whoa, it's hard, even after what feels like an eternity of mind-focus training. A dream month, at least, of continuous practice and concentration, without sleep, without food, without even rest. Permascape's time dilation doing its magic. And Etta's ironclad motivation, of course. The first trial begins, the 3 Yog bodies say. Rue and her 8 mare walkers wave a hand, and all the humans vanish. Only the flat dark stone remains, empty, stretching forever towards the horizon, where it meets the black sky. Good luck, Edda. Jimena thanks, and turns to look at the 12 mares, which without a hint of movement seem to be waiting patiently. As if they could wait impatiently, Jimena chuckles at the thought.
What's up?
Mark asks, his blue eyes fixed on hers. Huh? She blinks at him. His gaze makes her uncomfortable, in a strangely pleasant way.
What are you laughing at?
Nothing. How long until they return? Jimena points at the place where the humans last disappeared. Mark turns his head back at the floating scene.
Good question. I guess we'll know soon enough.
But you're a walker. How long does it take you to
dive back into a dream? Not my forte, I can tell you that. Requires so much mental discipline. Gets easier with age, they say.
So? How long? He sighs, thoughtful.
About 5 minutes on a good day, I would say. 10 max.
So I guess we're going to be here for... A human reappears, a teenage woman. Jimena feels her mind through the psych link as soon as she begins scanning her surroundings with expectation. And then, with sheer delight. Edda! Rue waves an arm, and a numeric symbol is bestowed upon her. The number 1. The symbol shines inside her like a telepathic lighthouse, the equivalent of a signboard, but not one made to be seen by eyes, but to be felt by minds. Guess Morai can't read, Jimena thinks. Incredible, Mark mutters next to her. A young man appears a few seconds later, not far away from Edda. It's the Oosterbeek farmer, worn working tunic over brown pants. Rue bestows a number 2 on him.
These Geldashir menses are... Wow,
Mark says, still wide-eyed.
Funny how nobody's ever found out what made them so good at this.
It's almost half a minute until the next person appears. The farmer's sister, 3. Then, a few seconds later, Aline, 4, and Goddard, 5. And then some people Edda doesn't recognize. There comes Peter, Aline's lover, 9. By the time the count reaches the high teens, a couple of minutes in the waiting, the next familiar face arrives. Jansen, Peter's brother, 18. Rutger, Goddard's best friend, 19. Valentine Van Clay, 24. Louisa Van Clay, 25. The last familiar face, 11-year-old Martin, makes number 32. His face is a mask of disappointment as the number falls into him like a tombstone. He watches as many of his peers, inevitably the low-numbered ones, cheer and hug each other. He begins to weep. The boy, still very much under the surface of the man, and then disappears at a gesture of Rue's walkers, together with Louisa Van Clay and the other high-numbered people. Only 24 remain. Edda releases Aline's exultant embrace. We're both still in the race! Ha! Jimena can hear her thoughts, threaded together with exhilaration. I was the best of all, go as mercy. The best!
Etta sighs inwardly with satisfaction. It was all worth it. Every dream minute of painstaking concentration. The price? The path in the shadow, the power to infiltrate others' dreams and manipulate them to her will, is hers to lose now. She's really got a chance at it. Etta smiles widely, eyes beaming as she scans the other. Human pisses. She imagines Yogg's voice in her thoughts. She feels strong, energized. No, more than that. She feels liberated. What she has achieved, this awesome success, was a pure act of will, literally. Elder Rue just taught her how to deploy her will, and the results? Ha! She feels like she can do anything if she wants it enough. If she puts every atom of her soul into it. Why hasn't she acted before? Life is short, and she feels like she has been adrift, at the mercy of the winds of convention. But now? Is she going to keep taking everything that life throws at her to show her her place? Or is she going to do something about it? She could, of course, wait and learn more. There is power to be found in the paths of the mind walker. But why wait? She could begin acting now. Yeah, like she should have years ago. Like a true, free woman that deeply knows what she wants and reaches for it. Consequences be damned. Consequences are for the weak-willed. For those free of the shackles of convention, consequences are just, steps. Steps on a path. A path to self-fulfillment, to control over your own fate, and the fate of others. A path of will. A path to power. Chapter 15. Yuf Etta. 16th of December, 2399. Professor Miyagi says, barely 2 weeks until the Century Festival. As he paces across the amphitheater stage, he points at the scene floating over his head. And Etta Fandola is pumped up. The scene is frozen in time, but vivid, as if they were watching a set of actors that had been asked to kindly stand still. It is a classroom, recognizable in every age and place. A blackboard covered with chalk-written dates and names of people and places. A world map hanging on the wall. 6 rows of young adults with bored expressions. Elbows and forearms on wooden school desks. Tunics wrapped tightly against the chill. And looming over them all, at the front of the classroom, like an altar in a temple of knowledge, the teacher's desk. And Etta standing next to it, staring down at her pupils like a priestess of wisdom at her faithful. Can you feel her energy through your psych links? Miyagi asks rhetorically. Her zeal. Yesterday, she was just a girl trying to learn the first step of the path of light. Today, she's a woman with a mission. And she's using the only weapon she knows how to wield, the teacher's pulpit. This, he points at the classroom, is her Mondays and Thursdays evening lessons for adults. What do you say, people? Can a schoolteacher on a remote colony cause a shock of historical proportions? Jimena smiles to herself. Another rhetorical question. Let's watch. Ank, please. So, picture this, Menses. Etta is saying, rewind the clock to the 22nd century. We're at the peak of the second collapse, yeah? Death. She gestures passionately with her arms. Is all around us. People are dying younger and younger. Society is breaking down everywhere at the same time. It's so bad. Goa herself comes to the inevitable conclusion that we are truly too stupid to keep ourselves alive, and decides to take matters in Oz' own hands. And you know the rest, yeah? Kaya Fahi flees to Townsend, Goa's revelations, Oz gifts, Oz compacts, Oz womb, yada yada yada, and she claps her hands. Goa's first Imperium began. Initially, just a small area around Townsend. She points at a big black star on the world map in North America. In the province back then called Montana. With vigorous strokes, she writes the name on the blackboard. But since they were the only ones staying alive, other than a few scattered barbarians still giving birth through vaginas, some students, mostly the females, cringe at the image. Here we are now. She points at the 6 imperia of Goa, covering with bright colors most of the inhabitable parts of Earth's landmasses. You've heard it before, yeah? Peace and prosperity for all. The Goan Pax, worldwide. Blessed be Goa, our pontifex, and all that. Sounds familiar? Boring, a man in his 20s in the first row says, and turns his smirk at his fellow students. I know, Eric, Etta says, her eyes piercing his. It's boring because it's all a lie. And lies are always so boringly simplistic. Silence falls on the class as the students exchange wide-eyed glances. Even Jimena frowns. A lie? Other than the colorful language, Etta has pretty much nailed the essence of the period between the second collapse and the Dream Wars. A lie? Eric seems as baffled as Jimena. Etta smiles and points at the blackboard. The history you've been taught? All horseshit, yeah? But it was you who taught us, Eric says. Yeah, I know. That's because that's the history I've been taught myself. Also lies. And it gets worse. Neither I nor your other teachers know the truth, nor how to get at it. Every book written since Fahi is just propaganda. Like a fairy tales, and they lived happily ever after. Then, Eric spreads his hands. How can you tell it's a lie? Because it's been done before, countless times. By every dictator and tyrant since the first word was sculpted on stone. And no matter what they want us to believe, power corrupts. And absolute power corrupts absolutely, turning the most benign of rulers into tyrants bent to change the past to control the future. Yuf Etta? A young woman says, raising a hand as she speaks. Are you implying that Oz's head is, corrupt, Etta says. I'm not implying it. I'm saying it. Jimena leans back. Strong words. Almost heretic. She raises her head at her fellow Gia students at the other end of the small amphitheater to find some mouths covered by scandalized hands. What do you know? Etta points a finger at her equally shocked students.
I mean, really know, huh? How to clear a field. She points a finger at Eric. Or gather clams in the low tide. She points at the young woman. And live happily ever after under a regime that has brainwashed you so completely that you will voluntarily let them kill you when you reach 27 years of age, yeah? Wonderful!
Many students' jaws have dropped. Nobody looks bored now.
But, Eric begins, Dem is an invention of Oz head, Menses. To keep us all nicely in place, content and ignorant. Did you know that there are books that my family keeps at home? She points out the window. That you are not allowed to read? Even us teachers are encouraged not to. But we keep them around just in case we ever need old knowledge. Eric scoffs. Who wants to read anyway? Some students laugh at his comment. Did you know that there were other religions before Goa? Other gods? Of course you don't, because no one's ever told you. So convenient. We all know there's only one god, yeah? And Fahi is Oz prophet. Let me ask you something, Menses. Do you think the Romans worshipped Goa? Didn't they? Eric looks genuinely confused. We are about to enter a new century. In just 2 weeks. A very round number, 2400. Did you ever stop for a second to ask yourself, what happened 2400 years ago? I know that one, Eric says. That's when Goa created the world. Pure sin, Etta says, shaking her head. She sighs. We'll leave that for another day. My point is that before Goa, there were centuries of history, of tyrants and democracies, of empires and republics, of slavery and freedom, all hidden from you. For a reason. Who cares what happened hundreds of years ago? Eric says. How's that gonna help me feed my family? Pretty, Eric. Exactly like Ozhead wants you to say. Illiterate and stupid. A model colonist. Eric's pale face turns red. Yuff, Etta, I'm trying to make you see that we've been here before. Tyrannies hiding the truth from the people to claw on to their power. Do you Menses think it's okay that I have books that you're not allowed to read? Her students stare at her in silence, eyes blank. Am I better than you? Just because I'm a teacher? A specialist? Don't Oz compacts give you all the same sacred rights and freedoms that I possess? Some students, including the young woman, nod slowly. Others, including Eric, exchange puzzled glances with their neighbors. What Ozhead doesn't know is that their efforts to suppress the truth are doomed. The changing winds of propaganda cannot hold long against the static certainty of truth. And then, as history shows over and over again, take, say, the French and American revolutions, or the Soviet Union. Repression can only hold so long before cynicism turns into activism, and activism into change. Regime change. And what's the truth, Yuf Etta? The young woman asks. The truth, she shifts from one foot to another, is that Dem has been eradicated. But if... Eric tries to speak, but Etta raises her voice. The truth?
Etta's eyes shine with defiance.
Is the Joyous Day houses are slaughterhouses, designed by Oz Head to keep us ignorant and complacent.
Most students gasp. Both Etta's students in the school class and Miyagi's in the Gia section of the amphitheater. This can't be right, Himena thinks, still gaping at Etta, and then throws a wondering glimpse at Professor Miyagi, sitting below, on the front row next to the stage. This is not the Etta Vandola we've all been brought up with. She sounds like a conspiranoid lunatic.
Menses, Etta says. There's no right more sacred in Oz compacts than life itself. And Oz Head is stamping on it every day with the Joyous Day. With the truth in our hands.
She reaches out, hands cupped like she was carrying water.
How can we trust Oz Head to fight for our sacred rights? That's a lie, Yuff Etta.
Eric stands. He turns to the class.
Don't listen to her. A demon has taken her tongue.
Shut up, Eric, the young woman says.
Since when can farmers call teachers liars? This is Yuff Etta, go as mercy.
Eric? Etta says with a conciliatory tone. You are free to leave if you don't like what I have to offer. She puts a hand on her chest and then stretches it at him.
Fine,
he says, and stomps out of the room, slamming the door behind him. The rest of the students shift in their place with unease and turn their attention to Etta. Some stare with eager eyes. Others look at Etta's feet, blinking in confusion. Pure sin, Etta says, shaking her head. Then she smiles at her gaping students. Don't mind him. To be free, you must first really want it. Freedom is a matter of will. She turns her head towards the door. Sad truth is, some people are born to be slaves.
Okay.
Professor Miyagi has frozen the scene in place and is walking towards the amphitheater's flank opposite to Himena, where murmurs and discussions among the Gia students are turning louder by the minute. He smiles politely.
What's up?
He points a finger.
Cody?
I beg your pardon, Professor,
Cody O'Higgins says, standing and smiling apologetically.
We were wondering about the sources.
The sources?
Yes, Professor. Vandola's attitudes and ideas.
He's frowning without giving up the smile.
Her message to her students. Is this your, with all due respect, Professor, personal interpretation?
Of course not. I leave no space for interpretations in my work. All you see has at the very least one reputable source, and often more. This lesson we just watched was mentioned in the first de Vroom's interview, and in more detail on surviving correspondence from 2 of Etta's students. There's also a written complaint raised to Oz head office in Lunterran this same day. And guess who signed it?
He points a finger at the frozen classroom door.
All references are available to you for your inspection in the Global Program Sensonet archives.
Yes, Professor.
He seems about to say something else, but then he says, "Thank you." A female student sitting on the front row of the Gia section stands.
Professor, where is Censor Smith?
Good question, Jimena thinks. Miyagi points a finger at her. Her name pops up over her head.
I'm afraid I don't know, Mallory. He sent his excuses.
Is he coming? Mallory pulls back her brown hair and turns her head at her fellow Gia students. Many nod back gestures of support.
Yes, he said as soon as possible. But you know how it is with permascapes. He had to attend some real-world business, so with time dilation and all that.
He shrugs.
It might take a while until he shows up. Why?
Well? She hesitates. A student sitting next to her whispers something at her, and another one behind taps her shoulder, in solidarity.
Don't be afraid,
Miyagi says, spreading his hands.
This is a safe space, people.
It's just that Mallory avoids meeting his gaze. We would like to hear his opinion about, Her voice breaks.
About what?
About Fandola. Miyagi frowns.
I can't follow. I can guarantee you that Grand Censor Jean-Jacques Smith knows as much about Edda Fandola as I do. Well, perhaps not as much.
He chuckles.
But he is professor of history in the Townsend.
Yes, sure. But I'm not sure he knows what Edda is, saying here. He might not approve.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
He raises an apologetic hand.
I realize now that the historical Edda might not be the shiny, spotless hero you people are used to digesting at the Gia.
Digesting? Jimena snorts at the word. It sounds so condescending, almost insulting. Before she can think of what she is doing, she is standing up. Professor Miyagi, she calls and clears her throat as he turns around towards her. Mark is staring up at Jimena like she just turned into a toad. Sorry, She blinks as she feels warmth rushing to her cheeks. May I request a recess until Censor Smith arrives? Miyagi smiles briskly and says,
You may, of course. But I'm afraid I can't accommodate you. It would be a logistical nightmare, believe me. The waking until he arrives, the gathering you all back here. No, I'm sorry, but the show must go on.
He chuckles lightheartedly.
Come on, people.
He turns toward the rest of the Townsend students and spreads his hands.
We're all historians here, aren't we? Historians. When has a scientist ever felt uncomfortable with the truth?
He sighs, paces across the stage in silence, and then looks up at the Townsend lot.
I suggest you all take this opportunity to learn how to take crude facts with duly professional distance.
He turns his head and gives Jimena a pointed glance.
And leave your prejudices at home.
Prejudices? Jimena cringes at the word. Yes, definitely insulting. Professor Miyagi speaks like Lundev were Goa's gift to the world, and Townsend just a second-rate school. She sits, folds her arms, and throws a murderous glare at the smirking Mark.
Now!
He claps noisily, like trying to wake up a cranky child.
Cheer up, people. Let's get the ball rolling down the path of light, all right? Who wants to watch humanity's first crash course on the second step?
Chapter 16. Questions and Awareness.
That same night,
Miyagi says, pacing the stage.
the 24 remaining human candidates are starting the next lesson. But while Aline, Peter, Goddard, and the rest must all share a mare instructor, Edda has Rue all for herself. And you know what?
He stops, hands on hips, and smiles at his audience.
Nobody really knows why.
He chuckles.
Oh, of course, there are theories. But why Rue took such a personal interest in Edda Fandola is...
He shrugs with theatrical exaggeration.
unknown. She must have seen something in her, obviously. But so she did in all her other candidates. Anyway, my dear historians-to-be, let this be an illustration of how history cannot answer all the questions. Ours is a science condemned to navigate around the gaps left by a lack of sources, myths, personal opinions, and propaganda. And that's okay.
He takes a few more steps in silence, head sunk as if lost in thought. Jimena suspects it is all for show. He is a public figure, after all, and he knows his way on stage well.
Now, I have a question for you.
He moves a finger slowly across the amphitheater. Yes, definitely show.
I produced the Dreamtech lessons for a more, commercial version of the Dream Senso. But truth is, they are of limited historic interest. I can summarize the next one simply by saying, the Mare Rue trained Edda Fandola on the second step. And then she faced the second trial with the other remaining human candidates.
He spreads his hands.
Done. Is that okay with you, people? Should I skip Rue's lucid dreaming lesson?
A loud roar of protests engulfs the auditorium. Mark is shouting, "No!" at the top of his lungs next to her, as are most of the students. Miyagi smiles, pleased. Oh, Goa. Jimena rolls her eyes. Showman through and through.
That's what I thought,
he says, smirking, and gives Ank a curt nod. The auditorium darkens. A sunny scene pops up with sudden radiance, forcing the students to squint. It is a dream landscape, viewed from high in the air, and lit by an unnaturally small red sun. As the students' eyes adapt, they begin to discern far below an orange-yellow desert, fiercely bright in the sun, that extends all the way to the horizon. A massive, abrupt mountain range crosses the desert in a zigzag, and unnatural rock formations sculpt the slopes and peaks. The scene glides towards the higher rocks on the higher mountains. Some students murmur and point at a lone human figure in the middle of a wide natural rock bridge that spans two of the highest peaks. It's Edda, Jimena recognizes as the scene glides closer, wearing a short, white summer gown. She is standing at the edge and stares serenely down at the sand abyss below. Jimena leans back at the sudden surge of vertigo. The chasm is several miles high. Etta watches with calm curiosity the mysterious giant pyramids scattered all over the sand like islands on an archipelago. Enormous structures made of copper-colored metal that feel as old as the mountains themselves. "Aren't you afraid?" Rue asks. She is standing next to Etta in her natural, vaguely humanoid form, tall, thin, and eerily white. "Why should I be?" Etta replies while moving her uncovered arms in the warm breeze. She seems to enjoy the sensation. "The altitude. Most humans would respect the void." Etta gazes down again. "It is very high. I should care, yeah?" She has turned to ask Rue with the familiarity of an old friend. "I do believe you should. 10 miles high over certain death deserves attention." She keeps her eyes locked down with more curiosity than discomfort. "What are those?" She points her finger at the dozens of ancient pyramids that seem to own the desert, their enormous scale obvious even from this height. "Why do you ask?" "I'm curious." "Why?" "These buildings, so large and old. What is their purpose? Who built them? Why here?" So many questions. That is very good, redeemed Fandola. So it begins. "What begins?" Etta stares into Rue's blank eyes. "Awareness. Questions lead to awareness." Questions lead to awareness. Mark repeats slowly, almost reverentially. Jimena looks at him with curiosity. His eyes are locked on the scene like he is having a religious experience. The litany of the second step. Awareness of what? Etta asks with a frown. First the questions, then the awareness. Rue gently touches the side of her head with one of the 3 narrow appendage-like ends of her arm. More questions. What else do you see? She waves her arm around the landscape. That is worthy of your curiosity. Etta scans her surroundings again. Her eyes widen as if she had just arrived there. Then she looks down, miles down, and for the first time a surge of vertigo flows through the psych link, melding harmonically with Jimena's own. The height is scary, Etta says, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. A flock of bird-like creatures passes by miles below, so far away that it is impossible to discern the species. Her breath quickens. Why wasn't I anxious before? What is this place? More questions, Rue says. She takes her eyes off the abyss and steps away from the edge. Where's home? How did I reach this place? Did I fly like the people in the Golden Age? In a machine? You are doing well, redeemed Fandola. More questions. This doesn't make sense, she says, her frown deepening. What's the meaning of all this? She turns to Rue, who remains silent, and simply stares back at her with intensely white eyes. Who the fuck are you? Awareness. Her psychic voice reverberates a notch louder. All your questions lead to the one simple, elegant answer.
What answer?
The only answer, redeemed Fandola. Once again, Rue gives Etta's head a gentle touch with her appendage. Do explore the questions. Do reflect. Etta's eyes wander over the desert, the pyramids, the rocks, Rue herself, as her thoughts, initially tumbling in chaotic chunks through the psych link, begin to slow and crystallize into concepts, into reason. She turns to Rue with an expression of triumph.
I'm dreaming!
Awareness, Rue says, and clumsily gives Etta a very human nod.
I'm dreaming!
Etta repeats with a smile. Jimena feels her wonder at the realization that her consciousness, her senses, are locked inside her own mind. Everything feels so real, so vivid. Even the fresh smell of the air, all a simulation created by some other part of her, a hidden part, outside of her control. What's the big deal? Jimena whispers at Mark. She's been, aware before, many times, while training for the first step. Lucid, Mark says. We say lucid now, not aware. And no, this is different. This time, Etta was not artificially pulled into lucidity by the will of a walker. He waves a finger at Rue. This time, Rue is merely nudging, teaching Etta how to become lucid on her own, teaching her to wonder and reflect. Questions lead to awareness. He smiles brightly at Jimena, more with his blue eyes than with his lips. By asking the right questions and finding the right answer. I do congratulate you on becoming aware, redeemed Fandola. But do beware. Awareness is slippery, easy to lose, short-lived without discipline. Etta frowns in confusion at those words, but soon loses interest in Rue. Her eyes wander anew. Jimena feels how those copper-colored pyramids below reclaim Etta's curiosity. The scene begins to shake, shrinking and contracting in slow waves of surrealism, as Etta's mind keeps wandering, sliding further into disorder. The bright daylight and colors of the desert begin to wane. Etta is about to wake up, Jimena realizes. Your dream is ending prematurely, Rue says. Do not pierce the barrier. Do ground yourself.
Huh?
She barely seems to notice Rue.
What?
Do you feel the wind, redeemed Fandola?
Rue asks, her voice like a roar over the chaos of waking.
The wind?
She raises her arms and closes her eyes. The breeze moves the tips of her short, curly hair and the bottom of her gown.
Yeah, I can feel it.
Do you hear the wind?
Yes. A whisper.
Do spin your body and feel the centrifugal force stretching your limbs.
She obeys, her gown opening like a flower.
Do kneel and touch the ground.
She does so without questioning. The waving has stopped, and the scene is slowly recovering its vividness.
Do feel the warmth on your fingertips.
The dryness, the fine texture of the traces of sand. Etta rubs her fingers together and closes her eyes as if embracing the sensation. Then she turns to Rue with sudden realization. I'm dreaming! You are indeed dreaming, redeemed Fandola. You did lose your awareness, but you did also ground yourself in the dreamscape, and your awareness has come full circle. Yeah, she says, fingers still rubbing sand, thinking hard about what just happened. I knew I was dreaming, and then, whoa, totally forgot about it. And I almost woke up. Your deep mind wants you to forget. But a disciplined high mind can stay aware. You must train your mind to constantly engage your senses, to ground yourself into the dream, like you just did, with your touch, your hearing, your sight. Etta looks around, nodding slowly. Jimena feels her engaging all her senses. She approaches the edge of the rock bridge and kneels down, slowly poking her head out. I could jump down. I'd just wake up, yeah? An undisciplined mind would, but with awareness, you simply ground yourself to the sensation. A free fall caters for intense feelings. Go ahead. Do jump. Why am I scared? I know it's just a dream. A disciplined mind would not be afraid, because it is indeed a dream. You're saying I'm not disciplined, yeah? Rue regards her in meaningful silence. Etta laughs. And jumps. The scene in the auditorium hastily follows her fall as she dives head first. Jimena and many of her fellow students lean back and gape in vertigo as they feel Etta's body thrusting through the air into the chasm. Mark is laughing like an adrenaline addict. The wind is loud and moody, pushing Etta unpredictably to the sides, never straight down, growing louder the farther she falls. Her face stricken with exhilaration, staring down with a grin on her face. Engaged. I'm dreaming! She screams. The fall seems to take forever, and yet the ground is still far away below her. The dunes of the desert and the rocks around the lower mountains, still invisible from the distance. May I suggest landing next to a pyramid? A large albino raven, larger than a real raven could ever be, is diving beside her, the deafening noise of the fall weirdly unable to drown her calm voice. Can I fly? Or control the fall? You could, but easier is to simply be there. Traveling in dreams does not require the slow movement through space that you must suffer in the wake. That would make your awareness slip of sheer boredom. Dreams are like tales. They skip the needless bits. Just move this dream to the next chapter. Like a tale? Okay. An instant later, Etta and Rue are standing on the soft sand of the desert. So sexy, Etta says, grinning wildly as her eyes slide over the landscape. The sand is bright yellow and orange, thin as to be almost dust, and hot enough to make the air above dance. A few steps beside their short shadows rises a large pyramid. Well, not large. The Great Pyramid of Giza is large. This pyramid is so gigantic that the edge of the base gets lost beyond the farthest dunes in the horizon. It looms as high as a mountain. Its texture is metallic, shining golden scarlet under the reddish light of the sun, and yet it feels ancient, decrepit. What in Goa's name is this thing? Do not get lost in the sight. Do mind your awareness.
Yeah, I know. I'm still dreaming. No worries.
As long as I, focus, the dream stays, and I know I'm dreaming, yeah? We name it grounding, the second step of the path. But, yeah, Rue says. Grounding your senses into the dreamscape, engaging them with purpose to remain aware. This is what shall be put to the test in the second trial.
The trial. Right. I remember.
Only 12 of us will pass to the third step? Very good, redeemed Fandola. Your memory pierces the wake barrier with impeccable precision. You truly are mastering the first step already. Now I shall attack your awareness until you equally master the second step.
Attack?
Jimena feels her sudden anxiety. Etta drops the grains of sand and takes a step back. Do not fear, redeemed Fandola. It is only your awareness that I shall remove.
How?
Her eyes flinch nervously. She takes another step back. By willing it. Rue raises an arm towards Etta, and an invisible wave of something crashes against Etta's dream body. She gasps and then looks around in confusion. Her thoughts are tumbling, mixing in a tornado of chaos. She blinks, sees Rue, and smiles. Oh, hi. An abrupt wave of something rips across the dream. The desert, pyramids, and red sun all cease to exist, to be replaced by Etta's bedroom.
Oh, pure sin. Sorry, must go,
Etta says, as if she had been in this room for too long. Jimena feels her sudden hurry. She walks to the door.
It's my turn to take Hans to daycare.
Rue makes another gesture at her. Jimena feels Etta's thoughts gathering in harmony, like a crashed glass coming together in reverse motion. She stops dead in her tracks and turns slowly to face Rue.
Fuck,
she says, and grins apologetically.
I slipped.
That was less than impressive, redeemed Fandola. My attack was the lightest I am able to muster.
Sorry, she says. You caught me by surprise.
She walks to her bed and takes the blanket in her hands, feeling the doughy texture of the cloth, grounding herself. Do engage your dream senses with more discipline. Deploy your will if you must. We do only have 2 practice sessions before the trial.
Oh,
Etta says, and Jimena feels the chill creeping up Etta's spine.
not much, yeah?
Not indeed. Furthermore, Overseer Yogg did insist in personally designing the arena for the second trial. Be assured, she will not be as lenient as I am. Oh, Etta says. She wets her lips. Fuck. Chapter 17. Plants and Ashes. The trial of the second step is about to begin, Professor Miyagi says, gesturing at the dream senso scene floating across the auditorium. It is the empty, black-skied landscape of the staging permascape, where the 24 human apprentices have gathered in scattered groups. For those of you unacquainted with the history of the 3 trials of worth and soul, watch carefully, because today's session doesn't end quite like Edda expected. The Dream Senso camera zooms in slowly towards what seems like an arbitrary part of the flat landscape, where a group of people dressed in their usual tunics and gowns stand around an instructor, avidly extracting the last drops of wisdom before the second trial. The same is happening within the other groups not far away. The difference with this particular group, Jimena realizes when details become apparent, is that the instructor is human. Oh, there is a mare as well, of course, but she stands aside and watches the interaction with usual mare impassiveness. Now, pinch your nose and shut your mouths, like this. Etta blocks her mouth and nose with a hand, and then, seemingly impossibly, takes a deep breath. Jimena can feel Etta's lungs filling with the dry air of the permascape. Etta removes the hand and laughs. Try it! Aline exchanges an amused glance with Peter, and both repeat Etta's feat. Jansen, Peter's younger brother, stares at them and, with visible hesitation, imitates them. I can't breathe, Aline laughs, hand still covering her mouth. And speak, Peter says. Pure evil. He grins. These damn dreams are so real, they can't shut you up, love. Aline laughs and slaps his broad chest. Jansen is drawing slow, controlled breaths behind his own hand. He is unusually large for a 14-year-old, almost as much as his 16-year-old brother. Now that Jimena sees them side by side, she is struck by how many similarities they share. Yes, he has brown hair, where Peter's is lighter. Jansen's eyes are green, Peter's blue. But other than that, same muscular body frame, same protruding jaws. They must be genetically related, Jimena realizes. Such an unusual family. First, 2 siblings of the same gender, and now this. Jansen turns to Etta, wide-eyed at his capacity to breathe behind a hand. How did you discover this magic? Ah. She changes her weight to the other foot. I was with Elder Rue, in one of her lessons. Like yours with Elder Quo. She gestures at the watching mare next to them. At one point, we were underwater, and I could breathe. So then, when back on land, I experimented. And? She shrugs. Yours is a family of teachers, dowry sister, Goddard says. He just walked in. His group is nearby, training with their mare. But you have the heart of a scientist. Nobody's perfect, Etta says, grinning at him. She gestures at Goddard's group. You bored already of the aliens' teaching and looking for something more Stimulating? Oh. She turns to Quo. Sorry, didn't mean to.
We are Mirai, redeemed Fandola,
Quo says.
not aliens.
Sorry. Etta smiles. We appreciate your support, Elder Quo. And that you allowed me to join you when Elder Rue went to... She waves a hand in the air. Whatever.
To complete the preparations for the second trial,
Quo says. Right. She claps loudly. Come on, Menses. Who's next? Oh, hello. Etta smiles and stretches out a hand at an older man, already in his early 20s, who has just approached the group. I'm redeemed Etta Fandola, a youth in Luntaran. And you are? The man, short and stocky, and quite ugly, Jimena thinks, shakes Etta's hand without the shade of a smile.
Elder Luke Smook, a humble farmer in Oosterbeek. Hope you don't mind me looking at how you specialists prepare for the trial.
His voice is deep and coarse.
We're not specialists,
Peter says, throwing a finger at his brother.
Much better. We're fishermen.
He laughs, like it was a joke.
You sure are, Ladebor,
Goddard says with a smug smile.
Your smell gives it away, even in dreams.
Shut up, Goddard, Etta says, and then smiles widely at the stocky man. You're welcome to stay, Elder Smook. You made number 2 in the first trial, yeah?
Yes.
His eyes pierce Etta's.
And you, number 1.
He says it like it is not praise, but sin. Etta shrugs and laughs modestly. Lucky, I guess. Luke Smook doesn't reply. He just stares at her in silence, like an iceberg at a passing ship. Etta clears her throat. All right, let's... She turns towards her friends. Who was... Pete, come! She takes Peter's muscular arm and pulls him away from the rest onto an empty spot. And you, Elder Quo? Etta walks to where the mare is standing, puts her hands on her white, leathery skin, and pushes firmly. Over here, please. With Etta leaning on Quo, her elongated body slides until Etta stops her right in front of Peter. There. Now, Elder Quo, please attack.
With which intensity this time, redeemed Fandola?
Medium, go with mercy. Please stop asking. If I say nothing, it's always medium intensity, yeah?
Acknowledged.
Quo raises an arm at Peter, who stumbles in sudden confusion. Pete! Etta shouts at him. He looks at her, eyes blinking. What you are feeling right now? That chaos. Remember! Remember!
What?
He stares at her, his frown deepening. Goddard rolls his eyes.
No fish biting, eh, rat boy?
Shut up, Goddard, Etta says, and then to Peter. Remember, Pete, that feeling, your head spinning, associated with the question. He blinks again and then scans his surroundings, his wide blue eyes stopping a second on Aline's.
The question,
he mutters, and then As if following an impulse, he sinks his head to inspect the palm of his hands.
Excellent!
Etta claps. Lines. He raises his head at Etta. They move.
Yeah, they do, huh?
Etta exchanges a satisfied glance with Aline. Peter then covers his nose and mouth with the hand and breathes in.
Excellent, Pete! You remembered!
Etta says. Peter looks back at Etta and his lips stretch to a hesitant smile. Whoa. This is a dream.
It is! It is, yeah?
Etta claps again. Aline joins her and Jansen cheers loudly. Oh, everything is coming back. Peter joins in the laughter.
That's the first step at work, Mensa.
Etta says.
You remember.
Thanks, Etta, he says, a warm smile on his lips.
Your techniques, they really work.
You almost lost it there, Ledebor, Goddard says. And that was just medium intensity.
You think you can do better?
Peter asks. Goddard laughs. Some of us need no fancy tricks, rat boy.
Who's a rat boy?
Jansen walks towards Goddard, his green eyes glowering.
You and your brother.
He snorts. And your 2 dead fathers.
No place for women on your fishing boat, correct?
Jansen cringes and charges forward, pushing Goddard hard on the chest, who falls back on his buttocks, laughing hard.
Jans, no!
Peter grabs one of his arms.
It's not worth it.
Always a pleasure debating with you, Elder Ledebor, Goddard says, like the name is an insult. Without losing his smirk, he stands and dusts off his tunic, as if there was dirt on the staging permascape. Who can compete with such persuasive arguments? While this little piece of drama unfolds, Jimena notices that not everybody is looking at Jansen. Luke Smook is staring fixedly at Etta, and his look sends a shudder up Jimena's spine. The auditorium's point of view follows Etta as she paces to her assigned spot at the edge of the arena. The trial of the second step is finally here. It is all or nothing once more. 12 will stay in the race. 12 will be gone forever. The fate of her father is in the balance, and yet, with a pull of brutal willpower, Etta puts the nervous twitching of her hands firmly under control. Jimena nods in admiration at her mental discipline. It is incredible how far she has come. Etta stops at the rim of the arena and looks down at the perfectly circular depression the size of a small lake, carved on the infinite flatness and filled with fog to the brim, concealing the inside from her dream eyes. Do ready yourself in position, human candidate. Yogg's soft female voice reverberates mentally across the amphitheater, as if whispered in every ear simultaneously. Etta steps directly onto the top of a giant metallic slope that plummets steeply down into the mist and loses itself in the mysterious below. Except for the scale, the slope is not unlike those playground slides Jimena loved to throw herself down as a little unruly girl. She looks around the edge of the round lake-like arena, where the other 23 candidates have taken positions on equidistant slopes identical to hers. The slopes are numbered sequentially. Hers is slope number 1. The number emanates telepathically from that spot, like her ranking did after she nailed the trial of the first step. Next to her, on the right, number 2 is manned by Elder Luke Smook, who gives her a cool side glance, and then exchanges a grin with his sister, next around the rim on slider number 3. Aline and Goddard are standing beyond, number 4 and 5 respectively, their faces too far to see. And so, each candidate is placed along the perfect circumference of fog, ordered by the rank they achieved in the first trial. The last one, on Etta's left, is a nervous-looking Valentine Van Clay. Although also from Lunterran, she doesn't know him well, but exchanges a nod of support.
"Do sit,"
Yogg says. Etta sits in place on the top platform of the slide, legs stretched down towards the mist and the arena hidden beneath, hands on railings, ready to push. She turns her head expectantly to the right, where a mare is standing exactly between her and Luke Smook. There is another mare between Luke's sister and Aline, and another one between Goddard and whoever is next, and so on. 12 in total. Rue, her 8 walkers, and Yogg's 3 bodies around the arena, each between every 2 humans.
"So shall you be trialed,"
Yogg says.
"At the count of 6, you shall push yourself into the pit."
The fog glows briefly as Yogg speaks the word pit.
"You shall propel yourself into descent, at which point your assigned Mirai shall remove your awareness, applying middle intensity. The same applied in your instruction. You shall then regain awareness by your own skill and proceed to the exit. A hole in the ground in the exact center of the pit."
A brief, intense flash of light under the disk of fog pinpoints the location.
"Pretty far." "The first 12 humans that exit shall be initiated in the last step of the path of light. The rest shall return to their short, meaningless lives."
Ouch! But Etta doesn't let the words affect her. Good girl, Jimena thinks. It is a surprisingly simple test. As soon as the candidates recover their lucidity, which should happen quickly enough from what Jimena has seen in training, they will all run for the exit like their lives depend on it. Looks more like a race than like a Dreamtech awareness trial. Jimena is about to ask Mark, but a side glance at him convinces her to let it be. He is staring at Etta like he himself is there with her, about to throw his future, his life, into the mist.
"Do brace for the count, human candidates. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Etta's hand clutches the railing, her dream arm muscles readying for the dive, and her mind embracing every sensation with sharp savagery, the cool, hard texture of metal on her skin, the tasteless humidity as tendrils of fog reach up into the air, the weight of her own body on the slide. Jimena realizes that Eda is grounding herself into the dreamscape in anticipation of the mare's awareness removal attack. 5, 6. Do proceed. Eda pushes forward and begins a long, dashing slide down the slope, her breath under rigorous control, her eyes trying to pierce the fog into which she is plunging. As the scene camera dives behind her, Jimena catches but a side glimpse of the closest mare stretching an arm towards her, and "Whoa, Goa!" Jimena and many of Miyagi's students gasp as one, as they feel the mental blow as if it were physical. Eda's mind has been violently pushed into a blizzard of chaotic confusion as she penetrates the fog, her vertigo making Jimena cringe. Just as Eda reaches the bottom of the slope, the surrounding fog dissipates and a clash of colors hits her eyes like a hammer on a thumb. Her body, still brimming with momentum, thrusts forward through a jungle of flowers as tall as her, and more exuberant in display than anything Jimena has ever seen in her life, or in her dreams. Vegetation eager to impress, to absorb, to mate. The rush of vertigo floods her falling body, and yet her gaze is inexorably drawn to petals with spiraling turquoises and thick stems in dazzling shades of burgundies. She finally falls on a soft bed of sprinkling dust that explodes in hues of blue and whispers of pain. Warm, titillating pollen immediately covers her skin, overwhelming her senses as a sudden, sharp fragrance simultaneously smashes up Eda's nostrils and transports Jimena in an instant into a land of forgotten memories, a past she cannot remember and yet feels deeply as her own. A warm wind shakes the canopy of flowers as if bubbling instead of blowing, and sings wailing, wordless songs of the soul, ever-changing melodies only meant to be heard once and be forever forgotten. Whoa, damn! A few stray tears run down Jimena's cheeks. She shuts her eyes and counts to 3. Goa, it is impossible to focus. But of course, she doesn't have Eda's training, nor her power of will. Eda has been embracing each of these clashing sensations with wild eagerness, grounding herself into each new feeling before letting go of the previous one, an unbroken chain of awareness as the primary question of the second step echoes uninterruptedly in her mind. Am I dreaming? Yes. Eda stands, shakes off the blue dust from her skin and tunic, and draws a deep breath. With a shove of her mind, she dispels the soul-ripping melodies from her ears and the pungent smells from her nose. Ah! Jimena sighs with relief. A glimpse at Mark confirms that she was not the only one overwhelmed by the sensory storm. Eda draws another breath and throws a calculating look back at the impossibly high slide, at its fixed position in relation to the wildly dancing vegetation. Jimena sees it now through Eda's eyes. Of course, it is not just a slide. It is also a compass. Etta takes her bearings and begins to move swiftly towards the center of the arena, towards the exit. Something catches Etta's eye. Between the flowers, on her left, she sees a glimpse of Valentine Van Clay, gaping around like a madman. Poor bastard, like a Mensa groping in the dark. Her thoughts flow unimpeded through the psych link, accompanied by a distinct sense of pity. But Etta keeps trotting on regardless, sharply focused on her bearing, and quickly loses sight of him behind the foliage.
Fandola!
She hears the sudden shout from her right. Before she has time to turn her head, two bodies slam into her with simultaneous violence and throw her tumbling across the ground. Jimena feels Etta's sharp pain in her own body, blissfully muted by the PsychLink safety interface. Etta's right side has been smashed by the impact, and her breasts and shoulders hit the ground hard. She raises her head, gasping for the air squeezed out of her lungs. She groans weakly and blinks up at the two figures staring down at her as tears of pain well up in her eyes. The Smook siblings. Luke's pale blue eyes pierce Etta's like a splinter of ice. His expression is closed, rational, almost blank. Jimena cannot read any anger in them, nor resentment, nor anything that could explain the attack. Only execution. He is looking at Etta like a lion at a hyena. He is just doing what must be done. His sister is different, very different. In her early 20s, she must be 1 or 2 years older than him. She is tall where he is stocky, has blonde hair cut short where his is dirty brown. She is pretty where he is not. And her eyes shine with hatred, stained teeth showing beneath a wolfish smile.
Take her out,
Luke says, voice cool like he was commenting on the weather. Both begin kicking her, viciously. Etta, creeping on the ground, screams and tries to drag herself away. Waves of unreality begin to ripple across the amphitheater, like the surf of the tide gradually engulfing a shipwrecked body. Goa! She's waking up, Jimena thinks.
the head,
Luke says, as he kicks at his face with all his weight. His sister joins him, giggling, and stomps on her ear as Etta instinctively curls up and tries to cover the back of her neck with her hands. Jimena's hands tighten into fists as the PsychLink allows through a few traces of agony. She feels disgusted. The savage display of violence. She's going to wake up, she mutters, eyes locked on thump after thump. No way, Mark says beside her. He is frowning, head tilted away, but his eyes are as locked as Jimena's.
not Etta Fandola.
His voice is almost reverential. He meets Jimena's eyes and points at the scene.
Check that out. She's not letting go. She's using all that pain to dig herself deeper into the dreamscape. No way in hell is she going to wake. Not Etta Fandola.
And indeed, Although blows and kicks keep raining ruthlessly on Etta's head and trunk, the waves of the impending wake begin to slowly wane, and the scene solidifies. But the constant pain, intense under the relentless beating, trickles through her consciousness into the hidden depths of her mind, where memories, painful memories, lie lurking in the dark. Luke stops halfway through a kick and stares at Etta closely. "That's good enough, Miriam. We run now." "But she's not dying!" She keeps beating her. "The bitch doesn't want to die!" "Look at her." Luke points at Etta. "She's lost awareness." All around the immediate vicinity, the huge trunk flowers and strong singing wind are vanishing. Something completely out of place is taking its place. A flat wooden floor, a bed, a desk. "If we don't leave now," Luke says, holding his sister by the shoulder, "we might not make it in time." "There's time!" Miriam stops kicking Etta, but her eyes remain fixed on her. "The others are," she snorts, "too delicate. We are the best by far. No risks," he says. "If we're not underestimating this one," he points at Etta, "we're not underestimating anyone. We go, now." His voice is not imperative, just as casual as always. But Miriam nods curtly, and both take off, running side by side in controlled tempo. Only Etta remains on the now fully formed wooden floor, grunting weakly as the pain wears off. It is dream pain, after all, thank Goa. It doesn't linger. A closet and a door frame rise silently from the floor, and a window frame appears in the air over the desk, curtains unraveling in place. Ximena can see it now, as the place solidifies with astounding realism. It is Etta's bedroom, complete in every detail. There are even used gowns carelessly dropped in the corner, and through the window, Ximena can see a couple of Lunterran colonists strolling in the morning sun, oblivious to the fact that they are casting in somebody else's dream. There are no walls, though, nor ceiling. The door stands by itself, and the window hangs statically in midair. The wild cacophony of the flower storm rages on beyond, undeterred by this small pocket of order. 2 knocks on the door startle Ximena. "Can I come in?" a female voice asks. Just a sec, Mom," Etta says, standing as her wrinkled tunic transforms into a delicate red gown, and her own face turns back in time by 2 or 3 years. "Ready. Come in." The door opens, and a beautiful Anika Fandola in an elegant white tunic walks in with a plant pot in her hands. She is smiling at Etta, but Ximena sees something else in her eyes. "I want you to have this, baby," she says, walking towards the window. She places the plant on the desk. "Grandma's cactus," Etta says. Anika nods, pressing her lips together. "What happens?" Etta's large, innocent eyes avidly scan her mother's expression. "Are you nervous?" "A bit," Anika's lips curve in an awkward smile. But your mom and dad are waiting for you, yeah? You'll have dinner together tonight. I will miss our dinners, baby. Anika stretches her hand and caresses Etta's cheek, her eyes shining with sadness. Me too. Etta embraces her mother. But you will be so happy. I'm so happy for you, Mom. Yes. Anika places a kiss on Etta's brow and takes her gently towards the plant on the desk. I want you to mix my ashes into the soil, she says, placing a hesitant finger on the pot. I will be part of the plant now, and I promise you that when I bloom, you will bloom as well. Bloom? Bloom, baby, to your full potential. I cannot be here to, be with you then in person, but Dad will. Do as he says, yeah? He loves you very, very much. Yes. And keep an eye on Bram, yeah? He's still so young. Okay, Mom. Etta's voice breaks. Mixed emotions are swirling inside her. The very real happiness for her mother's reunion with her ancestors, mixed with the sudden realization of her prolonged absence and the wound it will surely leave. Will you be fine? Is that important? Anika asks. She sounds vaguely resentful. Only you and Bram and Dad matter. Only... Her voice breaks, and she presses the back of her hand against her mouth. Excuse me, she mutters, and leaves the room, shutting the door behind her. Etta stares at the door in silence, her confused emotions dissipating slowly and leaving behind a lingering, unpleasant sensation, a seed of pain. And the seed grows, throbbing grotesquely in her guts like a tumorous organ, until pain covers it all. A constant, sharp pain, not unlike that produced by Smook's violence. Etta! Goddard storms into the room across one of the missing walls. He looks exhausted, hair and tunic out of place from the roaring, singing winds of the flower jungle. What in Goa's name are you doing here? Man Craker, she says, smiling mildly. You look old. You look young. Wake up, dowry sister. You lost awareness. I lost... She turns her head at the door. Come on, Etta. There's no time. Everyone and their mother have probably reached the exit by now, but we have to try. Man Craker. Goddard? She stares at him with sudden intensity. Dowry brother? You are dreaming, Goa's fucking mercy! He grabs her shoulders and shakes her. Return to me! Dreaming? Etta's eyes seem to regain focus, and her skin tightens in a sudden reversal of her rejuvenation. She blinks, her old 16-year self once again. What? How did you create all this? Goddard waves a hand around the room. Forget it. Doesn't matter. We have to get to the exit right now. Yeah. Etta shakes her head and then clenches her fists as a sudden spurt of rage bursts inside her. Smokes! What? Etta draws a deep breath.
Doesn't matter,
she finally says, and pushes him out of the bedroom. Lead the way!
I'm lost.
What?
Yes, sorry. I regained awareness, too late, I suppose. I was already in the middle of this mess. That's how I found you. Pure luck.
Yeah, well, we'll thank Goa later for that. She turns her head, like a hound sniffing the wind. This way. She pulls a sleeve, and they both run off. They dash below and around trunk-sized flower stems of flashing colors, sprinting towards an imaginary point clearly painted in Etta's memory. The bearing, the exit. Jimena can feel Etta's certainty. She is most definitely not lost. Just delayed. It feels like a minute or two before they finally reach what Etta believes to be the geographical center of the arena. Spot on, Jimena thinks, as they stop on the edge of a small hole, size of a man, leading somewhere too dark to see. A side movement catches Etta's attention. Somebody is running towards them from their flank. She turns abruptly, fearing another attack, but it's not the Smooks this time. It's just Jansen. He is alone, and his panicked eyes look like those of a hunted man, running for his life.
Me first.
Goddard pushes Etta aside.
My mission is more important than yours,
he says, and jumps into the hole before Etta can react. Son of a! Jansen is closing with the speed of a madman, eyes fixed on the black hole. He doesn't even seem to realize Etta is standing there. He takes 3 last bounds and leaps forward. Oh, shit! Etta jumps a mere fraction of a second before Jansen plunges in, head first. Chapter 18. Abracadabra. Aline is the first human to appear in the empty flatness of the staging permascape. She looks around, and all there is to see are 12 mares loosely scattered in stoic stillness, except for 4 of them that, clustered together, seem to be engaged in communication. "Where's everybody?" she asks Quo, who is standing next to her. "Patience, woman Spees. You are alone because you are ranked human number 1 of 12. I shall thread the other 11 qualified humans in short notice to begin your instruction in the 3rd step of the path of light." "Number 1? You mean I was the winner of the trial?" "Indeed, you were. By a significant margin. Your performance would have been very impressive, even for a Mirai, woman Spees." "Oh, really?" Her eyes widen with pride. "Number 1!" She claps with childish enthusiasm. "Indeed. Now, do be patient. I shall traverse and thread back human number 2. Before Aline can reply, Quo disappears, and a few seconds later reappears in the exact same spot next to a baffled Peter. "Pete!" She throws her arms around his neck. "You made number 2 in the trial! Can you believe it?"
Whoa!
He chuckles.
Did I really beat Etta?
It seems so,"
Aline says, the hint of a frown appearing on her brow. As they keep exchanging words, Quo disappears and reappears anew with not one, but two humans this time. The Smook siblings. Almost a dozen humans have already been threaded into the permascape, and Jimena, and all the other students for that matter, watch with increasing agitation the space where Quo always reappears with a new candidate. Edda is still missing. In the last minutes, the scene's camera has been gradually moving away from the candidates and closer to the four mares clustered together, to the point where Jimena can already make out the voices of Rue and Yogg, as if they really were made of vibrations in the air instead of reverberations in the mind. I find it curious, Rue is saying, that many remaining human candidates do reside in the same physical settlement.
Why would you find it curious?
Yogg asks.
You did state that humans in Diamar have a notable propensity to enhanced second-wake halos.
And that is correct. There is much talent scattered in the broader region. And yet, most humans that have made it to this stage are dreaming from the one settlement closest to Devis. Rue stretches an arm towards Aline. Woman Spees, the strongest halo I have ever perceived in a human.
A traverser halo.
Indeed, and thus very rare. Then, Elder Ledebor. Rue keeps gesturing with her arm. Man and woman Van Clay, redeemed Siva, and she points at a gaping Goddard that has just materialized with Quo. Man Kraka, all native to the same human settlement.
Remarkable indeed.
I do acknowledge that we are only to instruct 12 humans in the last step in the path of light, Overseer Yogg. Yet I hereby request official dispensation for a 13th one.
A dispensation? Do clarify.
One of the humans that missed the mark in the last trial, Junior Elder Ledebor, has a very unique halo. I do hereby request his reintegration.
Junior Elder Ledebor. I do remember. He did not perform with much distinction. What type of halo makes this human so exceptional?
He radiates the halo of a thought-piercer, Overseer Yogg. The only human we have scouted with such a trait.
A human thought-piercer? Is that even physically possible?
We shall never know unless we do proceed with his instruction. Thus, this official request.
A human thought-piercer,
Yogg says.
Remarkable.
She pauses for a few moments, as if considering the idea.
And inconceivable. No, Walkaroo. We shall not waste resources on futile enterprises. Furthermore, I do fail to see how a thought-piercer could benefit our goals.
That is a regrettable lack of foresight on your part, Overseer Yogg. A human thought-piercer could be deployed.
My decision is final, Walkaroo. We shall not discuss this matter any further.
Their attention is drawn back to the surface of the permascape. Quo has just materialized there, and next to her, Edda is scanning the area with eager eyes. She is wearing her usual outfit, the plain white tunic with the black ornate belt of the redeemed hanging loosely on her waist.
"The last human is here,"
Yogg says.
"That is your human, Walkaroo. Quite the disappointment. An appalling performance, despite the amount of personal time you have misspent in her instruction."
On the contrary, Overseer Yogg. The context is not to be dismissed. Redeemed Vandola was unduly attacked, and yet she did resist the illicit violence and managed to reach the exit. I doubt any other candidate would have made it under such duress. The elders, Smooks, have subverted the spirit of the trial, and as such proved themselves unworthy of the paths.
On the contrary, Walkaroo, there was only one rule: to make it out before others. The elders Smooks not only fulfilled the goal adequately, but they had the discernment to sacrifice their ranking in the trials in exchange of gaining a tactical advantage over a dangerous rival. That shows an impressive array of high-order skills: attentiveness, cunning, and forward planning. Skills that shall prove invaluable to our first human walkers of the mind. Your human, on the other hand, showed weakness and unpreparedness for the unexpected. Without the assistance of another human, she would have surely missed her qualification.
That human who did assist, Man Craker, is a relative, and thus an extension of herself, not unlike your limbs. Rue gestures to the three bodies of Yogg, which are an extension of yours. I do fear such human nuisances like family and relations are beyond your comprehension, Overseer Yogg. Thus, you shall trust my judgment as human whisperer when I maintain that redeemed Fandola's ability to establish alliances with other humans is one of her key strengths, which in this case proved indeed critical to her success. Such ability to weave a network of relations shall prove invaluable to our first human walkers of the mind.
I do fear you overestimate your human's abilities, Walkaroo. She is weak in her core, broken by fear and trauma, and shall be exposed as such soon enough.
I do fear that what you identify as weaknesses are actually strengths, Overseer Yogg. And indeed, we shall assess her abilities soon enough. Etta's face is a few inches off Luke Smook's smug smile. Her eyes are wide, her frown sharp. Go, girl, Jimena thinks. Why? She yells, droplets of dream spit scattering across his ugly face. Luke's icy blue eyes remain locked on Etta's, unperturbed, his lips almost imperceptibly curved. Jimena catches an abrupt side motion in the corner of her eye. Get off his face, bitch! Miriam Smook says as she rams her full weight against Etta's flank. Etta falls with violence on the dark stone of the staging permascape. It is painful on her knees, but especially on her soul. Her bafflement, Jimena realizes, swallows the pain in a single gulp. Etta pushes herself up on her knees and turns her head towards Miriam, her eyes still asking, "Why?" Jimena gasps at the rage she sees in Miriam's expression. Her narrow, fierce face and short blonde hair remind Jimena of the legend of the Amazon warriors. Her blue eyes seem injected with blood. Her glower is murderous. Goes mercy. This is not just rivalry. It's hatred. As Miriam takes a menacing step towards Etta, two men running from behind grab her arms and immobilize her in a tight grip. They are Peter and... Jimena blinks in disbelief. Goddard, working as one. Miriam kicks and pushes, shakes and pulls, curses and yells. She cannot break free, but she is not making it easy. "Could you please call your dogs off, redeemed Fandola?" Luke asks in his deep, coarse voice. Oh, how Jimena hates that smug smile. "Why should I?" Etta asks, standing and walking towards him. "Who's going to stop us from dismembering her here and now?" Etta turns her face to Miriam, who glares back at her, panting, but quiet. "Certainly not them." Etta stretches a hand at the mares, all of whom are watching their interaction. "They look like they want to see some action." "I suggest we call a truce," Luke says, his smile widening. "We've got better things to do than fight each other." Etta chuckles, shaking her head. "You've got balls. Now you go civilized, yeah?" Luke smiles at her in silence. Etta takes a deep breath. Fact is, he's right. "Menses, thanks. Let her go, yeah? It's okay. There's no time for this horse shit." The two men grudgingly release Miriam, who walks to her brother, glaring back at Peter. "You," she says. "You are a fisherman." "I think the smell gave you away, rat boy," Goddard says with a chuckle. "Don't you have a backbone?" Miriam asks, eyes locked on Peter. Peter frowns at her in confusion. "Look at you," she continues. "You're pathetic. A word of your master's specialists, and you jump to do all sorts of tricks for them." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Peter asks. "That Mensa just insulted you," she says, pointing at Goddard. "To your face. Can you just take it like that? Origoa's name is your pride." Peter turns his head at Goddard, who returns his gaze with a nervous smile. He takes an unconscious step back. "He's just an asshole," Peter says with a shrug. "Why bother?" "And that's the problem." Miriam points a finger at Peter's face. "That's the problem right there. They decide for us. They boss us around. They take all the karma from us, and they work for shit while we work our asses off." "They?" Peter asks. "We?" "They, the specialists," Miriam says. "We, the people?" "They, the elite," Luke says.
We, the oppressed.
Oh, I see, Etta says. She puts a hand on Peter's broad shoulder while staring at Luke. I think I know why you want to win the trials. I bet a good old class revolution is on the menu, yeah? What do you menses have in mind? French style? Or you rather go the Russian route?
You think you're so much better than us,
Luke says.
with your fancy words, your pretty tunic, and your soft hands. But you are nothing.
He says the word like it is a curse.
And when the people take power away from your corrupted hands, you'll be nothing.
He says the word like it is a promise. Etta is walking through a forested dreamscape, not unlike the woodlands that edge the eastern rim of Lunterran, a maze of low, narrow birches, naked of leaves. Only the occasional conifer offers a relief of green. The humid, dense fragrance of the winter wilderness spreads across the auditorium, acting like a balm on Jimena's grateful dream lungs. As Etta walks, she touches the white bark of passing trees leisurely. She's grounding herself into the dream, Jimena realizes. With such naturality she does it. Yes, almost unconsciously. Etta stops in front of a particularly large birch and studies it, tilting her head, her gaze intent and focused. The trees closest to the birch appear to react on their own by moving away, making space around the birch. Then, gradually, the birch grows larger, its branches thicker, its trunk wider, until it is not a birch anymore, but a magnificent oak. Aw's blessings to you, redeemed Fandola, Rue says. She was not there an instant ago. She stares at the oak, impervious to the fact that her legs are embedded in a thorny bramble bush nearby. Do you know what all this is? Elder Rue? She smiles at the mare. Blessings. What is what? This place. Rue gestures with a clumsy sweep of the arm. What is the nature of our surroundings? The dream, you mean? Indeed, a dream. You are aware? Course I am. Can you estimate how long you did require from the moment your dream began until you achieved awareness? It was pretty much right away. There's always something that makes me wonder, yeah? Ask questions, like you said. Like, she spreads her arms, palms up. What am I doing here, inside this forest? Then, I usually look at the palm of my hands or pinch my nose to confirm that it's really a dream. Although, tonight, I didn't need to, because it's hard to explain. I was already sure of it, yeah? I could feel it. I do understand. And that is remarkable, redeemed Fandola. You have developed the intuition of a master of the inner walking. Thanks. I've been practicing non-stop, changing things all around me. She points a finger at the oak and smiles with pride. And I never slip from the dream. Not once. It wasn't easy. Sometimes stuff happens, like before, when a rabbit popped up from the ground and I was tempted to follow it. there's always temptations to lose myself in the dream story, if that makes sense.
It does, very much indeed. You have developed a deep intuition for dream mechanics. It is the nature of dreams to engage your consciousness, your dream senses, your attention, to pull you into the logic of their narrative, to gnaw on your awareness until it dissipates completely.
Thanks?
You are welcome. Your ability to retain awareness makes you equal to a grounding master. But as pleased as I am to confirm that you comfortably tread the second step, it is the third step that concerns us during this session. You already appear capable of transforming your environment by just wishing to do so. I shall assess now to what degree.
Rue extends her arm at the large oak that Etta transformed from a birch.
Can you turn it back into a smaller tree with white bark?
Into a birch? Etta stares at the oak, smiles, and waves theatrically at it. Abracadabra! The oak changes at once. Branches shrink, trunk thins, bark lightens. It is over in less than a second. Ta-da! Etta mocks a bow at Rue. Now, let me guess. This dream magic is the third step, yeah?
The third step, indeed.
Rue nods.
Will control. Dream substance manipulation by desire.
I've been practicing. I got really good at it.
Manipulation of individual elements is not evidence of mastery.
Rue directs her expressionless wide eyes at the birch. The tree changes again, shrinking rapidly into the shape of a person, into Etta herself. What the? You can change my own dream? Do I really look like that? Wait. She concentrates. The Etta between the trees looks down to her own bosom as it grows noticeably, tightening the tunic around her chest. There. Thanks, the second Etta says with a wide smile. Sure, sexy thing. Rue waves an arm in silence, almost impatiently. The second Etta disappears. Hey, you started it! Rue ignores her.
Are your abilities developed enough to change the entire dream environment into something else completely?
You mean, like turning the forest into something else?
Indeed.
Wow. Etta scans her surroundings. I've never tried that. Into what?
That is up to you, redeemed Vandola. A full environment exchange. Anything that is not a forest.
Uh-huh. Let's see. She looks thoughtful, then closes her eyes and slows her breathing.
Are you trying already?
Rue asks. Yeah, go it, damn it. It's difficult.
Do picture the new environment. Do wish for it. Do want it.
Duh, what do you think I'm doing?
There is a technique that might be of assistance, if you do allow.
Hold on, let me... Etta's face contracts. Try. The surrounding birches remain defiantly solid. Oof! Okay. I give up. Tell me, O Dream Master. A gradual environment transition is hard to accomplish, even for a walker in the shadow. But a reset is simpler. Say what? Ada tilts her head. A reset, a clean beginning. Make this environment go away first, and only then wish a second environment into existence. Ada frowns in confusion. For instance, Rue says, her feminine, psychic voice reverberating with calm patience. You may close your eyes for a few moments and then open them into your desired environment. Or you may spin rapidly until the world around you disappears in a blur, while you visualize a fresh one to await you upon completion. Okay, let's try with the eyes first. The scene goes black in the auditorium, simulating the fact that they are watching the events from Eda's perspective. Jimena leans forward in the darkness with expectation. Visualize. She hears Eda's voice in the darkness. She sounds like she is exerting herself. What I want. A few moments. Okay. An almost blinding light returns to a transformed scene. The forest is gone. Eda and Rue are now standing on a wooden boat in the midst of a river. A very wide river, wider than any Jimena has ever seen. High hills along both margins are barely visible in the distance. Ruined castles crowning some peaks. The sun illuminates lazy currents from a spotless blue sky. So sexy! Eda raises her arms. Did I just nail the third step of your path? Rue scans the placid waters for a few seconds. Jimena would bet she is impressed. It might have been the fortune of the apprentice. Do return us to the forest. The forest. All right. Without hesitation, Eda utters a curt cry of joy and jumps headfirst into the water, splashing through the surface in an instant. A surface that spins around itself in a confusion of gravity and water. Jimena feels almost dizzy by the sudden explosion of motion and perspective as her eyes try to adapt to the new narrative of the dream. Eda emerges upwards, head first, from a small puddle in the same forest they left behind a few seconds ago. Her body moves as if pushed up in the air and has just the right amount of side momentum to make her fall softly on the grass beside the original birch tree. There, she says, visibly pleased with herself. The forest. Do I kick dream ass or what? Dream control is indeed in your nature, redeemed Fandola, as your second wake halo reveals. Second what? Matters not. Your dominion over the dream substance shall prove invaluable to exert suggestion. Suggestion. Right. She cuts a twig off a low branch and rubs it leisurely in her hands. Is that what you did to Consul Levinson that first day? To make her nominate Luntaran for the Century Festival? No. That was not suggestion, redeemed Fandola. That was persuasion. More powerful. It does require dominion over the path in the shadow. Should you ever reach such mastery, I am confident your natural talent for control shall make you a formidable persuader. So, what is suggestion good for? The goal is indeed the same: to intrude into another's mind in order to impose your will. But a light walker must rely only on the limited reach of willpower, and its cunning application by transforming the dreamer's environment in the right way to achieve deception. Deception? Etta frowns. Sounds not what a good person would do, Elder Rue. Deception is the lightest application of power over others. There's also asking. That is not power. That is mercy. All right, got it. Can you show me how to... She wriggles her fingers in the air. Use this dream magic to do suggestion? I do fear I cannot, redeemed Fandola. No Mirai can. As human, you are better suited to design your own means of deception on other humans than a Mirai can ever be. And you shall. Suggestion is the core of the last trial that awaits you and your fellow human candidates at the end of the path of light. Suggestion will determine which two humans are selected to be instructed in the path in the shadow. But then... Etta's voice hesitates slightly. Jimena can feel the hint of anxiety growing inside her. Now, suddenly, suggestion is the key to saving her father, if only because it is the key to persuasion. How can I learn? You have already displayed a degree of proficiency, redeemed Fandola. What? With Consul Levinson, indeed. I did persuade her to move the festival to your Gildershire, as a demonstration to you humans of the potency of persuasion. And yet it was you that convinced her to select your own colony by the cunning application of words, seduction, and sex. That was most impressive. Etta blushes. But I didn't use... She wiggles her fingers again. By merely using your own self, you did achieve your objective with the consul, redeemed Fandola. Thus, what could you achieve now that you also master the manipulation of the dream world? So, you think I'm ready for the last trial? You are, but you have not completed your instruction yet. Haven't I? She turns her attention to the birch, snaps a finger at it, and the birch turns into a white marble column that would not look out of place in a temple of the classical world. I think I'm pretty good already. Manipulation you indeed command. Alas, there is also struggle and pain at the end of the path of light. Struggle? Rue closes on Etta and thrusts her arm through her chest like a spear. And pain, she says. Jimena feels a spike of astonished agony for the briefest of moments before Etta wakes up, gasping in her bedroom. End of Dreamworms, Episode 2.